Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. So, with that, it is Sunday night here on uh, Old Hippie Radio. It's 11:19 p.m. on May the 16th, 2021. And I came on just before the 20 mark, just so I could say, hi, there's 420 somewhere. And for folks, because I didn't give anybody a warning, I'm going to see who might come on and we'll have a discussion. And hey, Elderberry, I will I will go back over the idea though, what I mean by grace. But and I just feel like I've had a taste of it, is all I can say. Is that it's sort of that this is for me now, obviously. I'm not trying to pick anybody else's definition of this. But the for me, the grace is in the sharing. So I can be a good person, I can be on my path, but then if I keep it to myself and hide it, then I'm not being very graceful as far as the swan goes. But when you learn to continue to be the good person, you continue to do this, you bring humility and humbleness to you, and you make sure that ego is in check. There's a feeling that's like when everything kind of melds together. And for all the years that I was in church and all these other things, and I was still talking about grace, I had this feeling of I think I know what it's like when you're in the grace of God. So in that we always are, if you understand the creator thing, we each one of us, every single being is equal in the eyes of the creator. So not one is better than the other. And that's one of the things we need to learn in this life. So, in trying to be that before I pass this life, um, I'm doing this without any kind of expectations except to learn for myself and then to share that. But the learning, the knowing, and the sharing, kind of sort of, if you're on the right track, there's a feeling I get sometimes that's just out of nowhere, like so far so good, I'm always asking for, the right intervention. I'm always asking, I'm always trying to be humble. There are times when they want me to discuss stuff and I just like argue for days, and there are times when I don't feel like I'm the person to be talking about some of this, but then who else you're going to hear it from? But anyway, so it seems like when everything gets aligned, there's just a feeling that I'm like, I'm on the right track. And in that, I feel graceful, like the swan who's been through the abyss and come out the other side, you know. And it's not that she's being over proud or over egotistical. She's showing that she went from this model black, brown kind of thing and turned into this beautiful swan, the ugly duckling story. And so I feel like I have been through the portal. I've been in the deep hole that went in, and I feel like I've bobbed up somehow after all this in my life, and I kind of feel sort of like a swan in a way. I'm new at this, and and I'm not trying to put any heavy duty thing on it, but in that, in grace, you are graceful. So how you act with people. I was at the store earlier. A bunch of us. I got everybody cracking up and let this guy go ahead of me. And I told the lady behind the counter, I said, if you can't be nice to somebody once in a while, what's the joy in life? And she goes like, yeah, I get it. I try to do that a couple of times a day. And then out in the parking lot, and the guy was, well, thank you for letting me go ahead. He only had a couple items. I had a buggy full. But the idea, though, that the simplest of things, you got people, we were laughing and having a good time there in the store and blah, 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 blah. And somebody overheard our little laughter and they were laughing on the other side of the count of this row of stuff anyway. So I think when we get comfortable in our spiritualism, part of the prize, I hate to use this word, I do, because I don't really expect anything back, or and it's not like that. Hey, Isby, it's that the universe just lets you know. And in my humbleness, I'm like, what the hell is this? And my angel friends had to come down and go, this is what it is. This is what grace feels like. And I'm like, what? Okay, we got to think about this one here. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, I'm still trying to work it out, but there are times when I don't know how to explain it, that with spirit and soul and energy and positive thought, and after all these years, there's just seems to be something else there. Anyway, the discussion for tonight, or for today, it's 11:25. So I'm, smoke if you got them. That wasn't the reason I got on here, but I was getting ready to before I got on here. So, but anyway, so happy 420 wherever you may be. Dad, gummit. If I lose you, I'll be back. I'm trying to figure out how in the hell this computer has been acting strange lately. Hello, Ghost. But anyway, so, and hey, Mossy, favor back to you. And cosmic hugs all around everybody. It says there's 9 folks. You do not have to be in the chat room to participate with us. We love you. You don't have to feel out of place. It's okay if you're just listening. We love you. But I will mention this, and it's odd that it was on my mind. I've been wanting to go to the river here, and we crossed over the river today at one of the upper bridges. And the water's down, but we got a really good flow. So I'm considering going to the river in the next day or two, because I need water. I just flat out, I need to be on the water. And I was thinking about how every time that I've gotten on the water and been with the water and praying, and when I was by myself before I got Duggar, that I could sit out in the middle of the lake and just, feel the universe, feel the energy. Hey, Doug. Mossy Man, I think I got everybody so far. And I could just feel the energy in the water. And I used to go to the mountains a lot. Even from Florida, I went to the mountains a lot. At least 2 or 3 times a year, I would go to the mountain. The Weed Ganja Shaman. Hey, how are you? Pleased to meet you. I don't believe I've seen you before. You're welcome here. We're all, you're amongst friends here. But today, for those of you who know who the cause is and who Dante is, they put up a video that just says water. And I thought, well, now that's just odd, because I was, thinking about the water thing and me going to the river and, needing the energy of the water and the flow and the whole 9 yards, And then they put up on their channel, title of their video was water, is water. But they showed one of the Callisto ships close to the ocean, and that the explanation is they're getting energy from the ocean without reaching down and getting into it, but And many years ago, there was a guy who run his car on water, and he just disappeared. His invention disappeared. There's a lot of stuff about that, but the idea that alien spaceships why are they in the water, around the water so much? Well, I was curious because the UFO that I have seen for many years now in a basic same location south of me I've determined is in the Big Bend area over the water. So I've been confused as to why would they sit at like the same height, the same place, in the same location. I had never thought about just the water, because the water is really shallow in the Panhandle, in the Big Bend area of Florida. It's really shallow in there. So anything that's going under the water, it might be sticking up on the other side, depending on how big it is. It's not real deep, okay? So, but why would I be seeing these things that from my vantage point are, straight south, are over the water? Oh, so these spaceships there is energy that feeds off the water and from the planet, and a combination, and that's how they refuel. OMG. Now, for me, as the shaman in training, the water is always important. In fact, there's one of the cards that I pulled, or the last, anyway, to where a shaman, now I've not done this because have not had training in specific things. That's why I'm still in training. But to put water in your mouth, and through your prayers and through your intentions, and then you spray it over your patient to clear the air with the energy of water. So you might have seen these shamans and stuff with a feather, and they blow water, and you go, what the hell are they spitting on these people for? They have used water, and that is part of the ritual. That's part of the ceremony. So it's the cleansing of the water. So the idea of water in cleansing, and quote, the purity of it, if you go back into the day. And for me, the times that I would find these little waterfalls and little streams coming out of the Chattahoochee National Park up there, way up in the mountains where nobody else would go. I mean, I would find places and stay there for a couple of days in the deep woods. And always by some kind of a stream, because I love the sound of the stream is very, also as water bubbles over the rocks, it aerates, and there's fresh oxygen. That's why sitting by a stream or a waterfall, you just feel so refreshed from it. So you're inhaling the water into your system. Hey, David Castle, how are you? Mossy Man, and I didn't miss anybody. Okay. Hey, Chloe, if I missed you, I'll pick you up on the other side. I'm not looking at the thingy right now. I'm trying to stay on topic at least for a little while before I go going and get nuts, as I normally do. But anyway, so this thing about water, there's power in the water, literally, if you understand how to get it. So I have understood it, I think, from a spiritual standpoint, not totally. I just know in my heart, in my deepest emotions, how important water is for us, because we're made of water and this and that. And so, and running water and being on the water, I mean, how important it is to me. And it should be to other people, Now, I know I'm a water dragon and all that kind of stuff, and I'm kind of drawn to that. But no, I mean, let's just put all that aside. There is energy in the water, period. I mean, as the oceans are lapping up and back and up and back, up and back, there's energy there. Now, I didn't know that spaceships were using it to regenerate the power in their crafts. That's a new one. But to me, if that, and I want to say I don't doubt it, because why are all these craft over the ocean all the time? That makes sense. Why would this little planet out here on the edge of the solar system be so important? Well, because if you look at some of the other planets, we don't see any water. So that means that if some of these spaceships are flying around, they're getting a little low on fuel, fuel, that they just stop by the old planet Earth and hang out over the ocean and recharge themselves and and up there, So we're a filling station. Okay, I've seen nothing wrong with that. We're a filling station. But at the same point, do we know what we have on this planet? The answer is no. We back up water and make hydroelectric power plants. I mean, I've been on Hoover Dam. My brother and I back in '99 rode jet skis back behind the dam from the lake there, and there was no white sticking out. The water was close to the top of the dam. We were there at its highest point. Since 1999, it's been going down. And I saw recent pictures of somebody there that was at Hoover Dam, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, there's a 20-foot drop in the lake. It's a big lake, it's a deep lake. But anyway, so I've been to Hoover Dam. We took the tour inside and everything. So I've been at the bottom of the dam looking up at the dam, and that's one hell of a sight, let me tell you there. Looking down is something, but when you get down to the bottom where the water's coming out and you look back up, you go, holy mackerel. But anyway, so having been around, Rowlett Park is right there where the dam is for the city of Tampa. I'm supposing it's still there on the river, on the Hillsborough River. So I used to play at the bottom of the dam. And anyway, so I've been around dammed rivers, you know what I mean? So, but that isn't the only way to get energy out of the rivers, but we don't know that physics part. And if we do, they're not telling us. They might know, but we don't. But anyway, but let's just keep the ET thing out of it. But for me, it just backs up just really how danged important water is. I mean, it was important to me before, but now there's this extra layer to how important water is and the energy. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Just, freaking wow. Oh, boy. It confirms my spiritualness about the energy in water and how it can rejuvenate us, and how if we use it correctly, and if we ask the spirits and so forth, is said in one of the cards, and it's true. I knew a Mexican woman who would use the river to scry with, and she'd stick her hand in the river and grab you by the arm and tell you stuff you really didn't want to know, or she told you stuff about yourself that you didn't think she knew, So the idea of using water to see into the future, past, present, or whatever, the old witches thing of a bowl of water, or to scry into the water. It could have been pea soup, it could have been broth. No, it's water. So through all of the cultures, through all of the years, regardless of who, the Catholics, holy water, you bless yourself when you go into church. When you're baptized, it's water. So a lot of people have known about the power of water for a long time. Hey, Deborah, Delaney Pearl, how are you? Julianne, if I didn't say hi back to you. And love to all of you. So this is not necessarily an in-depth discussion about the water, except that I think we all should, if we don't understand. All right, let me back that up a little bit. Hi, everybody. Let me have a drink of coffee. Say hi to Bob. We're having a little bit of glitching, but maybe it'll straighten out. Many people have a basic understanding of how important water is. Well, we have to drink it. We use it in our foods. We wash with it and all that. Okay. So they understand that water is important. But then there's another level of how important water is. For me, it's collecting it. It's never overusing what I need, what's necessary. I need to put a pan of water out for the kitty cats too. Now I just thought about that. Anyway, um, but my kitty cats are like, oh my God, I'll take some pictures or something. But the kitty cats, I went outside today and they were all kind of splayed out on the ground. I know I'm off topic, but I looked out there and I went, oh my God, I have a gaggle of kittens. I have a gaggle of kittens. They're just laying kind of like, I fed them earlier, then I went back out and they were just all kind of laying in the grass in different positions, but like all sort of centralized, out of whatever it was. I was like, uh, it's sort of like a covey of quail, but it's not. It's a covey of kittens, maybe. But I immediately went to it's a gaggle of kittens that I have in my yard. So, but anyway, and I was like, I got to take if they do this again, I got to take a picture. Anyway, but how important is water? Oh my God, you got to water your plants, which I need to do, by the way. But then there's the water that comes down. There's water in my well. There's water in the swamp. And then okay, well, that's the water, but then how clean is the water and what does it go through to get to where you are? So do you have clean water? And when I lived in the city, hey, Michelle, when I lived in the city, or went to town a lot, say with a friend or do some work, and wash your hands, shower off or whatever, the smell of chlorine out of the municipal Moultrie and Thomasville too now, on some days was just astronomical. So I had taken a shower and I'm like, getting chlorine gassed inside the shower there and couldn't wait to get out kind of thing. But for 2 days, I smelled like chlorine. And I'm like, now people live like that all the time, and they just have learned to accept it. But what is the long-term effect of this to them over a lifetime? And because of how, got that mosquito. Ooh, they're bathing in it, washing their hair in it, my hair doesn't crinkle like it used to when I washed my hair from city water. And at one point I used to put bleach in my water, quote, to kill any contaminants. Well, I got clay coming out it now, and people go, "Oh, you drink this stuff?" Yeah. Now sometimes I'll let it sit in a jug overnight and let most of the heavy stuff, settle to the bottom. But it's mineral water. And I know what's on my hill. I know what has not been sprayed. You know what I mean? So I know where my water's coming from. It's coming from a 20-foot hole in the ground. And it smells like water when it comes out. It don't smell like something else. You know what I mean? It smells like water. I've been drinking and making my coffee with rainwater for years now. And the only reason is because, and I've drank it straight out of the hose kind of thing. From my big tanks that I have in the backyard. People say, oh, the rainwater will kill you. Listen, that chlorine, if you've got that or something like, I'm sorry, but that's going to kill you quicker than my rainwater possibly will. Not to say it's the greatest, but I'm just saying. They, to clean up your water, they put chlorine in it, which is like the most toxic thing for us, right? So, but anyway, it's on your skin, it gets in your pores. But anyway, so if the water has been tampered with to make it clean, which I understand, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, though, in order to make it clean and potable for everyone, are you really getting the water that you deserve? You know what I mean? I mean, well, it's water, and yeah, but it's been treated. Well, okay. Well, there's fluorides in your water. Yeah. Okay, all right. But is that necessary? Are you really just, so they're adding something to the water, but in my opinion, are they taking something away from the water because they're adding it? I'm just putting this out there. Not that this is a yes or no answer. In my humble opinion, I stay away from municipal water whenever I possibly can, depending on where it's at. I mean, you can smell it out the tap kind of thing right away. And I filled up jugs and stuff and went, in parks and things where there's a smaller municipal water system. A lot of times it's just pumped straight into a tank and then gets diverted, versus going through any kind of chemical treatment or anything at the water plant. So you can live on the outskirts of town and have a water system that's not the municipal system. I'm just saying, you should check where your water comes from if you live in a town like that and what they do to it, because you might want to literally let it, if you're going to drink it or make tea or something, you need to let that water sit for a couple days, if you pull it out of the tap. But anyway, do we understand what the water means to us? Now, I'm going to just make a statement about this. People who use distilled water all the time as drinking water, please stop doing it, okay? The distilled water will leach the good stuff out of your system. Well, I want the toxins out. Think about this. If you went on a diet of water and you leached everything out, at the end of that week, then you shouldn't have to drink distilled water anymore. Once you've done your treatment, it's sort of like an enema. If you've done a week of distilled water, then when you're through with that, you should not drink it all the time unless you're consuming toxic stuff. Why should you keep using distilled water? Once in a while, fine. Get mineral water because we're lacking in minerals. Please listen to me. Do your research, but I knew one of the gods of water treatment before he passed away almost a year ago now. But Serge was the dude about water. Please listen. And just think about it. So if you're doing the distilled water to get toxins out of your system, how long do you think you should drink the water in order to get the toxins out? A month, 2 months, a year, 6 years? Or should you do it like once a week, every 3 months or so? And I'm going to go through a little bit of the thing, but this constantly doing, it's leaching other minerals out of your body. I love you. Please stop and think about this. Anyway, next on the list as far as water is what does water do for the soul? And you're probably looking at me going, Hawkeye, what the hell are you talking about? Now, ladies and guys, but ladies, you know that a hot tub of water and some suds, or, and whatever music, and you're relaxed in that tub, that's it. That's sacred right there, right? And guys do it too, not so much, but to the point of, it has become a luxury to have a bath, in that sort of in that sense. And it's like, but it's luxurious, ooh, the soap and the ivory and the thingy, and okay, I'm not going to say it ain't. Once in a blue moon, we're all psychic linked. Yeah, it is trippy. I think I said hi to everybody so far. Teresa, I didn't say hi to you, or did I? Anyway, I'm Julianne. But so you all get, I think you understand in that, wow, they're taking the hot bath and the thingy and the soaking and the thing. So it's spiritual. You got to admit that, well, that hot bath really felt good. It really, relaxed me. Yeah, it's spiritual. Just admit it. Okay. It's okay. And some baths are more spiritual than others, but to the point though, if you're relaxing in a hot tub and you're sitting there and you let things go, that is meditation. That is and you're absorbing the energy of the water. It's a magical situation. Let's be frank about this. So the next time you take a bath, maybe not quite so many bubbles, But in that, it's the water, that is the key, and maybe a little bit of salt. No perfumey stuff. Stay away from that kind of thing, because what you want is the water. You know. So, I mean, I don't want to take you out from your like hot bath kind of thingy. But just reconsider. Wait, it is the water. A little bit of suds is okay, but should big pile. I'm just saying, bubble baths are fun, but does every bath have to be a bubble bath? But anyway, so but thinking of it as a water point of view. Hey, Lady Court, Gaza, how are you? That's your guy's summer that's coming. Run around naked. Yeah, I want to go to the river tomorrow, and I've always been attached to running water. Was rafting guide in my youth. I understand, Lady Court. Yeah, second in the area on the Colorado River. Oh my God, I would miss that too. Second female. My ass got happy and jumped and did something to my. Call me Gimpy Limpy. Oh my goodness, Delaney. Pop it back into place. The rain there is cold to the bone. Yeah, it was chilly here the other day. I mean, it's chill for the middle of May. For it to be this cool down here, I am not a bitching. I'm not bitching. I'm not bitching. I'm not bitching. But it is unusual because 2 years ago it was 95 degrees at this time of year, of a low of about 75. So their unit never really got cool. I'm sitting here now, without having any of the windows open because it's chillier outside than it is in the house, and it's cool in here. It's like 70 degrees. So I had the fan on earlier, and it was too much wind blowing. I had to turn it off. But anyway, but the idea of water. So many of you understand. I mean, for me to stand outside with the water coming down in a rainstorm and splashing and taking a shower in the rain coming out, there's just something about it. Even though it's bone cold, it's still refreshing. There's something about the smell of fresh rain. You know what I'm saying? So the power of water, just in general, and how it affects us. Each one of us gets a different charge, if you will, out of the water. But I just think it's how much polarity or not that everyone should be the same. I want you to get that right now, but we're all slightly different frequencies and tones and mellows and things. So what I get out of the water would be similar to what you might get out of the water, but it wouldn't be the same simply because our makeups are different. That's all. Um, can we both get recharged from the water? Every time I'm around it, I am. I come off the river, I'm tired as hell, but my spirit is recharged and I need to go to the river. It's not that I feel necessarily spiritually down, but I want water. I want to get recharged. I want to be charged. I don't want to just, sit here and argue and say, well, I really want to go to the river. No, I need to go. Of course, now I found out today that many of the stores around here, there's not any gas. So a friend of mine came by yesterday and brought me a gallon of gas that he borrowed from me. And I was like, I'm good. And he goes, nah, folks are running out of gas down here. Take this extra gallon. You just might need it. And I was like, well, okay, fair. It was just a trade back anyway. I have that tattooed in a moon. Hey, Fox. No more mask. Yeah. Get better, Delaney. But anyway, so after seeing the video on the cause from Dante about spaceships sitting off the coast and so high up off the water, and that they're recharging their spaceships sitting over the ocean because there's energy in the water. And I said this way early on, 30 minutes ago. So I'm just kind of emphasizing this, that I already knew how important water was. But if ET is recharging their spaceships simply by hovering over the water, we're all missing something. You know what I mean? Now, spiritually, the bath, the river, standing beside a waterfall or a flowing stream, or there's something about that babbling brook that gets us all. And we just want to stand there or sit there and just look and listen and breathe in the oxygenated water and everything from if it's flowing like that. So should it rejuvenate us? Yes. Now I'm going on a trip with my sister next month, and we're going to be up near Del Rio, Tennessee, which I can't think of the other town nearby. But anyway, across the mountain into North Carolina is a hot springs area, and my niece lives there, and we're going to stop there on the way home from Ohio and stay for a couple of days. And I told my sister today on the phone, I said, I don't care how much it costs. Government sent me some extra money. I don't care how much it costs. We're gonna go get in that mineral spring. It's $50 an hour. Holy crap, per person. I was like, what? I don't care. I'll drop $100 on it. There's lots of things that I have kept for myself, but for me and my sister to go just sit in the mineral springs for an hour and get better, come on, I'm going. And you're going with me, sis. You're driving, it's your truck, but we're going. you know. But anyway, it's my vacation. What the hell? I can't go mountain climbing. I don't have that kind of thing. And I'd pay 100. I can't go horseback riding because of my spine. So of all the other fun things to do, I think I'll just sit by the creek, and the two of us will just sit here. I don't know if they serve margaritas, and I don't know if I would drink one, but the idea would be that if I drank alcohol, have a margarita, sit in the hot tub for an hour, and let's take in the minerals. And heck with it. So anyway, I'm going to have to make arrangements for that. But when I found out that my niece lived across the mountain, like 20 miles away, kind of thing, I was like, we're going to at least go check this out. And then I found out that a lot of people come from Asheville up there. So it's like, yeah. And some of them Asheville, I know people, I used to know people up there. And some of them Asheville people are snobs. Let me tell you. Oh, it's the artist community, and some of them are snobs. Let me tell you, just saying. I met some of those folks, and I'm like, I don't want to be around you. I was going to do puppet shows and things up there in the summer, at some of the places up there, because I got a friend of mine, and I don't know if she's still alive, but she taught me how to make drums. And I made quite a few of them while I was there helping her out when she broke her shoulder, or arm, whatever it was. She couldn't string them. So I made, I don't know, 30 drums, while I was there a couple of weeks. Learned how to do them. It was fun, and I learned how to do it. But anyway, but yeah, I wanted to go up there and spend the summers in the mountains. Since she already had a place and she had plenty of room, she needed help with doing drums and things. And she was close to Gatlinburg and Asheville and all these places. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. So, but anyway, it didn't work out. But in trying to, in getting in touch with people to do this, to do puppet shows or storytelling, or, in my vein of things, they were really snobbish. And I'm like, I just ain't coming up here. I don't need the money that much to come up here and have to put up with you kind of people. Well, where are you from and what do you do? And I'm like, can't I just be a person and this is what I do? I've got 10 years of records here. Is that not proof enough of who and what I am and what I can do? I've played at the Albany Civic Center several times. Albany's a fairly decent town, I did the opening of the park there near the river. But, anyway, my credentials weren't enough, and I didn't know anybody there. And I refused to be snooty. I just wasn't going there. Or run on a soaked sunset. Yep. Anyway, y'all talking about something else, which is fine. It's absolutely fine. I'm sitting here yakking about this stuff. Anyway, but being up there in Tennessee, Carolina, and there's a French Broad River up there, and I'm like, oh man. So I'm going to stay up there in the mountains for a couple of days with my niece, get to visit with my sister, and just be a mountain person for a few days. And it's been so long since I've been in the mountains. So to be able to go up there and be energized by that water, I'm really looking forward to it. So, but anyway, I spent the day in gardens, rain, sunshine, and clouds did not stop me, but now my allergies are wreaking havoc. Yeah, it has a tendency to do that to us, don't it, Teresa? But anyway, hey, Amanda. So, um, I'm talking about water, and I plan on going to visit the water. You know what I mean? I'm going to go visit my family and meet a brother that I've never met. My sister and I both. I'm going to go re-see or revisit the Lee side of the family, my brother Ron, and meet some other family members that I have only met a couple of times because they're in Ohio and we're down here. So on the 20th of June, Mother's Day, they're going to have a party for all of us to be there. So that ought to be fun. But anyway, um, where was I headed with that? Maybe not anywhere. Um, but for my vacation, if we're going to be up in the mountains, then I want some water. You know what I mean? So my sister was like, okay, um, submerge in love. Yeah, we'll see. We're gonna. Before I got on here, I was looking at a map on how to get from Chillicothe down to Newport. That's the other little town she lives near. It's a larger town, but Newport, Tennessee, and it's up in that corner, And so, but I've been through parts of Kentucky the last couple of times I went to Ohio, and rather than go 75 and go through Lexington and all that, there's a couple, especially to get to our side of the state. There's some really nice 4-lane highways through Kentucky that you can still go 65, 70 mile an hour on. And you're not on the interstate, but you end up going pretty much straight where you want to go, not over here and then back over here and drive through all these towns and traffic. Nah. So anyway, but I was looking through that and I was like, man, to just ride through the mountains with the window down in the summertime, you know, which is what I used to go to the mountains several times a year, right? For sometimes weeks on end. And I haven't been in many years. And so to be able to drive back through the Kentucky mountains and stay with my daughter in the hills is just like, wow, can you tell I'm really looking forward to it? You're coming by me tomorrow? Okay, SB. Can we play super volcano? Same thing, lots of thermal springs, and you can go for a swim. Don't go too far. Always, you'll get it. Yeah, you'll be like a cooked chicken. Yeah. Um, they say they pump the water out of this deep underground thingy. Which let's stop and think about this a moment. There are hot springs, you know, like 20 miles from my niece and her husband and family live on the mountains there, which means there's a volcano under them. You don't get fumarole vents and this, that, and the other thing. So if they're cooking mineral water, what's down under it? All together now, a volcano in the Appalachians, you know? So, well, you don't get hot springs without some kind of, some thermal heat from, I'm just saying. Same thing with the hot springs in Arkansas. They're sitting on a volcano over there. I'm just saying. Otherwise, where do you get all this hot water from? $50. Are you? Oh, and I think 29 bucks is expensive for a campsite, but that's me. We have volcanoes over, and you can't charge too much because I just go to the beach big. Yeah, that's right. 50 bucks. Yeah, to go sit for an hour. I was thinking if I talk to my niece and her husband and whatever, for a certain amount of money, they've got certain hot tubs that are, you can put up to 7 people in. And I'm like, well, let's take the whole freaking family, If I'm going to drop a dime, let's drop a dime and we'll all go. But anyway, now they might know some secret place down an alley somewhere where they go hot tubbing. They know that country. So anyway, um, Teresa, it's because the springs are near Asheville, North Carolina, and the folks around Asheville are all hoity-toity, snooty, foodie, you know, um, and they can get away with it. That's all. And they need to keep it up. So if you have a lot of people coming through, it's like 50 bucks an hour. Okay, it's a spa. It is what it is. Special place in North Carolina. Yeah, but anyway, I want to do it just because. I agree with you, Teresa, but this ain't one of them. This is one of these. They have piped in the water. They have hot tubs in places along the creek. They're clean. They're certified. They have certified masseuses. They're on the up and up. 50 bucks for somebody who's like rich and they wouldn't pay less than 50 bucks. You know how that goes. But anyway, I'm going to pay 50 bucks just because I want to be there. Now, see, the state of Florida and the state of Georgia have a thing. If you're on the Florida side, but you have a valid license, they will accept it. Same thing with Alabama because there's one of the lakes down there on it's the Three Corners area of Florida, Alabama, and Georgia. And if you have a valid license, regardless of what side of the lake you're on, you're good. All it requires is a valid license. So, but now if I go down to the Hillsborough River, go fishing with my Georgia license, they might give me some shit. But a lake or a river that is connected, like I want to go down the Withlacoochee. It starts out of Georgia and dips down into Florida, then comes back up into Georgia, and then it goes and stays down in Florida from then on. But that stretch, if you're fishing that stretch, and you got a Georgia license, but you're technically in Florida, they're not going to arrest you. They just ain't. They're not. They're nasty, but they ain't that bad. So, I get a license, and mine's I think I was $12 this year, but I get it's a elderly sportsman pass, 65 plus. But it allows me on any wildlife management area in the state, whether I fish or not, but I just want to go and park or set up or camp or sleep with the dog on an air mattress or whatever. I have that they're not going to toss me out. So, and the $7 or $10 or whatever it is, I've worked through and with many people in the fisheries department and stuff like that. I know what my dollars are going for and the different places that are being taken care of and this and that. And I want to support the wildlife in Georgia. So, but it's hunting, it's the whole 9 yards for like 12 bucks a year. And I say this is there are a lot of things that I don't like about government, but the sportsman paying for a license is not one of them. Now, I'm elderly and I get the cheap version, but I still feel that way. You know, I want to register my canoe so I can use my trolling motor, and it's $70, but it's for 3 years. So, okay, but that allows me to go anywhere with my boat on any body of water in Georgia and use any kind of power and to push my canoe other than me. I didn't know it, but I wanted to put a sail on my canoe for lakes and stuff. And if I put a sail on my canoe, I have to have it registered because it's over a certain length. And I'm like, well, some bitch, one way or the other, if I just wanted to be sailed, I would still have to have it registered with a number. I don't care, because register in the boat. If something happens and I'm tumped over and somebody comes by, they can read the number and go, that canoe belongs to David Null. This guy hit, and his fishing license is. And the way they got it in the system now, I am now sort of a client of the sportsman thing. They send me emails and stuff, but because of how our driver's license are also tied into that. So I can give them my driver's license number and they automatically know who I am in the system for the outdoors, which I just find it convenient. Some people go, well, they know too much. Look, it's the state, right? I would much rather if something to happen to me down in the swamp and nobody knew me, but they had the number on the canoe. And they could go, well, here's a canoe, here's a number, oh, this guy, and they can do it with a cell phone and find out in a couple of minutes who it belongs to and my age and where I live and all that kind of stuff. And so if something has happened to me, I got the boat number at least for them to go, well, it's David Null that's missing. That's his boat. If he ate back to the house so I'm just saying there are things that people are, oh, well, that's too expensive. Well, okay, but considering how much other things cost, I'm going to buy a license for the year. Because that I do support that. I do support the wildlife in Georgia. So anyway, it's 12:11. Misunderstanding. They took a natural occurring benefit and turned it into a profit, make it resort. Yeah, and they literally have pipes and cleaners and things and stuff. And anyway, yeah, you just don't go sit in it. Right. Jody, hi there. How are you? Yeah, well, see, I got a senior pass, but the senior pass to get into all the state stuff ain't but $7. And you can pay just the $7 online, and I can hunt. Now I need a duck stamp or certain things, but as far as hunting, I can hunt anywhere in the state too with these things. It ain't just fishing. So it's a wildlife card, but for $5 more, they send you the card in the mail that's like a credit card or your driver's license. And I'm like, $5 more. Yes, please send me that. Because I had printed it out and had it in my wallet. So, but they have my number. I can give them my driver's license and go, hey, I've lost my license or it got wet, but here's my driver's license number. You can check me out through my driver's license. So anyway, from that standpoint, hey, Susie, how are you? 11:11, 12:11. Yeah, it's 12:12 right now. There you go. But anyway, licenses and things. I agree with you, Teresa. And one of the few things that I've always been, back when I was really, really poor, it was hard to come up with the money sometimes. But to be able to go fish anywhere in Georgia, if I'm hungry and not get thrown in Hooscouts or get a ticket, I'm going to pay the one-time fee so I can go fishing anywhere. Well, now, because of this outdoor thingy, whatever, I can also hunt anywhere on these wildlife management areas, as well as fish or walk or bike or whatever. And they got wildlife management areas all over the dang place that are not, they're not parks, they're wild management areas. So every state's got them. They call them different things. in a state park, there'll be different wildlife management areas. Hey, Susie. Having worked, I knew a guy that worked in the state park system in Florida. He literally designed some of the buildings and the cabins and things like that. And any improvements to a park, he was the guy that did the layouts and the drawings and provided them to the state. Okay. I almost had a job there. But it's amazing. People say, well, I pay my taxes, but there ain't a lot that really goes to the park system. Now it might be different up there, but down here, so the park systems and things, the state budgets go like, y'all take care of yourselves. You know, that's why I don't mind paying that. I hate paying county taxes, but I'll buy a damn license. Anyway, off of that subject, let's keep with the water. Now, I haven't been to the ocean in a while. But I grew up down there, and we used to go to over to Clearwater Beach all the time, and Honeymoon Island when it was still an island and there weren't any, it might be a toll bridge now for all I know. They had just put the bridge in all them years ago. And we used to go down on the beach and literally build fires on the beach and camp all night right there. Well, you can't do that anymore, but back then we could. So I remember what it was like. And I'm not really a beach person. Now, I like to go to the ocean, but it's sundown. And I like to be there in the evening, watch the stars, feel the breeze. If you want to go down to the ocean at night, I'm your guy. If you want to go during the day and sit, I'm not your guy. Okay. I'll wait till the sun is low in the sky. But the evening, walk along the beach, I love it. But I don't love it enough to live there. I mean, I used to go down to Panacea more often than I do, but in the last couple of years, I haven't been to the ocean either. I got a friend of mine that's got a house down there that's like a mile from the water, and down there at Panacea. And Tommy would he'd let me stay down there even if he wasn't there. He'd tell me where the key was, but I haven't had the opportunity. My truck's been, so I haven't even been to the ocean in these last 2 years, and blame it on the COVID for part of it. But but the idea, though, the energy from the ocean is what I wanted to refer to, not when was the last time I've been. But I'm remembering how it used to feel to stand on the beach and to feel the ocean breeze, So if I can't physically walk on the beach, I'm going to remember it. Now, I remember babbling water and mountains better than I remember the ocean. I think it's because the mountains were more special to me. But anyway, hey, Ed. 12:17, we got 2 to go. I have a conversation ID card. It loads tags and licenses, so if you lose your stub, it's on your card. Yeah. A lot of stuff I think is useless, but I'll buy a hunting. Well, I didn't hunt, but now the licenses that for the elderly include that. I'm like, okay. And I probably have enough turkey in my backyard. I wouldn't have to go anywhere if I really needed to go hunting. And there's deer in my backyard too. But anyway, up around Cuthbert, they've got some mule deer up there. Some bitches are huge. They look like reindeer. I mean, compared to now we got some pretty good sized bucks down here and doe. But up around Cuthbert and Little Grand Canyon in Georgia over there along the Alabama line, and actually into Alabama on the other side, Them deer are another 3 to 6 inches taller than these down here. They grow big up there, let me tell you. But anyway, but how important is water to all of this and the energy thereof of the water? Because one of the things that I just simply wanted to stress on to people, there are so many ways that we just take water for granted. Well, we can buy it at the store, we can drink it, we can shower, we can do, we can that, and we just kind of sort of take it for granted. And for me, I got 2 1,000-gallon tanks full of water, plus my backyard and my well. But to the thing about water, though, I consider water very, 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 very precious, because I've been through several droughts down here. What by this time in May, we wouldn't have water, we wouldn't have rain until November. And we were already in a stress condition by this time 2 years ago, and for several years. So the idea that we've got water this year, we had water last year, not quite as much, but we had water more normal that when I remember back 20, 30 years ago. This year it's cool outside. It's going to be in the upper 50s, low 60s. Holy cow, it's middle of May. And we had showers the other day. There's, everything's had enough water that nothing's in any kind of drought stage. Oh my God, I'm tickled to death. But 2 years ago, it was not like this. And next year, it might not be like this. So over the many years that I've been here, I'm really treasuring the water this year, because of the lack of water the last few years. I mean, it was like 8 years, 10 years that we were in a drought. Nasty, nasty business. And that's why I'm still in the habit of washing clothes and then flushing the toilet. It's still my habit. Use the water twice. Wash my clothes and flush the toilet. What a way to go. Anyway. But if I run out of water, I still know how to do this. You know what I mean? Because we have been more prone to drought than we have been prone to even normal water, not excess, but just normal water. So the idea that this year is normal. Whoa, 12:20, holler at me. Oh, 12:21. Let's all just take a deep breath. It's been an hour and 3 minutes. Like, for example, I keep a little dish in the sink. Well, a lot of times, not all the time. But in this little bowl, pot, whatever it is, sometimes it's a bowl that I've rinsed out and just left in there. But if I want to rinse my hands off, I put my hands in that water, get my hands wet, put the soap on, do all this thing, and then I turn on the water to rinse my hands off. I don't turn on the water, let it run, and wash my hands and all that. Nah, that's wasteful. But sir, there are so many people, when I watch a commercial and how people are using water and this kind of thing, I go, you just can't do that here. I'm sorry, you just can't do that here. Well, but the water that they're in the bowl, it had food in it. Well, so I'm getting wet so the soap will wash, and then I'll rinse that and the bowl out. So there's a little mashed potato still left in the bowl. I'm washing my hands. Yeah, but that water, you need clean hands you need clean water to wet your hands that are dirty so you can clean them and then rinse them with the clean, but anyway. But when you start adding this up with people and how they never really think about how they're using water, there are folks who just turn on the water and and that's normal to them. That's not normal here, because we respect how much water do we need? And we use the water sometimes 2 or 3 times, depending on what I'm doing and the time of year and if we're in a drought. But always leave a little water in a bowl, rinse something out, get some soap on it, and then turn on the clean water and rinse the soap off. Okay, so but what? It saves a lot of water. And when you have a well like I do and so forth, that little bits of water, they add up. But people in the cities and have deep wells and things, they really don't consider that. So, but if that water is taken away from them, which I hope it doesn't, I don't think they understand just how important the water is because they don't think about it, is my point. Every time I turn on my water, I think my well, my water, my this, my that. I go outside and get rainwater for my coffee. I do this and that. I wash my clothes and flush the toilet. So if the toilet needs flushed, I better wash some clothes. It works both ways. But the idea, though, that for me, water is precious, but other people just don't. And it's okay. Not everybody needs to think the way I do, but in how I have evolved here at this place, in order to stay here, there are a lot of people who would have moved off this property the last couple of years because of the drought. There's no water. There's no this. I still don't have enough money to put in a deep well, and I don't know if I would because it requires 220. But anyway, I still need help drilling this well in the back. Elderberry, if you ever want to come down here and bring your son or whatever, I would need help drilling this well right back here behind my house. I got all this stuff to do it with, and it'd be fun. And within a day or so, I would have more fresh water than I ever could imagine. But anyway, because of all the sand in my backyard and how the natural filtering of the water through my hill, where the water comes from the sky, hits my property, it goes into the hill, it ends up in my backyard as part of a great big reserve. I know where this water comes from. You know what I mean? And it's not 300 feet down. It's easy to get to, even if I had to connect a hand pump. Okay, so that's sort of where I'm at with this. But anyway, but how I value water versus other people, because they just have it, it's always there, it's available. They don't think the same ways that I do about the importance of that water because it's so readily available to them. Now, I'm not blaming anybody, or anything, because this is the choice I made. Now, trust me, I had no idea we'd go through 12 years of freaking drought down here, but that's why I put in these big tanks with rainwater. And they have gotten me through when I didn't have rain for 6, 7, 8 months. And I mean, we'd get a shower, but the shower though could refill both tanks because I tried to use out of both of them. This tank over here closer to the back, I used to flush the commode with. The tank over here on the other end was used for other stuff, the kitchen and that kind of thing, because it's on that end of the house. So was using the water that way. But there were 4 or 5 people here at one time during that time too, where we were all trying to take showers and stuff. And I was like, look, you need to do the old military shower. Number one, you turn it on long enough to get wet, turn it off. And I've got it. You can mix the water, and then I'll also stand over a bucket. So any water that I'm, getting wet or whatever is going to, some of it's at least getting caught by the bucket. So then you turn the water off, you lather up good, you do your thing, you scrub, you do and everything, and then you turn the water off and you rinse off. And while you're rinsing, trying to get some of that water in that bucket because you can flush the commode with it, right? So that's the double. But it's like everybody got along, and we ended up seeing between us, because that 5-gallon bucket, how much water could you save during your shower and still have a shower? And 2 gallons 3 gallons of water at the bottom of a 5 gallon bucket is pretty damn good when, you've been out and you're washing and you're rinsing off and all that kind of stuff. So when you're cognizant of how much water you're using, because you say them 3 gallons of water, I have to tote that 3 gallons of water in. I have to heat that 3 gallons of water up. So it gets a whole lot more complicated than just being able to turn on that shower and get hot, cold water in. But when I do have that, it's like, rather than let the water run like most people do with a shower, I turn it off to conserve. And I catch it in a bucket, and back in the times when my garden was going and stuff, I would take that and some of the water, if I'd already flushed the commode, then I would take some of that bucket water from the shower and I would take it out to the garden. There are a lot of uses for slightly soapy water, So when you're really looking at the value of the water and how valuable it really is. So in my world, I'm describing this, but for a lot of people, none of that exists in their world. And it's okay. That's how they live. This is not but it's the awareness of the water that I'm talking about. So if you bring your awareness closer to the water, and I mean, I'm tied to the land with this water, my well and the rainwater and and the swamp. I'm tied to the water. But I look at other folks and they just use the water. Well, I go to the beach and I go to the river. And I'm not trying to belittle anybody. But my choices have been, when I look back over other folks and living conditions and stuff, and I go, wow, I really don't use much water at all. I'm really conservative, and to a lot of people, I say, for me, it's like I'm camping every day. But I've gotten into this rhythm, and simply because I have more water doesn't mean I really should use it. I mean, my well's up enough now, but if I start using it up and there's not enough in the hill to replenish it, then I'm going to have less water in 2 weeks and my well's going to drop. So I still use only what I need. If I need it, I turn it on. It ain't like I won't use it, but my point is if I don't need it, I'm not going to run it. But how many people see the direct relation? I use 5 gallons here in the house. I go up and open up and look down the well. I see that it's dropped this far. That's a direct relation to how much water you got. You know what I mean? Now with my rainwater, I can still gauge how much water have I used by simply, I got a hose and I hold it up next to the side. So here's the top. And so I'm holding the hose like this and it comes up here and it's spewing water out and it gets slower, and then it stops. Not quite to the top. So that means there's about, the water is this far from the top of this big tank. So as I use the water, I use the hose and put it next to it and go, okay, I've used this much. Okay. Now I could calculate how many gallons, but it's more of a look thing, Okay, I've used this much of 1,000 gallons, maybe 100-ish. So, and I say, well, if we get a good rainstorm, that 100 gallons could come in a really good, a half-inch, 1-inch rain could refill that 100 gallons back up in my tank out there. So that's something that is renewable to me. But anyway, my relationship to water, besides being on the river, is really closer than a lot of other people are. So for those of you who do not have a close relationship to water, I'm asking you gently to reconsider that. When you turn the water on, stop and think of Dave and go, wait a minute, what would Hawkeye do in this situation? Am I really using too much water? Should I have a little pan in the bottom in the sink, that a little bowl or something for wiping my hands or something, enough to get, some butter off my fingers or something, instead of turning on all the water on. Is that really necessary? Because the more you respect the water, in my humble opinion, because all of the water is connected, then there's respect that you give to the water for what it is and what it gives. I know that may sound like a stretch to you, but if you've got water in your sink, like I do, I turn it on and within a second it comes out. There's water right in the pipes right there. So that means the water in that pipe is connected down into the pipe and into the thing that eventually goes up to the tank, and is the pipe goes down into the ground, into the well. It's connected to the groundwater. So if the water's in the pipe, then it's connected. Don't care where you are. High rise, low rise, swamp or the mountains, doesn't matter. The water is connected. So all the water, all the water in towns and the big tanks and all the underground. Think of all of that, if that was, and there's energy stored in that water. Now, many years ago, when I was doing a lot of plumbing repair and stuff in Moultrie, I was taking out lead pipe, the old galvanized pipe, and putting in new plastic and CPVC for the hot and that kind of thing, and did a lot of replumbing for people. Old houses from the 1920s and 30s, and crawling up into there and replacing all that stuff. And some of those pipes, because they also attached to the pipes because they went down into the ground, they used those pipes as grounding for the house. So your ground wire for the electric in your house was tied to, guess what? The electricity in the plumbing in your house. And, there'd always be a strap or a thing, now they use separate ground rods, but back then, and phone companies, not until a few years back, if they could ground the phone line to a piece of galvanized pipe that was still being used, because that's a perfect grounding, So the pipes would literally, because of the electrical current in the water, because it's the grounding of one loop of 110, or the ground for 220, which means two 110s, that there is a pulse of electricity always present in the water. And it's through the electrolysis of the water and the electricity, the electrolysis, that eats the inside of the galvanized pipes out. And they would be close. I mean, a 3/4 inch pipe, okay? And that's outside, a little bit smaller on the inside, right? Would be caked shut to where you could, I'm talking about, it would just be going through the pipe. And it'd be a whole length. And so as I got to looking at these things and talking to old plumbers, they said, oh, the pipes are doing that because they always took the ground wire to the pipes. And I was like, well, what does that mean? Electrolysis. Holy crap. Oh, holy crap. So the minerals in the water, the chemicals in the water, and the fact that, and that water conducts its own energy, we're finding out. And now you've got a grounding wire attached to all of the water systems, not just yours in the house, but your neighbors and your neighbors, because they're all attached with all this old piping, right? And now they've replaced a lot of it, but consider that the water itself has energy, and they were using the house energy from your electric thing to kind of add to the situation. So now I've understood this for a long time. So most people have no idea what I'm talking about. But it doesn't have to be a lot of current, but the fact that the water is always kind of sort of bubbling. That's what it means. electrolysis. There's always this little bubbly thing going on. And whatever the water is touching, it's going to bubble against it. So anyway, but now some of these pipes, it took 20 years, but that's not the point. The point is that it happened when technically, if you were just using the water, that shouldn't happen. Okay. So I don't have any electricity that's tied to my plumbing, and 90% of my plumbing, there might be the odd piece of, galvanized somewhere, but there's galvanized up at the pump where it needs to be. And galvanized tank that the water sits in up there. But it's plastic pipe, and have had it for years. People will be, aren't you worried about plastic pipe? And I'm like, I would hate to dig up the pipe that comes from the well down here. And I think one of these days I'm probably going to have to, because there's not there's anything wrong with it. But I put thin wall in instead of thick wall. And one of these days, I'm going to regret that and going to have to dig up the yard. But until that time, at least I know where the pipe is. And I probably should do it sooner than later, now that I'm thinking about it. But, if I get a big wet spot out in the yard, I'll know where the pipe is. That's how I found it the last time. But anyway, so about this, the respect for water. So I'm telling this story because of how integrated me and my life in this place is to water, and I don't have ponds and things and stuff, not yet anyway. With fingers crossed, we want to build a pond in my down back here and at least grow crawdads. Maybe a few catfish. Hey, Ed, all modern homes got plastic water lines. Most of them do. Yep. I'll keep programming my drinking water. Okay. If it works for you, then, keep doing it. But anyway, so I'm just sort of giving a history about the water thing, and electricity and stuff. But the idea, though, that water in and of itself is a conductor, and that there's energy in the water, galvanized pipe or plastic, it doesn't matter. If anything, for those of you who've ever worked around a plastic a little bit, and I've some of this pipe in my yard has been here 30 years, so I cannot complain. And haven't had, I ain't gonna talk about it no more. So this idea that it won't last and it's no good, blah, blah, blah. I'm not really on board with that. Having done my own plumbing and so forth, I'm like, so far, so good, but I realized at some point I should probably dig it up and put in better pipe just so it will last even longer, But anyway, there are people who have water lines that they will run an electric line next to it. Now, supposedly, you have to have the electric wire, like coming from the pump into the house and stuff. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because, well, usually you need, electric for your pump or whatever. Why dig 2 trenches? I've done it myself, but I will put water in a pipe and then I will put the wire in a pipe so as you can't bust through it, blah, 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 and break into the water pipe, electrocute somebody. So if you got 220 wire, you really want to have it in its own conduit, right? It can be water pipe, but it just needs to be in its own, not just bare. But a lot of people just bury that wire with the pipe. And now you say, well, it ain't touching the pipe. Well, plastic in and of itself, even in working with, a lot of things that I built for my puppets were made, some of the stands and everything, they were all made out of 1/2-inch plastic, a PVC pipe. And my puppet racks, so they were real light and I could carry them. And, and I tested and angles and weight and stuff and how much weight they could hold. And it's amazing what a 1/2-inch piece of PVC will do when it's, when it's braced correctly. And so anyway, but it also has a static charge to it. So you put electricity running beside it, you know, and the pump is grounded with the electricity. Your tank, that means, is kind of sort of grounded too. Now, mine isn't. My ground wire comes from the house. But because there's a grounding to the motor that pumps the water that has to go through the pump and the winding and so forth, it picks up an electrical charge. Okay, it just does. Now, because of the tank that I have, it can dissipate into the galvanized versus because I don't use a lot of water. If I ran water all the time, then I would be getting this charge inadvertently through the metal housing of the pump and the grounding through the wire, you know. So there is another electric charge plus the pump creating a vortex and adding that. So there's all these things to the water, and you think, well, it just comes out my tap. Yeah, but somebody's pumping it, somebody's moving it. There are pumps in the system somewhere that keep the water so you can get it at the tap. So there are pumps involved. There's electricity involved. Whether the pipes are plastic or not my point. But there is still a charge within the system. So the faster the water moves along in the plastic, it will build up a static charge in the plastic from the plastic and just mingling with itself. Now, it's not a lot, but that's not my point. It's still potential. So there is energy in the water, no matter what point you touch it. And because it's all connected through all the pipes, regardless of the piping, it's all connected back to the earth. So if you respect a mountain stream or whatever your picture is, then respect when you turn on the tap, or how many times do you flush the toilet, or can you rinse out a pair of stockings or some underwear and shorts or something, and instead of throwing them in a washing machine, and then flush your commode with that. If you think about this, well, does it matter? Yes, it really, 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 really does. When you show respect to the water, people will wash stuff and then open up the drain and let it go down when they need to flush the commode. I'm just saying, put a bucket and down it goes. Use it double. Don't be stupid. But in that's your respect to the water, because it's going down the drain, down the toilet, into the septic tank or into the system, and it's going to get one way or the other. It's going to end up back in the earth. They don't just hold this wastewater, they treat it, because I've worked on treatment plants. They treat it, and then this effluent, it goes back into the streams and back into the stuff. You get that shit water back. It don't just go away. So you say, well, it doesn't really matter. Oh, yes, it does. If people were to slow down their use of water, and I don't mean by buying a new dishwasher. I'm like, oh, it uses all this. If you've already rinsed your shit off to put it in the dishwasher, then you're an idiot for having a dishwasher. Anyway. Our respect for the water before we use it, as we use it, and when we get done with that water, because the water goes back to the system. It goes right back to the earth. At some point, somewhere, it goes back to the water. So it never leaves the cycle. So I just want you to say that if you haven't really thought about this or meditated on it, it's a lot more important than folks want to give it credit to. So if you, weird day, mood today. Yeah, man, it was, wasn't it? But so I know there's a lot of people with my idea and this concept of how we respect the water. Say thank you when you turn on the tap. And as the water runs over your hands or whatever, say thank you. And it doesn't mean you're trying to program the water. You're just the water is going to know that you're thanking it. And that, I thank it all the time. I'm so glad I still have water. Um, but to those folks who just don't consider it at all, it's just there. They flush the toilet. It goes down the drain, and then there's no two thoughts about this or that. Okay, I'm not gonna bitch at you, but do you? Well, I don't really want to do this. I really don't want to say this because it's a comparison. But in the grand scheme of things, my respect for water is deeper than a lot of folks. And I hate to draw that because in most things try to give everybody, we're all equal in this. But this is one of those things that I can draw a line and go, I don't know. I know there are people who respect water like I do. Don't get me wrong. But your average Joe Schmo out there or Jane Schmaine, whoever, is not really paying any attention to what that water means. To me, it's gold. To me, it is what it is. And it is life. It is all of the above. Hi, Steve. I hand wash my dishes and use the water on my plants. There you go. And see, I mean, there are those of us who understand it and it's not a big deal. And I don't mean it's any of us here, but I'm just saying in the understanding of the universe and the respect, if we're giving respect to nature, how much respect are we giving to the water before, during, and after we use it? I'm just saying. Please consider. Hey, Ed, I swirl my water and bless it before I drink it. Good. I honestly mean that. That kind of sounded a little sarcastic, but it wasn't meant that way. I mean, good. you know. But it's not only what we drink, though, Ed. As we take it in, we say thank you, swirl it, whatever. I mean, that's all great. But in the washing and the flushing and the washing with your, there are things that folks that I know will throw in the wash machine, and I go, man, I would wash that in a bucket and use that water. My stuff's just as clean, and would have flushed the commode with that. And they're using clean water to flush the commode. And then they wonder why, because there was on restricted water too, why they was running out of water. I'm like, well, why do you keep using this damn washing machine? Well, it's my underwear and my socks. Put them in a damn plastic bucket, wash them by hand. It's not that hard, and then flush your mode with it. If you're on water restriction, then why are you running your damn washing machine to begin with? I can't afford to run a washing machine. Now I could. I've got an old ringer type, so that I literally put as much water in as I want. And but it's currently not working. But the idea, though, that and that's my fault actually. But I got to the point where if I'm washing it outside, then the water ends up outside. So I can't flush my commode without toting the water all the way back into the house. So I haven't really pushed the washing machine because I've been getting by with hand washing and flushing and stuff. That works for me. But anyway, uh, now not on big items, but my normal everyday pair of shorts and a pair of jeans, everything is done in, I can wash it really nice. If it needs a little extra, I can tell by the color of the water. My stuff's clean. I don't use a dryer because that's just excess energy to me. I use the clothesline. But I know everybody can't do what I do. And I go back to, though, I made these plans 40 years ago. Regardless of how you are, if you look at your situation and it ain't going the way you kind of sort of like, then you still have time before you get my age to make a change. And as difficult as it may seem or be, you may be better off in the long run versus waiting until later and then you get stuck. So, but anyway, I'm just talking in general to anyone who might be listening. But there are folks out there who are going to get stuck in places and they're not going to know how or what to do if for any reason the water goes off. Now, at the moment, there are places down here that are out of gasoline because the pipeline went down, the control went down. Water mains in big cities and so forth like that, guess what? They're connected to these computers and things and could be hacked. So what if water mains were suddenly shut off in places? And so many gallons and so many millions of gallons and then all of a sudden water mains shut off. Or what about sewers? What if somebody shut off the sewers and the sewers backed up? I mean, so there are all kinds of things and tricks and stuff that's all now, got some kind of computer control to it. I mean, even 20 years ago, we had what we called numerical control. It would send a signal, not necessarily by a computer, but there was a program running, but it was on each machine. So it was independent. This machine is programmed with this logic, and that's how it runs. So, but anyway, they did connect them later on to the internet, but at the time they were individual, and still, even though the machines were connected together with the internet, if one machine went down, it did not affect the other machines. Whereas some things now are more linked together through the computer, and if one goes down, they all go down. I was trying to think. If the core value goes down in the program, then they'll all go, "Whoops, what's going on?" And they'll quit to get further instruction. It's sort of like rebooting it. That's the worst it would get with these machines that we worked with, and there were hundreds of them. But to think about, we weren't controlling public municipalities or pipelines or anything like that. But having worked with, Alan Bradley and the programming and that kind of thing, I understand that logic. And sometimes the logic can get screwed up from a power surge or whatever, and the machine will just stop. It just won't work. And you have to go over and go, what the hell happened? And it's like, tripping a breaker, and you had to redo it. What is the right about the situation? If we believe we can make distilled water into anything we need, just add minerals and vitamins. I make biscuits from scratch. Isby, if you have to distill water and then add stuff back to it, you're missing the whole point. Now, if you're getting water that's fully chlorinated and fluoridated, then you might want to distill it. But the idea, though, if you've got mineral water and your water is good, why would I distill my water when there's already minerals in the water? So the idea, I know there are some of you who are really into this distilled thing. You really need to revamp what you're doing. I ain't going to talk more. Y'all do what you want to do. Okay. You know what you know. And I used to work with water experts. I'm going to leave it at that again. Deborah, how funny the efficient washers just use don't really conserve anything. Yep. They just make people feel good about wasting it. Deborah, you're absolutely right. I was watching this one commercial about, 4 gallons for every 2 minutes if you leave the tap on. And I was like, it that's because you didn't plug the sink up yet, dumbass. And you're not using the sink for what it's supposed to be. It holds water so you wash dishes, you know. But the idea though that because I've known a lot of people, you know, apartments and stuff, and and I go, the plate is clean. And if it were my house, it'd be like over clean. But I'm like, it's clean. Well, no, we got to put it in the dishwasher. Why? Well, you know, because it gets extra clean. Really? Okay. Well, because it swirls and it does all this fancy stuff. You just washed your dishes. Now you used to wash the dishes in the same water when you were growing up as a kid and as a young adult and even into middle aged. You used a sink. And the dishes went in the sink and you scrubbed them and you did your thing and you rinsed them off over there and put them in the thing. So that's not good enough anymore. You have to have power wash and you got to have this wash, you know, but it's for convenience. No, it ain't. And we're conserving water. No, you're not. Oh, you know, anyway, I can wash my dishes in a half a gallon of water easy and they're clean, you know? Now, I don't have a bunch of people around and all this kind of stuff, but the thing is that, you know, the old timers had a tub that they put in there one side of the sink and they filled it up even more full than the sink would hold. And you put your dishes in, all the dirty, you know, you scraped them off first, let the dog lick the good stuff off, you know, gave the cat what it needed, and then you rubbed everything off into the garbage or the pan or whatever it was before it went in the water. So all you had to do was just wash it off and into rinsing water and it's done, dry, you toweled off and in the cabinet, you know. We used to do it all the time, and within a few minutes, all the dishes were done and put away. Oh no, got to put them in the dishwasher. Okay, and then you got to put them up. And I was like, well, why you do that? I think to a lot of people, the dishwasher is the place where they can stuff. It's in the dishwasher. It's in the dishwasher. You know. Well, where's your bowl? Well, it's still in the dishwasher. I didn't put it up yet. Well, what about say it's in the dishwasher? You know, hey, they're clean spoons. Get it out of the dishwasher. You know the drill. Okay. But the scam about how much water people are saving, I just want to wring their throats. And just go, you're not paying attention. You really don't know. But having worked with plumbers and people and like my friend Serge, who literally knew how to take acidic, nasty chemical, you can't even touch it without gloves and make it potable, you know. He knew what to do. Hey, Cherry, how are you? Look, everybody's got their own thing, and I am not going to pick anyone apart about it, okay? But my point to that is your relationship to the water, your relationship to how it's used, your relationship to what happens to it after it gets. I mean, so when you include your thoughts to what you're doing with the water, is my biggest point that I want to point out. So for me, I'm really attached. Where other people are like, yeah, they're okay. I program my water and I do all this stuff. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. I think I just already assume that the water I get is already programmed, but I don't have other people's tap water and stuff. My situation is much different. So also look at your situation and see if maybe there are ways that you can get water from some other place that you don't have to add minerals. It's already good mineral, some kind of spring water. Sometimes, like up in the hills, there would be places you'd stop by this old store, add a little thing on the side, and you stop in there and you go, hey, you got a spigot? Where you get your water? Well, we got an old pump out back. and you say, good, you mind if I get a gallon of water? And they go, no, go ahead. So depending on where you live and where to go, you can stop by and get a gallon of mountain water or spring water or good water that's from a deep well versus municipal water. And depending on the size of the community, it might not, like the small town of Meigs, I don't think they have a water treatment. It just goes up into the tank from a deep well. So I would rather have their city water than Moultrie city water that goes through treatment. You follow me? So, but with that said, if you know where you're getting your water from and what's being done to the water, and if you've got city water and it's been treated, all that, there are alternatives. Because when my well was dry and I had to bring water in here, I was toting 5 gallons every time I went to town. I was toting 5 gallons back, or maybe 10, because we were bathing with it, and we were flushing the commode with it, and I mean, back then it was like living in the desert. It was so bad down here with no water. But we got by. I'm still here after all these years and living through this, but that puts me closer to the land and what I feel and know about the water. Okay, just include it. And you may think that what you're doing, you might want to look for other alternatives, because you might not get distilled water all the time, and that's just I'm sorry. Every time somebody uses distilled water, if you could hear the folks upstairs screaming at me, going, "No, no, not again." I have to keep my mouth shut. I've said enough. I lock the wash and dry and dishes. I know they're clean and unbroken. Good night, Isby. Stay safe wherever you're at. So in all the things that we learn about this, if we're not sure of our water, then we look around for other sources. And sometimes out in the country at a country store, they've probably got their own well water. So you can stop with keep a couple of, I used to always keep a couple of jugs with me. And just because, right? But you find one of these country stores, and and they got water out there that you can wash your windows with, if they got a gas pump or something, and you can pretty much bet your ass that it's a deep well. And so I'll get a couple of gallons, and they don't mind at all, especially when I didn't have any water. So there were places I would go and buy stuff and go, look, I'm here again. I need a couple of you'd get some of the best, cleanest tasting water from these little country stores out in the middle. I'm thinking of a particular place on the way to the river, and it's a little community, but they got their own water there and everything. You can stop by there and get a couple of gallons of water. Nothing said. You don't have to pay anything. Just buy something at the store, and they're good with that. And but like I said, when I was out of water and having to tote every bit of water in here, cleaning this and that one, it was a pain. So I got to know where the best water was, and it was never in town. I had one jug that I filled with town water for washing clothes and going in the commode, but not for drinking. I mean, if I had to, I would drink that water, but no, this was drinking water from certain places, and that was washing your hands or something kind of water. I wouldn't have drank it because of the chlorine and how it was treated. So, but anyway, in the lesson that all those times taught me how valuable it is, where the best water is, where to get it in time. Well, I can't get to Moultrie. Yeah, well, there's a little store over here and they got some water and they don't mind you getting a gallon or two. Oh, that's good to know. And it's the local water and it's not treated and it's, yeah, deep well. Yeah, okay. So, and it tastes good. It's got minerals in it. But anyway, but the idea though that, a few of you here got to see some of my Farm on Scotty show. I didn't. 24 acres would be wonderful. Yeah, there was a Chinese man who did a thing. It's called the One Straw Revolution for any of you all that might. And I think he took like 20, 21 acres, 26 acres, 27, 25 acres, something like that. And of course, it was in China and it was on a hill, but they turned it into where it could feed 4 people on a regular basis. Now, you had to kill chickens. You had your own egg. You had ducks. You had this. You had goats. So if you wanted meat, you were going to have to butcher it yourself. But because they were country folk and up in there, and that's what they were raising it for, they also knew the value of that too. They had fish ponds that were included in this 20 plus acre. It was 25 or less acres. But anyway, and it was by a Chinese man called, and the title of the book is called The One Straw Revolution. And if you ever get a chance to see it or whatever, it's a very interesting book. It put me, and I've had this book upstairs since I've moved here. And I would love to be able to put a pond up higher than me and have water come down and all that kind of thing, but it just don't work here. Although, if we had regular climate and regular this, I could put a pond up higher up on the hill and it would collect the water that would come down and oh man, that would be great, but not quite. So anyway, but I got this piece of property with that in mind, but his climate better than my climate for the elevation and all that to work. Anyway, if I had more resources to put it in, I could make it work, but I don't have that kind of money. Although my friend Rob, we were talking about, of all the people that I know at the moment, I would rather him have this property and take it over and mow it and keep it up because he loves the place. Where I can't get anybody else to seem to even come and visit me, and I'm not trying to speak bad on anybody. Everybody's got their life, but when somebody shows respect for something, that automatically catches my eye and my heart. So I'm like, man, in that though, we were talking yesterday and he goes, I'm still trying to work on a backhoe because we want to dig a trench back here in the back and start a pond. Pond fishing is the best if you're really hungry and can't afford to buy a lot of meat. Right, Teresa? And we got a lot of ponds around here. In fact, he was coming back from fishing. Rob was yesterday. And but I got ponds nearby that if I had to, I could sneak into. And if the world comes to an end, I'm going over there fishing, because a lot of times some of these people don't even live here and they've got 2-3 acre ponds. And I'm sorry, I'm going fishing. If there is any fish in them, but I know how to get by on very little. I know how to gauge myself, I guess. It's sort of like, when I was I've been down on the river quite a few times and I don't take a lot of food. I don't take a lot of this others. I take too much camping gear and tarps and shit, but that's come in handy. But as far as food and trying to do great big things, no, I'll take a couple of eggs in a jar and do some scrambled eggs or just put them in some water and boil them and eat a hard-boiled egg out down there or boil it before I leave the house kind of thing, and take a couple of hard-boiled eggs with me. Some of these make a sandwich or two of something that I like and put it in one of these little, tote bags that are uh, thermal thingies. One's a collapsible thing I got. It's all tore up and everything. But when Duggar and I went down the river the other day, I took one of those frozen, put them in the freezer in a plastic thingy. One of those, 2 drinks and something else in there. And when I got back after the 2 or 3 hours on the river, the second drink was still icy cold. And I was like, yeah, man, that's great. And then there was the next day, I just brought it in and set it on the table, and I opened it up, and there was something in there, and it was still icy cold after 24 hours. And I was like, so one of those little frozen thingies in a decent thermal bag, and that's all you need. So, but people will take big thermoses and this and that, and I was like, well, if you're going camping or you're going to eat, you got 20 acres of forest. You get a Bigfoot in there. Yeah, I got 18 and a half. His is bigger than mine. LOL, Barry. But in that though, whether you've got 20 acres or not, if you're talking about sustainable living on a day-to-day basis, 20 acres ain't enough. You really got to plan your shit for 20 acres. 1 or 2 people. I ain't talking about a family of 4. And back in the days, man, people used to live off of less than that. So, but with the amount, there used to be quail around here. There used to be all these different kind of critters and stuff. There used to be lots of dove around here. Not so much. Way back in the day, there used to be pheasant all the way down here, but there used to be wild quail and this and that. There used to be wild rabbits. I haven't seen a wild rabbit, and I can't remember the last time. They are all gone, and here's the reason: the hawks and the owls have picked them all off. How do I know that? Because when the rabbits disappeared, my kitty cats started disappearing. So I've got 5 kittens right now, and I'm not wishing any harm, but we'll see in a month if there are still 5 kittens. I'm just saying. It's happened too many times, I know. LOL, Teresa. T-5. Oh, we coming up on that again? Good. I've only hit this thing twice, so I got a little fuzzy going on. But anyway, so for my topic of conversation, though, respect the water at all points, coming and going, and while you're using it, and when you flush it down the commode, just think about all of it's related. So, in the message that I was getting a couple of days ago, and then on the channel for the cause, the topic for today was water, and I was like, I swear to goodness that I don't have any conscious connection. All right. But the synchronicities with the message that I get a day or 2 ahead, and then the topic will show up. For me, this is another one. Okay. I've talked to some of you about some of the other things. I won't go into them now. I'm not trying to compare, but there is a synchronicity, because I was like, I need to get to the river and there's the water and the thing. And we, thankful for the rain. And I was just, went over the river tonight looking at how high it was and the flow and this and that. And then I get home and it's like, ooh, there's a video about water, and there's ET, getting energy off of the ocean. I'm going, wow. So for me, it just signifies water really, really is even more important than I was given the water credit. I knew it had a lot of stuff, but I didn't know it could power a spaceship, you know? So somebody, well, I don't know if that's really true or not. Well, okay, that's okay. I have a mobile home coming out on our block. One is coming to stay a while. 3 minutes and counting. 118. Yep. This clock over here is losing time. It's 121. I mean, it's 12:21 by my house clock. Yeah, I hope it's safe, Julianne. Why did I say that? I don't know. Is it safe? That was a strange thing for me to say. No idea why, Jules. Okay. They just popped out. But so anyway, um, I think what got me started was the card I pulled the other night that kind of showed up a little. It showed itself to me, at least, was the frog card and the cleansing and the attachment to water. And also the beaver card, which it's with the family and water. There's very much an attachment with water and the land. And so I was thinking on the cleansing of the frog, right? And what that meant. And, in the reading that from the book about the frog, I was thinking of all the frogs that were croaking at the same time in my backyard and how loud it was. But if you go walking in my backyard, your chances of seeing a frog are very little because they're tree frogs. They're on bushes. They're not on the ground. They're high up in a tree, 10 feet, 12 feet, sometimes higher than that. But when they all get to chirping and singing, oh my God, a cacophony of frogs, to go along with my gaggle of cats. But anyway, water generate. I really want to do some permaculture project with someone else. Yeah, I'm really way behind on my project, but it's okay. I'm still working on it. And I don't know if it'll be permaculture or not, Sherry, but it has to do with my porch and the things that I've got planned in my head and how I want the water to start at the top and go down and down and down and down and down and self-watering, and then 12-volt return watering kind of things and simple stuff. But anyway, yep, it's 121, and I'll take another one just because. Yes, the tree frog chorus is deafening at my house. I bet you, Elderberry. And so, not to say that y'all don't know, but down here, when it's quiet, you can hear a pin drop a half a mile away. But when the frogs get it up and start that chorus, you can't hear. I mean, it's like what? I mean, it is loud. Owls, frogs, cows, frogs sing. Yep. We don't have too many cows around here anymore. Not as many as we did. Teresa, I'm going to say this. Snakes vibrate their song. Yeah, Deborah, it's amazing. I mean, there are the frogs and the tree frogs, but I mean, when they get it on and they all get it on, bang a clonk, get on, dan it, dan it, going into music now. Snakes are hissing. I want to bite your face off. Uh, Maybe, but it's like I have talked about before about spiders. You go back in the backyard and with a light on, and you see all these little sets of lights. I mean, these reflections all over the place. And you quit counting at about 500 and go, there's a lot of spiders everywhere. Everywhere I look, there's spiders on trees, up, low, high, down, swamp, on the water, near the water, floating on a log, on a bush, on a tree, oh my God, they're everywhere. And how they survive being, how, we had high water this year. Not that it really flowed real hard, but it came up. So where don't them spiders go? That are, now that the water's down, it's still a little gushy, but now that the water's down, you can see all these spiders on the ground. So where were they when the water was up? I don't think it was under the water because it stayed wet for a couple of weeks, 10 days, easy. There's still some water down there. So where'd all them spiders go that I saw before the flood? Now, gators don't bother you unless they get a certain size, or there's too many of them in an area and there's not enough food. There was a guy I saw on a video that just recently happened. Him and his dog down in Florida somewhere, I can't remember, along a canal, and with brush and stuff the way it was, I don't know how big the alligator was, but he saved his dog, which is at least as big as Duggar, and pulled the dog out of the gator's mouth and got bit himself. Now, I'm having grown up around gators, a 6-foot gator, most of his head ain't that big to be able to take a full-size dog. He may grab it by the leg and try to drag it under. That's separate. But if you're going to get into something, that's an 8-foot, 10-foot gator, which is a whole different ballywhack. But here's my point. People who live around those areas, now I'm sort of standing up for the gator a little bit. But that they just let their animals run along and run down to the edge of the water. And if gators are in the damn canal, keep your dog on a leash. Don't let them run down to the water like that. That's exactly what gators do. Duh. I'm all for the gators. I'm all for the preservation of dogs. But people are stupid, and so are dogs. They're so interested, they don't know there's a gator over there because that's how gators have survived. I would not if I knew there was a gator nearby, Duggar would be on a leash. He might be a long leash, but he would be under my control, and me and him both might walk up to the water, but I ain't letting him go. And I'm going to be able to, if I see something in the water that's coming after him, I'm probably going to jerk Duggar's head off to get him back away from that gator. But anyway, David, you saw my comment about a water ram to get water where you want it. I didn't. Or were you talking to this, David? Probably not. Anyway, yes, the water ram and things like that. There's a lot of interesting ways to move water around and do what you need to do. For me, it's having the water to be able to do it. Other people in other places, different climates and so forth, have more potential than this piece of property here does. Even though I live on the edge of a swamp, it ain't always a swamp. Yeah, I understood about gator, and it's always about the gator tail. So most of the gator gets tossed out, but if you're really hungry, you can make gator stew like the Cajuns do. But the main thing about anything that you clean, you skin it and you don't cut the guts out. Or if you do, you make sure you don't get none of the guts or none of that pee or nothing like that on the meat. It will taint it. So if you're whatever you're gutting, whether it be a fish or otherwise, a lot of people talk about that. If you ain't go gut no fish around mine, it makes my fish taste bad. I'm like, what? If you gut a fish correctly, you can just pull out the whole insides. There don't nothing come out in the fish. But anyway. Now, when I get done cleaning the fish, I don't put my clean fish in the same water with what I just cleaned. I put it in fresh water, but anyway. But yeah, there are different people kind of weird about different things about fish and gutting and having cleaned deer here and skinned them myself. You know, if I have to, I know I can do it. Do I want to do it all the time or do it once a year? Not really. If me and Duggar was really hungry and things were really off and bad and so forth, and I couldn't figure it out for us, maybe. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna try to figure out every other avenue around it before I try to go for like a deer or something. Hey, Mossy Man, common sense, yeah, something scarier than a gator. I was in South Florida, parking the car, brown lizard, but came starting out. Yeah. Oh my God, they got 25-foot anacondas and out there in the Everglades. It's really, really, really bad down there. People just think, well, it ain't that bad. Oh, yes, it is that bad. A 20-foot anaconda has had babies. I'm just here to tell you, and not one or two. They have several every year. It's a 20-foot anaconda. How long did it take to get there? Especially if it's a mama. Then you can count on 3, 4, 5 at least every year, even if it was one. So for every year, there's not her, but now it's 2, now it's 3, now it's 4, now it's 5. And as they get older, then some of them can have babies. So now it's, so over 10 years, there are a lot of snakes in the Everglades. Big ones. Oh yeah. Teresa, it was Betty White that was feeding the gators. Yeah. That was when I saw her out there, and just there was something about fuck you or something. Anyway, uh I don't know, it's something to do like Mystic Lake or some. I think it had lake in the title, and I might be completely wrong, Teresa. Yeah, it was like Lake something. Yeah. Now I have handled snakes down here, but Lake Placid, but it did have lake in the title. We were right about that with Betty White. That's right. I can't remember who else was in it, but that was a strange, kind of funny, weird movie, But anyway, Betty White tickled the shit out of me that she was in it. And that she would use the F word, I'm like, you go, Betty. I remember, see, I'm old enough to, and some of you are, but I remember her when she was in black and white and her husband was still alive way back when. And they were doing like the truth of consequences or you bet your life. No, that was Groucho Marx. Whose line is it anyway or something? Not something like that. Anyway, back in the days in black and white, they'd bring a guest on and, they'd try to guess who they were anyway. So what's my line, I guess? But anyway, um, Alan London, I think was one of, I think was her husband. And he was a game show host and he died. But anyway, but Betty's, continued on with her career. She's God pushing 90 if a day. But anyway, I'm just proud that, somebody older than me is still getting work in the business. You know what I'm saying? Good for them, just because they can, you good for you, If somebody said, hey, called me up on the phone and said, Dave, we got a part for you in a play. Would you come do it? And I'd go, well, okay. Let me see how I can work this out. I'd go do it, just for the fun of going and doing a play again, just because, So I can see where, but I would hope they're not working because they need the money, but it is what it is. Lake Placid, yeah. But anyway, having been in the swamps and been around alligators and grew up with them and all that stuff, it's the people who should be to blame for their pets who get bitten or trying to be taken. They want to always blame it on the alligator. And if you're in alligator territory, then you should control your animal. Don't blame it on the gator. Always carry a staff or a stick so that you can poke them in the damn nose. And, but anyway, hey, Free Flow, healing right back at you. It was creepy. We're near Port St. Lucie. Yeah, I've been down there. And about as far as our car going through the parking lot, gators usually stay in the swamp. Yep. But yeah, they've got lizards that people have, sent to the jungle, from down there. I mean, I know people when I was living back there, and I moved to Tampa in 1959, I think it was. So I was down there for a while until 72 or 3, and then I moved up here. And I've been up here in South Georgia mostly the whole time, except for that year I spent in the jail. So having always loved the swamps and the Hillsborough River and different places, we always knew, you think there's a gator there? Yeah. Okay. Then treat it with respect. Stay away. Don't do these certain things. And it's okay. Don't let your poodle run down to the water. No, bad idea. At least check the water out first. Don't let your dog go, be the first one. Myakka River State Park there around Sarasota-ish area down there. Big area. We used to go down there all the time and stay and go out on the lakes and ride around in a 10-foot aluminum John boat, as a kid and growing up down there. And with alligators out there on them lakes and went, depending on where your boat dock was or where you put in, there were gators that sat right there at the boat ramps. And beware a gator. Do not let your pets run around loose, and you'd hear somebody scream, "Oh, my dog, dummy." It says don't even get, and they just jumped out of the car and ran down there, and 12 14-foot gators laying right there on the boat ramp. And so it's like, and then they want to blame, and the park rangers are like, nope. And they go, well, big old Tom over there, he got him another poodle, The park rangers are like, and there are warning signs everywhere, way before you get to the boat docks. Alligators, 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 small pets, alligators, alligators. And you can see them. Ooh, let me let my dog out. There is no friend that now they may have fences there, but back in them days, there were no fences or anything like that, But it was I always felt bad for the animal because they were just doing what they wanted to do. Ooh, look, a big old log with that's moving. I want to go check it out. I mean, it smells. I've never seen one of these things. And then chomp, and they go, it was the alligator's fault. No, it wasn't. It's that chunky thing over there that's going, my poodle, my doggy. Yeah, idiot. Yeah, maroon, I'm in the mood, ain't I? Well, it's been almost 2.5 hours, and I'm still on the water thing, but, talking about gators, but having lived around them and been around them and, even over in the Okefenokee Swamp, there are some, I've seen some big gators, okay? But I got to say, the ones that in the Okefenokee Swamp, when I went canoeing through there, are the biggest motherfuckers I have ever seen in my life. Oh my God. Got close to a mother that was sitting on a nest, and she would vibrate. Oh boom, and her skin vibrated all the way up and down, and it vibrated out into the swamp and even into the little canoe alleyway where we were canoeing. You had to go past her. And it was like, but the way she shook and that the how the water bounced off her back and shook the water around, and even the swamp next to it kind of thing reverberated. It was like, oh my God. Oh my God, the sonic vibration thing. And it was like, well, don't stop. Well, she's gonna get what you do. You see that happening. That means paddle a little faster, but don't piss her off. Just keep your paddle on away from that side of the canoe, and you take a really deep stroke, because in one canoe length we're going to be passed. Well, okay, screaming is going to help it. Now the gator's going to hear vibrations back to itself, and now it's vibrating even more, and I'm trying to get past this gator with someone in the front going nuts. And been there, done that. But I gotta say, one of the biggest mother, oh my God, that thing was huge. It was 4 feet wide at the broadside. It was 4 feet wide. I ain't lying. Big gator. But anyway, but big lizards, water, the connection to all things. And of all the things that I can say, now I will add this to it though. Since they changed the laws about the alligators in Florida, and how many alligators are actually showing up. And I don't mean just little alligators. I'm talking about, when a 6-footer, okay, 8-footer, yeah, a 10-footer, no. But when they get into the 12 to 14-foot range, now you're talking about not just an alligator, but a large reptile. Let me make that perfectly clear. Hey, Regine, I'm, those bad alligators, they swim too slow because wade in the banks. And here you go, Loretta Lynn and Conway Twitty. That's funny. Uh, okay. But anyway, but in nature, all things are related with the water. I mean, the alligators, and the cards I pulled the other night about frog. But when I pulled that card about frog, and it was the cleansing, and it's not just the bodily cleansing, and it's not just, but what do you mean by the cleansing? Well, it's spiritual. Well, okay. Well, are you going to use water to do the cleansing? Or are you going to think of frog and do the cleansing? Now, hang on just a second. Both are important, but for me, I'm thinking I'm going to the water. Okay. Me and Duggar are going to the river. All right. That's said and done right there. Nobody showed up yet. I want to go. So I need the energy of the water, and me and Duggar need to go play, and the water's down, and the beach should be nice down there at this spot, and it should be easy to put in. And anyway, let's go for a paddle. I'd also like to take my canoe. So I'm being a little flippant on that one at the moment, but I need to take my canoe to see how he's going to act and react in the water with it. But it's much heavier. So I was hoping somebody would go with me, and they could have a kayak but would help me with the canoe. I'm going to take the canoe anyway. But anyway, but that's how bad I want to go to the water. And if I can't pick up the canoe, then me and him are going to crowd in the front of that kayak again. It's just really uncomfortable to sit with him like that for a long time, for both of us. But he's a good boy. But we both need a little bit more room if we're going to go stay on the river for a little while, and I need to be able to paddle without a dog sitting in my lap. I can't reach over him, so I'm sitting back, and it's really difficult. But anyway, been talking about water and talking about the power of it though. As soon as I get to the river, I feel energized just by being near the water. Now, in the summertime, when it's hot and it's stanky, and it's late July and August and dog days, and it's a lot of skeeters around or something, not so much. But right now, while it's still cool and the river's still running up the way it is right now, we're still good to go. It's still spring-ish here, and thank God we've had cool temperatures, because we've had a really nice spring this year. Thank you to the spirits. And if we've ever had a decent spring, it's been this one for us down here. So I don't know how it is for the rest of y'all, but we've had a decent spring this year. So whatever we get, I'm like, we made it to May and there's still water. I'm happy. I'm good. I know how to make it from here on out to the end of the year, because we always get rain back in the fall. But if it was to dry up, I got enough stored. Everything's good. We can make it the further we get into summer, the more I can make it to if there's a dry spell. And I would be real surprised and thankful. I haven't said anything to anybody, but this might be the year that we don't have a drought, that we actually get rain every single month. And it's only got to be an inch. We went 5 months without a trace. I mean, not even a sprinkle. So if we were to, if we get an inch a month from here on out, I will be tickled pink, I'm telling you, because it will be the first normal spring in 25, 30 years. I mean, I remember it back then. We had late afternoon thunder showers. You could get a half-inch rain in an afternoon shower, and then it would clear up and it'd be nice, and and they'd roll in, thunder on us, and roll out. That ain't happened in a long time. So we'll see about this year, though, because weather patterns have changed. And yes, the earth is still wobbling, but I've been taking my I the reason I haven't talked about the earth wobble in a while is because I was using Orion as my main focus for my constellation. And Orion's out of my vision. It's going around. It'll come back around in August and start coming up. But at the moment, so I'm trying to take. I've been taking readings on the Sirius and Scorpio. I think it is. Anyway, Scorpius, uh, and keeping an eye on it. And one night there's like, it sort of looks like this, sort of like a trident in a way. And one night it was up like this, and the other night it was like this at about the same time of night, and in the same location in the in the sky. So if I see it coming up and it's coming this way, and it's higher up on the tree line, and it's sitting like this and goes across the sky and down, that's normal. But if at the same period of time where I saw it like, sitting up like this in the sky, and now at 12 o'clock, okay, it's 1:30 now, 1:45. But anyway, if I were to go out and look at it, it should look more like this. But if I go out and look and it's on its side, we've rolled. We have done one of those thingies. So I'm keeping an eye on it, to see where normal is. So it should normally, when you look at the star charts, be sitting like this as it comes up, and then as it gets early in the morning, it will kind of sort of look like it's turning sideways, but it's actually how it goes around in the astral thingy, um, not astrology, star chart thing. Anyway, celestial, that's the word. So, but if at the same time every night for 3 nights in a row, I see it like this, and at the end of the week, same time, it's sitting like this, something's changed. If it stays there, well, then is that normal? Or and then a couple days later, it goes whoop, back up like this. Well, the star charts say it should look more like this. Now, for any of you that can go out and observe the sky, you do your own observations and help me, because I see with it where we're still wobbling. And with all the earthquakes and the things and stuff, and all, there's a lot of stuff going on. But if you want to know for yourself, without having to find out or get online or anything like that, learn how to watch the sky. So this is how you do it. Start now. So Scorpius is up like this. Look on your star chart and it'll give you its basic position. Then you go outside, find those stars. Sirius is in it. So the dog star, there you go. So we get to look at where some of us, our ancestors are from, but also in that position of the way the constellation sits in the sky. So if it's way up like this, we've wobbled a different way. Normal would be to look like this, and abnormal would be to be on its side. But always pick the same relative time, and also your latitude, not so much longitude, but latitude. In other words, I'm farther south than most of y'all. So it's going to look different in your sky. It might actually be lower in the sky, okay, because it's in the south for me. So the farther north you go, you might not even really be able to see the dog star, depending on, folks in Canada might not. That's something I'll get to check when I go to Ohio, is if it's clear enough, I'll be able to check some star patterns and see from a much different latitude, what do the stars look like from up here? Are they wiggling? Does it look like this? Because I have a constant view of them from here, from this position at this latitude. So, but anyway, so if you want to understand about what's going on, then make it a point to do an observation. I know sometimes it's it's inconvenient sometimes. Well, I don't really want to go. I know, but if you're interested, just go out. It doesn't take long. Just go spot them, find out where they are, and say, okay, now how are you looking at this time of day? That's all. That's all you got to do. And remember it or write it down. You can go, well, and always go by degrees. So if this little is sort of like a trident in a way, but to me, but anyway, if it's sitting up like this, it's like maybe 15, 20 degrees. So you can say, okay, 20 degrees, and then meaning, okay, you've checked it. It's about 20 degrees, about normal, depending on where you are. But, but the next day you go, yeah, it's about the same. Yeah, it's about the, wait a minute now. And you look up at the sky and you go, ain't they leaning over a little bit? So then the next day you can go, 25 degrees, question mark, 20, 30 degrees, question mark. So it lets you know that it's been moving. So that's how accurate you need to be. You don't need a compass and all this stuff, but use your own visual. So if it looks like it's been standing upright for several days and then it's leaning over 5 degrees, 10 degrees, 15 degrees. Well, it went from here to here. Well, that's about 10-ish degrees. We'll just maybe closer to 15, but we're going to be conservative. So you can say, yeah, it's moved 10 degrees. Constellations don't move. We do. So if the constellation has moved, then we have moved that many degrees. We have wobbled that far. And so our observation is, oh my God, it's laying over on its side. Okay, then the next thing is, how long did it stay there? Because then it should right itself if we're actually wobbling. You know what I mean? So if we wobble one way, it could stay there for a couple of days, or, usually what I was noticing, maybe about 5 days, 7 days a week. Sometimes when Orion would go crazy, sometimes it'd only go crazy for a day or two, and then it'd be back to normal, which is really interesting. So, but if you have those kinds of observations, we can compare notes too. I live in Canada and I see this and blah, 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 blah. And, another thing would be to notice where Now for me, it's harder for me to see the Big Dipper and everything because of trees and forest and neighbors' lights and stuff. Just not as easy for me to see as overhead in the southern skies. But anyway, not that I can't, if somebody said, well, I can't see that one, I got this constellation that I'm keeping an eye on. Let me know. I'll go try to find it and I'll keep an eye on it too. Because I'm interested. Now, there ain't a damn thing I can do about it. But if it looks like, for example, that we're going to lean over for a while, that could mean cooler weather. It could mean different other things, just that we should be aware of. I don't need a weatherman to tell me, if I'm watching the stars, that we're fixing to have good weather, bad weather. I'm not that good, but my point is that if I know the planet has been wobbling, and I go, well, we might be in for some things here, because a one wobble down means that top's going to wobble back up. So, and every time I've ever seen a constellation go weird, it always pops back up. So if we know we're in one of them wobbles, we can hang on. We can tell each other, I think we're in a wobble, and yeah, I've watched the stars. And so what does that mean for you and me? It means that our energy is going to be different. It means the whole earth is wobbling around. It means that things under our feet are moving. It means that the water is being affected because of the wobble. Take a glass of water and wobble it around, and it just doesn't sit there, right? So take a whole planet and wobble it, and what does it do to the water? That's sort of one of the reasons for bringing this up, but and that all the water is connected. We're always connected to the water. So let's make sure that we are always thankful and grateful, and uh, in whatever way we can, uh, be ever more connected to the water simply by thinking about it. I'm connected to the water. Boom, But anyway, and with a lot of things happening to the water in many places. Hey, Christy, with a lot of things happening. I mean, down in the swamp and seeing all these islands full of garbage and plastic. I mean, there are light bulbs floating in the middle of this stuff, and shoes and baby clothes and diapers. I mean, it's not just plastic in these places down in the swamp where there's all this stuff. It's nasty, so somebody dropped a garbage bag off a bridge or next door, and then it washed in. Then there are people crazy enough to just throw their garbage in right off the bridge. Easy disposal, nobody knows, but it ends up somewhere. But having paddled past great big hordes of these islands full of trash and garbage. And in the hot summertime, it gets to smell and it's nasty. But I gotta add this, to be honest about it all. In each one of those groups, and every one of them is different. Why? Because there's old diapers and stuff in this one. There's mostly plastic and stuff over this one. This one down there might be some more leaves or some other things, and a bottle here and there, or an old shoe, something rubbery that's floating. An old flip flop or something. Baby toys. I mean, you just would not believe the stuff that you find down there. Plastic things that float, you just go, what the hell? And it'll be nestled in the middle of all this stuff. Now, this is my point. There are some of these that I've noticed because I have went down the same stretch of river, with, 2 or 3 times in a month, we'll say, and go by the same basic garbage thing. Because when I'm in a kayak, there's no way I can get all that stuff out. I pick the bigger things out, but here's what I've noticed, and I've kind of taken a different approach to, like, I can't clean every one of them up. Now, if I can get my canoe in it, now I could move some stuff with the canoe, but not with the kayak. There's just no way to get this stuff up. Nowhere to put it. You can't do it. You're tumping over it. No, it's insanity. But anyway, but I pick out the big stuff if I can, or anything that's really obvious, without tumping over or trying to get to it. But anyway, what I've noticed though, that depending on where the impact is, where the backup is, where the pile of garbage is, and also what's in the pile, there are bugs and there is algae and there are sometimes little tiny frogs. And sometimes the birds will sit over these piles and come down and eat the insects that congregate, like the flies and things like that, on the garbage pile. So I have often asked myself when I go by and I go, it's got its own little ecosystem. Sure, it's plastic and sure it's garbage, and there's a this in there, and there's there's a Castrol motor oil thingy bottle floating in there, and there's a that, and there's a thing, but it's an ecosystem. And some of them, there's literally plants growing up. There's been enough, whatever, leaves, mostly leaves when it floods and then drops down. The leaves will collect in there. And there's some of these places are this deep, easy, a lot of them are this deep just from the bottles and the things and the stuff. But if there's something growing on it, but there's an entire ecosystem on this island of garbage. So, in the grand scheme of everything, I have scratched it and said, now here is a source of insects and other little plant life and stuff. There's algae, there's moss, this one's got that one, and further down where there's more sunshine, it's more like just garbage, but there's still usually insects and things. So here's the thing, there's insects near the water for fish. Okay, is that a bad thing? Well, no. Is the garbage bad? Well, yeah, but it's just floating there. And some of these piles, if I had been, there had been enough water that's flowed past that island of stuff that it looks nasty on the top, but it ain't really, because it's actually it's sort of like its own little water culture thingy, right? And so there are little trees growing on these platforms of debris. And so I have asked myself over the years, do I have the right? Get this one. This is how nuts I am. Do I have the right to disturb that ecosystem? Well, but it's bottles and garbage, and yeah, but there's bugs and there's plankton and there's stuff. There's stuff that can come up from underneath. But as far as it being really yucky, like sewer yuck, no. It's kind of nasty. It doesn't smell real good in the heat of the summer, but nothing really does. I mean, the banks will stink in the middle of the summertime from the muck and stuff. But anyway, but here's this ecosystem. Do I have the right to mess with it? Am I doing the ecology any good by removing this little ecosystem here when I see the plants and the thingies and the growing and the moss and the stuff, and I go, and the different kinds of bugs, and I go, but that's food for something. Where you look up and down the banks, there's nothing there for flies and insects to feed off of. It's just the bank. It's pretty and everything, but there's no flies or anything. Flies need to be attracted to something so that there's larvae and this and that, I won't get in, but to the point though. So now here's this thing that collects flies as this little ecosystem. So now it's providing, even though it looks nasty, it's actually providing something to the ecology that wasn't there before. because there's not snags and there's not a this. So in sections of the river where the bank's nice and clear and there's nothing that catches it, there's nothing that lives there. There are none of these bugs, which means there's no birds, which means there's no frogs, which means there may not be any fish underneath. You know what I mean? So if the river's nice and clean and everything's pretty and all that, it looks good, but it sucks for the wildlife because it isn't providing those natural things that should be there. Now, I'm not saying that we should have big piles of muck everywhere. That's not my point. But my point is, do I have the right to tear this ecosystem down when I see what it is providing? Well, there's this tree limb that sticks out and there's this pile of stuff. Well, yeah, but there's nothing else around it for a half mile either way, as far as nutritional things for either the frogs or the birds, or let alone any fish that might collect under it and get one of them fish and all that I mean, one of those bugs. So I haven't been messing them up like I used to did. Now, if there was a blockage across the river or something like that, I broke that up so I could get through. But also because that's just the wrong kind of blockage. You don't want to block off a whole frickin' river. It's got to flow through. Too much stuff will stack up. But anyway, and I don't mean just garbage. I mean limbs and things and leaves and branches and oh my God, it'll make a mess and nothing will get through. So, but anyway, but the next time I go down on the river, I have this newer knowledge, this better insight. What I'm going to do is it being further along into spring, summer, I want to take a look at some of these islands of stuff and just see what really is in that pile, I've been noticing and I take a peek, but I really haven't oh, well, there's flies. And then I just paddle by, I'm going to slow down and take a little bit better look at types of bugs, how many, frequency, big ones, little ones, there are any of them in the water underneath, just because I want more information about my theory as to whether or not I should break these things up, because as much as I hate them, they're actually providing something to the river and to the wildlife there, to the birds, So anyway, but in trying to respect the water, here's an interesting. This has been my thought here on the subject of the canoe, the kayak, me and the dog at the river, and the plows, and the this and the water, the whole 9 yards, right? This is included in it. But in my study of the wildlife, and I've taken I was certified in forestry and all that kind of thing, and wildlife, and having lived down here for the last 45 years, I think I have a little bit of an idea. And having been on the same rivers and seen the same things, having watched where there were frogs everywhere, that now there are very few. The turtle population is down. I mean, all these things that I've talked about before, fishing population's down. That's because of all the chicken shit around here, the millions of tons of chicken poo that's ending up in the Ochlockonee River. So the fishing just isn't as good as it used to be. All the wildlife has changed, and which is interesting, from garbage comes an island of food that's relatively nourishable because they're bugs. They're just bugs, but they collect on these piles of goo. And so at least it's helping to feed the birds and some of the minnows and other things, and maybe frogs. So do I have the right? Maybe I should make some, you know what I mean? Maybe I should make some areas, not necessarily with bottles, But maybe plastic bottles at some point, maybe it's something else, and make more of these things in certain areas so that they would attract some uh, some bugs, because there ain't nothing. Everything has changed. And so the microcosm of the river, where there, like I said, there used to be a lot of crawdads. There aren't any crawdads anymore. Not like it used to be, which you could go along a beach of the river almost anywhere, and you could see raccoon prints all the time. In my backyard, I'd go down and along the beach, and there'd be raccoon prints on the edge of the water because they were fishing. Guess what? Not only for freshwater mussels, which I haven't seen in years, and I have, and also they were eating crawdads because they left the crawdad shell on the beach beside their footprints. That hasn't happened in a long time. That there's been either footprints or shells on the beach down on the river, and it used to be common. So, folks want to go, well, Dave's always talking about this. No, I have literally watched this shit disappear right in front of, right before my eyes. So it's like, I don't know how far it's going to go or how bad it's going to be, but if little oceans of garbage are somehow these microcosms of safety for birds and animals in the swamp, I'm just going to put my hands up and go, well, why didn't you clean it up? Why didn't you take a garbage bag? Why didn't you get it all? Because there are things living in it, growing in it. And they're using it, this island of garbage, as some kind of stationary. There are all these things that are dependent on this island of garbage. It's really hard for me to be able to, I'm talking to you about, but anyway, and bees are hardy bound in the garden. Yep. Yes, and the birds are confused too. Not all the baby hummingbirds made it this time, but the blue jays are learning to work with the other birds. Yeah, blue jays have a tendency to do that. I haven't seen a blue jay around here in a long time. I have blueberries that are flowering, blackberries that are flowering. They're very confused at the moment. 1 minute hot, next minute cold. Yep. It's not quite that bad here, Gaza, but yeah, I just was up on the hill earlier and checking, and I let some of the blueberries stay on the bush a little longer because I had noticed that I was picking them just a little too earlier, that they would actually get a little plumper and sweeter. And then I went back up there, and it was like because we had that rain that came through and that wind, most of them were gone. So it was like, well, now that sucks. But there's still some green ones, and there's still some more coming. But ones I was hoping to kind of get, another meal or two off of are gone. I did find another real honest to God blueberry bush, and it's coming along, and it looks like a hybrid or something. But anyway, the good news is my friend Rob, he's like, I had no idea you had all these things here. And I was like, yeah, and he goes, I need to get over here with my mower and mow some of this, and let's transplant some of these because there are these blueberry farms that are around us. So with these honest to God real blueberry bushes, both he saw what I was talking about. I'm like, I don't know if I'll ever make money out of it, but to transplant some of these and spread them out here on the hill and mow some places to where we can plant some more, and why not? They're growing here already. So he was like, yeah, but anyway, he's trying to get some farm equipment, tractor equipment, and in the meantime, I'm gonna keep finding these things and using the weed eater to make trails. And he was like, well, what about he was really proud of me. You'd have loved it. He goes, man, you really cut all the way up into here and up the hill and around. I was like, yeah, I'm serious about this shit, brother. He was like, I'm proud of you, old man. And so when I say I was sore the other day, he was like, man, you cut the trails up, cut around the blackberries up the hill and through some trees. And so the other thing is that I just like to walk up there and to have different, having it cut this way and that away. You can walk across the property this way and then take a trail up of 20 feet and take another trail up here at this other latitude on the hill, which they have different micro climates. So you can see different stuff 20 feet away, higher up on the hill. And it ain't like it's a big deal. But when there's trees and bushes and stuff, you feel like you're someplace else. And I've lived here, a long time now. And so I just want to clear it out so I can be able to walk through the forest, not necessarily have it mowed, but so I can walk around. And it's fun, it's entertaining, it's cheap, it's easy, and it's still springtime. When it gets summertime, it's going to be hotter than hell, and I ain't going to necessarily want to go up there. But I can be prepared for the fall. But also, in that me and my property, finding the best blueberry bushes and then propagating them and spreading them out on my property it's only going to cost me time, and I got the equipment. I just need to get my tired old ass up there and, and do some transplanting and that kind of thing. And, but I want to, now that I've seen what I got, oh, hell yeah. I want to get up there and prune and fix and, but I am getting older. And I got all these other projects I want to work on too. But when he and I walked up on the hill yesterday and I showed him all the trails that I had made, I was proud that, my porch might not be done, but I could walk all up the hill and be proud of having a place to walk and to show you the blueberry bushes, and it's easy for me and Duggar walk through there now, and he doesn't get scratched and on all the bushes, and I don't get tripped up on the vines that'll trip you up at an old age and things. And but anyway, so but I look at my back porch and go, the reason the back porch ain't done is because I've been up there with the weed eater. But the porch ain't done, but come walk with me. Walk down the trails that I've been working on. I know the porch ain't done, but here, take a walk with me. But it's the truth, my energy and everything has been spent on making trails and cleaning up around blueberry bushes. But, okay. But I also went back to working on the porch too, because I realized I was ignoring it. But anyway, just as a conversation to catch up. Afternoon sun is setting behind the hill, about to get cool. I'm glad you're hanging out with us, Julianne. It's always nice. I mean, all y'all. Cherry and Steve and David and Deborah. And I know there's others of you in the background. It's okay. I just been kind of wandering off with my thoughts and not paying attention to the chat room because y'all seem to be chatting about other stuff. And I don't want to, I won't get involved, but it doesn't seem to be having anything to do with me. So I'm not ignoring you, but I'm just giving y'all your space, Yeah, I still have the same bowl that I packed 3 hours ago, So having light it up one more time ain't gonna hurt nothing. So the thing that I've been asking, we got 3 minutes. I'm a little early. So the things that I've been asking for is strength. What can I get out of the rest of my life kind of thing? Strength. If I just keep getting my checks like I'm doing now, everything will be fine. But what do I want out of the future? Strength. I got some wisdom and I got some of this and that going on. But what does Hawkeye, aka Dave, want out of the future? Strength. And I don't mean superhuman strength. I mean just let's get through the day at a decent pace. Um, I'm gonna say, yeah, 3 minutes. Thank you, Gaza. Yeah, they're down here, and the thing is that the hardest part is, they're so nasty and burrs and stuff, and I got scratches on my leg and things, and and that was with pants on. Um, but that once you get them down, then it's a whole lot easier to go back in and just keep things from getting too high, and to not let nature with certain vines and things get in the way. You keep them trimmed, and it's a whole lot easier. But now that you'd have got a big kick out of it. We was walking up, and it kind of gets really narrow. And Rob's much taller than I am, and he looked down at me and he goes, "Well, you've got this cleaned up around here." And I said, "Yeah, walk around this bush with me." And when he did, because there was a bunch of blackberries there, I didn't want to cut through the blackberries. I wanted to leave them. I said, "Yeah, come around here." And he went, "Oh my God, you got trails all up in here." And they were hidden because he didn't see it till he walked around the other side of that same blueberry bush that we were at. And so, 6 feet away was a whole nother trail. He didn't even know it was there, and he was like, "Oh my God, they're all over the place." And I go, "Yeah," and it goes around like this and then cuts back through here. And I'm going to have one that cuts through here by the other, so I'm having fun. It's like I'm a little kid again. And I'm really having fun cutting the trails. It's difficult, it's hard, it's hot, it's all that kind of stuff. But all I'm asking for in the future is just give me the strength, to do these simple things, But to me, and to have him walking through the trails yesterday, he was like, he's man, there you can get around up here. Look at this tree over here, and I was like, yeah, he's going to be the one that takes his place over, and he's running around like a little kid and go, wow, look at this over here. Yeah, we gotta get these blueberries, Yeah, we gotta, and I need to go over here. And I was like, now that's, you know, the hell with relatives, but love to and you all are included in this. Um, it's 20, right? Yeah, it looks like it to me without my glasses. When people volunteer to come over and help versus you can't, I have tried to pay people to come and help me. Oh, you're too far out in the country. We don't, whatever their excuse. What? You don't want to make $100? I need help with something, and it's worth $100 to me. You drive out here, I'll pay for your gas, and maybe we'll 420, and I'll give you $100 because that's how bad I want help with this. 5 hours, I'll give you $100. How much is that an hour? You know. So anyway, and people are like, well, I don't know, and there's some people that I know who need the money, know me, know where I live, and still won't come. Look, give me 5 hours on a Saturday. I don't care what 5 hours. Give me 5 hours on Saturday, and you got $100. That's how bad I need 5 hours of help. No takers. And I go, in my day, I would have been camping out here the night before going, what do you need? I used to help people for free. We used to help each other raise barns and pour concrete and lay brick and build houses and barns and extra things onto on porches and not anymore. Can't pay now. I could hire a contractor at way overpriced, but I mean just somebody that I know that can do simple carpentry. Is all I need. But oh no, they won't come out. I don't know. I know I'm an ugly old cuss, and I know there are people who know that I'm kind of crazy woo woo that way. But hey, I'm not gonna bite you, and I'm not, and I'll try my best to just keep my big mouth shut and not talk about stuff to upset you. If you will just come out here and help me, I will pay you. Oh, no. Okay. Anyway. Hey, Alex, how you doing? Wait, I missed something. Something about up above. I missed something. I was watching the chat and then I wasn't. I was having a what was some advice for me? Yeah, monkey chase the weasel. All was in fun. Pop goes the weasel. La, 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 all around the mulberry bush. What am I wishing for? Careful. When you ask for strength, you may be given more challenges. Um, yeah, challenges make us stronger. I thank you, Michelle, for that. Honestly, um, good insight. But I already know that there are some challenges coming up. Like I want the strength to be able to stay awake for the 2 weeks while I'm visiting my family in Ohio. I might not ever get that chance again. And to have this chance with my sister at this time, I want the strength to get there and back. And obviously, we'll do our best to be safe and all that. Um, but the idea, though, that if I want to finish the porch, which I want to do, it's not going to require that much, but I still want the energy to finish it. It's not about money or anything, but I want the strength to go out there and finish pouring some. It doesn't have to be all at once or great big amounts. I just need, a little bit of energy along the way and to keep up my strength. And so I know my brethren upstairs have said, you know, we can cover you on this stuff. Now the other side of it is that if there's energy there or strength, then I need to use it properly with my wisdom and knowledge and that kind of thing. So when I get the strength, I can't waste it, if that makes sense. But when I feel that strength coming on, even if it's in the middle of the night, like sort of right now at what 20:25 in the morning time, um, that I have the energy and I feel awake. Now I don't know if I could tackle a really heavy duty mental problem at the moment, but I'm a little bit more aware than I have been at other times when all I can really do is go chop wood or cut the grass because it doesn't require thinking. So there are tasks that I can do, like mixing concrete ain't hard. It's prepping the ground to put the concrete, you know? It's making sure that everything's level. It's making sure that this is this. That's the hard part. Mixing the concrete and pouring it ain't nothing um, to me. So, but with that said, though, um, there were times when I would go out to the porch and look down and go, I don't have a clue what I'm supposed to do. Okay, not today. Because I couldn't just mix concrete. I had to think about, and I'm tying the porch into the house, so I'm having to take some of the old foundation out, and I want to get it right so that when I pour these last couple of batches, it's going to match the floor on the inside of the house. So when I take out that little section of wall and open it up to the whole porch to my house, the floor of the porch is going to match what's inside the house. And I can't tell, but from the foundation on the outside. So, but anyway, that's what I'm doing. And I don't want to mess it up. Yeah, I really don't want to mess it up. I've gotten everything nice and level all the way down from the door, like 10 feet down and 8 feet wide. And I'm all the way down here to this last little triangle. This where the house I've got a bay window, so this is good to hear, and I'm good way out here. But now I got this little triangle I got to deal with, and it's got to match the inside floor. So, but anyway, and so there are times when I just look at it and go, I don't, I can see it, but if it ain't just doing something like, pull on a weed, or if this is going to require thought, I can't do this project right now. So, but anyway, but it's like that for me after all the head bangs. So there are some days that I can't sit down and, write a proposal or work on the computer, but I can go outside and turn on the weed eater and weed eat around some places, and then there are times when I don't want to go out and weed eat when I really ought to, but I want to research something else, or I'm doing something inside, or, I'm cheating doing something else. So I just, when my brain is working, I need to finish the porch, because it doesn't take brains for me to weed eat. I'm having instruction with myself as I talk to you. Uh, Good to see you, Alex. David, you be lucky. Have been hard to play with. Uh, Maybe stamina is a better word. Okay, that works for me. Yeah, bathtub outside. Yeah, and see, that's one of the things that's kind of sort of in my plan for around here. Is that I've got a lot of water, and I've jacked up the rainwater tanks up so I would have better head pressure. So, I mean, it's like 10 feet over my head. So you can do a shower, it trickles out, but you can do a shower outside with the rainwater. It's just not going to be real fast. And, so it's like playing under a hose when you were a kid, kind of that way. But it's refreshing, especially if you've been working out and you can stick your head under and get nice cold water. It's always cold, even in the middle of summertime. The water is always cold in that tank. It's got about 2 inches of insulation around a plastic tank. I mean, it also is lined with a heater too. When we got it, but I've never used the wiring in it to heat the tank. But where we got the tanks in the location, they had low voltage in the around the tank that kept the tank heated at all times, to keep it at a certain consistency, so they could pump it and move it and do what they needed to clean it. Anyway, yeah, I know a bunch of stuff about a lot of stuff, but anyway, these tanks have been cleaned out for a long time. I've literally, gotten inside and washed them out, cleaned them out, and then set them back up. But the higher you have the tanks, the higher your head pressure is. So, in other words, the higher. That's why water towers are way up off the ground. So, um, I have been a little suspect, and I want to move one of these tanks further uphill, but I've been chicken to empty the tank so I can move it. I was hoping that that would also be something that someone could help me with. I want to empty this uphill tank to help drill my well. And then when the tank is empty, no matter where the well is, but when the tank is empty, then I can move it uphill. And just being 3 or 4 feet further up the hill for me with 1,000 gallons of water is going to give me lots of natural gravity pressure in the house. So if I ever lost electricity, I wouldn't have to worry about if my tank was pressurized, because 1,000 gallons up on the hill, just above where my well is, would give me a crap load of water pressure down here. So it's like, but that's one of those things that I ain't done yet, but it would be really nice. But I need two people. I can't move those tanks by myself anymore. I've done it. I mean, big ass tanks, and set that some bitch up by myself. I still don't know how I did it. But it was done. And that's why my back hurts so much too. But with two people, especially when the tank's empty, it ain't that hard to maneuver. And I got trolleys and things, so it's not like we have to carry the damn thing. But two people would be nice, so I could get it up on the hill, and then I'd worry about filling it up. Because one of my issues is this with the water that I have, I can run it through if I have the bigger tank uphill, I can, if I have a surplus of water right now, in the well, and the water staying up, then I would pump X amount of gallons into the 1,000-gallon tank to help fill it up until enough rainwater or whatever, because, so, and I could keep it filled, sort of like your tank on the anyway, toilet. But fill it up, so once a day, put 20 gallons in it. I've got plenty of water in the well. It's better to have it stored than to not have it at all in the ground. So, 20 gallons, put it in the big tank. 20 gallons, put it in the big tank, you know. And if the well's going down too far, then you put 10 gallons in the big tank. But for every gallon that you put in the big tank, that's water stored. It's also energy. So, but anyway, and when used correctly, then downhill from where I am, you can run you might have to duck to get under the shower, but there would be enough water pressure without a pump to take a shower. That's where I was headed with that. That's why all this information about tanks and stuff, I would have enough head pressure up this hill without going real far, to be able to take a shower down here. Uh, you know, anyway, it'd be cold. But the other side of the coin is though, uh, there are ways that I know to heat things and stuff. So, but it's really nice to be able to take a cold shower though. So I got I have most everybody that's out in the country has a pressure tank. I mean, but to have a tank with pressure that doesn't require a pump simply because it's gravity fed, 1,000 gallons up so high is really gonna. When I open up that spigot at the bottom of that 1,000 gallons, just out here in the yard, it shoots 3 feet across the yard, easy. And I mean, when I go to put the valve back on and screw it back on, water spraying everywhere. There's a crap load of pressure, and it's just the water. There isn't anything else but the water. But so that same amount of pressure that's coming out down here at ground level, if I move up the hill to where I'm now 2.5 feet higher up, plus I'm going to put it on a stand. So I'm thinking 4 feet higher than where it is now. Then that 1,000 gallons is really going to feel really nice down here on this, down here at the house. And it also would give me a greater pressure for me when I know I'm going to be opening up the greenhouse thingy better in the back. And if I ever lost electricity, which is sort of where I'm headed with some of this stuff, is that if the tank is up on the hill and it has its own pressure, um, I could better water the garden down here where it's sitting close. It's right next to the garden, but there's not enough head pressure because it's at ground level to reach the back of the garden with just tank pressure. But to put it 4 foot up on the hill, that changes everything. So, especially if I pipe it correctly. So, but anyway, this is all about water, but depending on where you are and what you have, and the rate of drop and how many pounds of water there is and the size of the tank that it is. I mean, it can all be calculated. But for me, just being this, of course, I do know about some of those stuff because I used to uh, do the drawings for tanks, that big boiler tanks. And I worked for about a year with the boiler company, doing their drawings for the boilers, inside, outside, whatever they needed for a detail. Parsnips, I've never, to me, I don't think I've really truly had a good parsnip. But anyway, um, but here's another thing. These tanks are made, these 1,000-gallon tanks are made so that I could pressurize it if I wanted to. And I'd have to put the lid back on and do a couple of things, but it could be pressurized. So you get 1,000. Let's say we need a foot. I'm just gonna off the top of my head. Uh, we need a foot at the top of this thing so we can add air pressure. We got to leave a little bit of space up there. We can't fill the water all the way up. We need some up there. But as we use the water down, there's more space for air pressure to keep pushing that water down. Because as gravity takes the water, you lose pressure. So then the air comes back in and keeps the water pressure the same because it maintains where the water used to be, it takes it up with air. So in the case of a big tank like that, and if I would, if I was in a drought situation, there would be half a tank of air, but it would keep the pressure the same coming out the pipe. So I could see the benefits of, and it wouldn't take a lot of pressure, 10 pounds of pressure, 15. Right now my well's at about a 45 pounds. So to have 15 pounds of pressure, which is low, but enough to help, take up the space and take up the energy loss of the weight of the water. So anyway, um, I'm being really scientific, but yeah, to anybody that might be interested in what I'm talking about, and not to say that y'all ain't, I'm just saying that, if you're trying to set something up, I've got a lot of empty old hot water heaters around here. People say, "What do you got them here for?" Well, my intention was to use some of them for air tanks to pressurize some systems, and the others was to make solar hot water heaters out of these old tanks. The tanks didn't leak, but there were you couldn't get the heating element out. Okay, I don't care. Will it hold water? And it doesn't have 10 pounds of pressure. All it's got to have is a little bit more pressure, or just not leak if it's just gravity fed. I'm good with that. I got an old hot water heater that sits up there on some concrete block, and it needs filled up, by the way. But I fill it up, and there've been times when I've run out of water. Something, a storm came, and I couldn't. The tank was this and that and the other thing. Anyway, I went up there and I went, "Oh, I forgot about my tank," because there's an old 20-gallon hot water heater, porcelain, and I put fresh water in it, and it's got an old spigot out the bottom. But I needed water one time because the pump had lost prime, and I needed a gallon. I was like, well, I've went up there in the heat of the summer and take a splash shower up there with the water. In the middle of wintertime when it was cold one year, it just because it's dark and it would warm up, and I could go out there and take an outdoor bath up there just using. It's just an old hot water heater painted black on concrete block, uh, filled with water. So it's not even hard to do, but it's, well, I want water to shower over me. Okay. So collect some in a pan and dump it over your head and feel the water and then fill it up again. You get a little pan, uh, and it's refreshing, but there are people who insist on having it certain ways when an old hot water heater sitting on a stand, in the sun could be that simple thing that could work. But anyway, I'm crazy in that. I would like to build boxes for them and plumb them correctly. I'd like to make some of these tanks and make them into a solar still. So mostly to get any mud out that might be coming through the pipes or something because of but that even with rainwater, we really, I saw some weird ass spraying tonight, and I was like, yeah, I know there's stuff in the atmosphere, and there's this and this, but there's also a crap load of radiation already in the ground that was been here since the 40s and the 50s, ever since they started testing in freaking nuclear bombs. Everything east of Nevada and New Mexico and places like that, we're all so screwed. And Dr. Richard Miller talked about this and has talked about it. And I think it's one of the reasons why some vegetables just won't grow in the ground here. It's weird. Anyway, but to fix that, I'm going to finish my porch and do the indoor growing thing. And I've got 12-volt systems, and I've got one 25-watt solar panel now, and a 2-watt or a 10-watt. It's really low. It's a small one for camping. But they do work, you know, they do put out a decent amount of, voltage when they're pointed at the sun. I'm not going to do my house in it, but I can see having some that I can be connected and will be part of the greenhouse kind of thing. Uh, Especially because what I want to here's my thing. I've got some old drums, 5-gallon buckets and stuff like that. So I want to be able to move the water. Let's say 5 gallons of water. And if you follow me, so the top of the wall, there's a pipe with holes and plants in it, okay? And it comes down this way, and then it goes down this side. And when it gets down to the end of the house, it drops down enough space. Then there's holes and plants there. So the water comes down this one, drops down this pipe, comes across here, and it'll do it 3 times. So one, two, 1, 2, 3, maybe a fourth. It depends on how close together I get them. But anyway, so you got the picture. At least 2. Start here, go all the way down and come back down. At least 2, okay? With some hanging baskets and stuff on the floor. Hanging baskets overhead and then stuff on the floor. But by doing that though, so I want to use 12-volt pumps that you use for in a bass boat for your, for circulating in a live well. There you go. And so if you're not interested in how fast, but just in getting her done. So I've clocked one of these little 12-volt pumps that are like $20 at Walmart. They were cheap back then, and they will pump up high enough. Not much, it might just be a trickle by the time it gets up to the top of your head, kind of thing. So maybe you move the pump up a little higher or put the bucket up anyway. So whatever's in your bucket, whether it be a little bit of fertilizer in with water, and so you pump it up to a reservoir high enough up, or you pump it straight into the system. So it just that 5 gallons drains all the way down and all the way down and all the way down and back to the bucket. And then, but if the bucket goes empty, the pump just goes off. There's no water. Okay, done. But it's all 12-volt. So I can use 12-volt adapters that I can plug in the electric wall. But if anything ever happens, I can be able to do this with simple switching. And I got a Rainbird had some stuff on sale at Lowe's, and they're the little controllers for the different. You can have 4 different areas. So with one of these low voltage controllers, you can open and close the valve. So you can set the timer. So I want this valve to open, you time it. I want this valve to be open. So it pumps it up. And then when it's done at the end of 5 minutes, if that's how long it takes to empty the bucket, and then it goes off. The timer shuts the voltage off, and the pump goes off, and it fills back up. And then when it comes time again, and it starts over again. So that's what I'm looking for. It would be low tech and easy to put together. It would be, none of this solar converting it to AC and then back into this stuff. Nah, ain't going there. So everything that I want to supplement some of the lighting, but I want it to be with different frequencies of LEDs, but I want to stay away. Now I've got electricity already there when I get the framing in, there's electricity there that will take care of the whole room. I mean, I can wire the room with what I've already got done. There's a number 10 wire, so we can handle a whole bunch of stuff. although it is tied, the pump's tied to that same line, but I wouldn't be using too much wattage. But anyway, I want to be able to do this with as low a voltage as possible and still get the job done, you know. So, and if, my light bill last month was $27. And I had hot water when I needed. I got water when I needed. I got whatever I need when I needed it for $27 last month. So if I want to increase pumps and things and a sort of a self-contained unit with a on my porch and but I don't really want to tie it into the electric of the house and stuff. There will be lights, but I also want to be able to put in lights. I have some lights that I purchased that they're LED lights, but they're switchable in the back and they're like bright as hell. Okay. So you want some white, bright light to help if you're a bunch of cloudy days or something, turn this sucker on for, 30 minutes a couple of times during the day and supplement, that, but they'll run off of 12 volts, but they're bright as hell, man. And, the $20, they were $20 at Lowe's, and they got a plug-in in the back. So it's 110, but then there's a switch. You can switch it to, 12 volt, plug yourself into a battery, and phew, you talk about a spotlight. So, but anyway, and I've got several of them, and I bought them for that particular reason. I can take them camping with me if I need that bright of a light, which I've never have. But the idea though that I can supplement it. Some of the videos I've done at nighttime, I had that one of those lights on out there. But anyway, they're really bright. They're really cheap to run, but everything that I'm looking at has the ability to go right into 12 volt or is, it's already compatible. Will the electricity go off down here and over here where I'm at or anything? I don't know, because there's going to be in the future some really strange things. And I think it's going to be, from what I have been able to prophesy to myself, is that there's going to be some areas that are going to really be smacked for whatever reason. I mean, I think about the water shortage here, and then I think about New York or someplace like that. And I go, I'm sorry to have to depend on a city like, well, we got the this and we got the that, but, and then, we got the reservoirs. Yeah, but what if you don't? I'm just asking the question. What if you don't? I've got contingency plans here on my little microcosm of places, but where other people had to move out during the hurricane last time, I had 12 volt stuff. I had water pressure. I had, fresh water. All the other folks around here, all their stuff is deep well. And unfortunately for them, one guy's got a generator, but it don't do 220. It's only 110. And his pump that's 350 feet deep is 220. So he can't pump the water out. So he's got a generator, he's got a well, but so he's got to move out. Me, I just changed my, lifestyle a little bit, have to heat water on the stove or make sure that there's enough water in the hot water heater. I'm downhill from the tank. So until the water all runs out of the tank up there, it will keep the hot water heater tank filled. And so as long as it's filled, I can heat water with of course, if the electricity's out. But I can bring the water in from there because it's a low point and put it in a pot, or I've got stainless steel coffee pots, so I can heat my water on the gas stove that I have in the kitchen. So no matter how bad it gets, I still got my stuff, and other people though, now how many times do we have hurricanes that tear through places? Well, other people have gotten hit a lot worse than we have, but we've lost electricity before in storms, and you never know. You just never know. So, but in general, in the future, there just seems to be The way Mother Earth is wobbling around and the way the earthquakes and volcanoes, and we all know that it's a lot different than it was a few years ago. And it don't take a damn fool to recognize some of this. And if anything, it's the damn fools who won't recognize it. But let me throw that little tidbit in. You know, there are some times that I just wished I was stupid. Sometimes I wished I was just damned ignorant. Did we miss one? What time is it? No. Hi, Alex. If I didn't say, wow, all that just to have to move out anyway for no water, that would definitely be a bummer. Yeah. Or, Alex, figure out a way to not have to have either one of them, is sort of my point. That's why I want to use gravity. I want to use gravity. I don't want to have to deploy it on a pump, on a system, on a battery. I want to be able to have water in a situation that's high enough up that I can get to it. Now, if I have to take a shower, if you listened to what I said earlier about having a 20-gallon, it might be a 30-gallon tank. I'm not sure. It's old. It's been on this property for a long time and it still holds water. And I haven't filled it up in a while, and shame on me, but it sits up on the hill for just in cases. Well, I need water for something. Let me go over here and get it. I've used it a bunch of times in the summertime. You're out there and just want something and go by there and just take an old pan or a thingy and splash some water on you and wash that grass off of you and get them gnats away from you and go on about your business. But anyway, I live on 18 acres down here, so that not everybody can do that. But the idea of having water up higher somewhere. One of my friends, my friend Serge, who passed away last year, the water guy, he said, down in Mexico, they have all their waters up overhead. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, all the haciendas and everything, he said, because they don't have a lot of these villages and places. He said they have electricity, but not all the time. He said, so when you have electricity, you pump water into the reservoir up on the house. And if it's up on the house, it heats up. And by the sun, it also helps to keep the house cool because there's water between you and the sun. And regardless of whether or not there's any pressure, quote, water pressure, you always have the pressure of the water overhead. So if you want to take a shower, you just stand under it. He goes, people are used to that because they don't have electricity all the time like we do here. They don't have pressure systems. They pump water up, they turn the pump off, take a shower, and it'll fill back up. But if the electricity is off, then people still have their showers. And I was like, for real? And he goes, yeah, people in third world countries, they know how to do this stuff. He goes, we're stupid around here. We everything's down on the floor, and how are you going to get water when it's down on the floor? They have water tanks up overhead and in places, hot water tanks and regular tanks. And, I'm like, really? Yeah. And he said, it's common down there in Mexico and more common than you would think. And we don't even think about it around here. Now, I do know some houses that have had some hot water heaters up in the attic, and that's not too bad, you know. Although getting to a water heater up in an attic sometimes, just the way they put them in was stupid and hard to get to. But I don't think the idea of a hot water heater in the attic was a bad idea. I just think the way they put it in was. Back in time in Aruba and Holland, they used windmills to pump water. Yep, back in the old west, there are even some farms down here in South Georgia that still have those old windmills on some of the old farms down here. Not as many as there used to be, but every single farm down here, I don't care if it was 20 acres or not, had a windmill. If they had a barn or something like that, they had a windmill. And There are still a few around in some of these communities on the farms and stuff that have been preserved. But it, you know, a lot of them just come down because of age and things. But when I first moved up here to South Georgia, they were all over the place, and a lot of them were still working. And so the tank is up at the top, so the pump works, but the water was up here. So it was the height of the windmill, and it depended on the windmill, of course, and when it was installed. But some of them had the water tank was up there at the top, so it would fill it up, and so you would always have water whether or not the wind was blowing. So, which I kind of took that old uh, idea and went like, yeah, that's not a bad idea, you know. Only problem is the higher you go up the windmill, if if you've got a long way to go down in the hole, it's a long way for that windmill to suck that water up. You know, there is a depth ratio of how you suck water out of a pipe and how deep it has to go, and you know, stuff like that. So if you had a 30-foot well and you're 10 feet above that with a tank, you're going to have difficulty sucking that water up that pipe that far. But anyway, but yeah, I'm too far down the hill here to have any use of wind power. I gave that up years ago, but it's fun. You know, my neighbors up on the hill, they could use it, you know, because they're up on the hill. But down here in this little valley surrounded by trees, nah. Sun, yeah. I'm going to buy another, since I'm a little money ahead right now, I'm going to go ahead and buy another whole complete system that I have currently. I'm going to double it. So I've got one panel with 25 watts, and I'm going to get just another one like it, and another controller, so both of them are separate. But that'll give me 50 watts of solar panel, and I've got 3 batteries, actually 4. One's iffy, but I got 3 good batteries and 50 watts of solar power. So it's like, okay, you know, if anything goes down, I got lots of 12-volt stuff and 6-volt stuff to use. And, you know, for example, when Michael came through and tore up everything, I'm addicted to a fan, okay? And not having air stir around me. And it was pretty warm and muggy, sticky, you know. And I'm trying to not to be miserable, and I am, because there's no air movement. Of all the things, it was the toughest thing was the air movement. Now, like right now, there's no fans on or anything, but the temperature is wonderful. But when it's muggy and, you know, 78 degrees at night, you know, and you're just miserable. A little bit of air. Well, let me tell you what saved me. It's one of those clip-on fans that you see at the truck stop. That you see the truckers will clip on the thing, little 12-volt fan that plugs into the lighter. Okay, 2 of those, and I found out that I could run them slower. And since I've got quite a few 6-volt batteries around, and at the time I didn't have the solar power that I have now, which now I could take care of it. So I found out that I could take a regular 6-volt battery, lantern battery, you know, the square ones with the little thingies, that I could run one of those 12-volt fans at a lower power and still, you know, so each one had its own 6-volt battery. And I found out that if I ran them at 12 volts, it ran the batteries down quicker than if I ran the 12-volt fan on 6 volts. It still pushed air. It wasn't a lot, but you know, I put the fans near me. But where there wasn't any kind of fan or any kind of anything, or you know, and like I said, I didn't have my 12-volt. I didn't have my batteries at the time. But also, they have fans that sit beside you that plug into your USB port. You can hook them up to a 6-volt battery if you clip the end or whatever and you find out which is which. But don't try to run it off a 12-volt. It will fry the motor. I've got one over here that is fried because of that. But you can buy those little cat fans, those little pet fans, okay? Some of them run off a 6-volt, some of them run off a 12-volt, some of them run off a USB port. So get one of those and some batteries. And if you ever, because I mean, it gets nasty in the summertime, and God forbid something like that. But I've got a couple of those small fans, and I intend to get a couple more this summer. I just haven't been to that kind of a store yet. But to get them and have them just in case, because if we have another storm and the lights go out for a few days, I'm still going to be, uncomfortable without having a little bit of air on me. Anybody would, when it's 95 degrees outside and you want some air, and sitting in a chair like this, just don't get it. Now, my house don't get that hot inside because of all the concrete, but it's still the humidity is what kills you, but anyway, so I have, been in all these situations over the years. I pray that we don't have them again. But having had 2 tornadoes go right over the house, and since I've been here, I think anything's possible, you know, and I just want to stay prepared. And I want to, have conversations about these things and how I've dealt with them and whatever. You get into a situation, you can take some shortcuts. Hey, Deborah, I thought it was cool to have the hot water heater running through the pipes under the floor. Um, yeah. And if you have the water that runs through the house like that, most places will not allow you, that's not potable water. In other words, it has to go through a heat exchanger. That water that goes through those pipes do not go in, you don't drink it, use it. It is a closed circuit. And anything from evaporation is replaced, or unless you bleed the system, but the water that runs through those is 99% of the time, because way back when I was thinking about doing it, and I'm so glad I did not put water under the floor. Just so glad, because once you do, it's there. And if anything leaks, it's your floor. And I have a lot of thermal mass with concrete, and I'm glad because with passive solar and the thermal mass of the house, the water just wasn't necessary. And with the concrete, how it cracks and things, and if I developed a leak, I'd have to bust through this concrete in the middle of the floor. No, I'm so glad. Now there are people who do, they put them between the floor joists and stuff like that. That's different. The folks who put it in concrete floor, I just wouldn't. I just wouldn't. Concrete in and of itself, if you correct windows and correct other, passive things, and concrete with other things act and react. They shift and move, and I've replaced too many floors in my lifetime. There are very few pipes that go through my floor. Most things go out the wall and down, but they're not on the inside. All my flooding comes from the rain that comes down the hill that floods the house, but and only usually in extreme circumstances. But that's why I'm. And to say about the water coming down the hill in the ground now, the groundwater. Since I have built the foundation wall along that side, the corner of the house that used to flood all the time has not. So I've been able to move the corner of the house is now I've dug down deep enough into the clay so any groundwater is now stopped before it gets to the house. So what has been a chronic problem for me for a lot of years, I am solving it by doing the porch. So, I just got to go to the other side of the house and fix the other corner too. But it is working. So that's good news, to not have your kitchen flood. And I don't want it to be my kitchen anymore. But anyway, uh, but with a little luck and a little more perseverance and a little bit of strength along the way, because them bags of concrete get heavy. I don't really mind it, it because I only do so many and only do so big of a section because I know I can do that size of a section. So I never overdo it in my planning of something like that. I've learned. Um, Only do as much as you can take care of. You only pour as much concrete as you can finish. Only pour as much concrete as, but anyway. Um, but that still relates to the water. So what used to be a water problem coming right into the house now, I'm diverting and my long-term plan is working. I just need the strength to finish it. So again, of all the things that I can ask for in the future, just give me strength. That's all. Just give me strength. And if anybody wants to come by and help me drill a well, ooh, I would love that. I would love to finish that project. And just be fun to drill one with what I got rigged up. So, but I can't do it by myself. And I can't pay somebody, if I had somebody for 5 hours to help hold the pipe and everything and hold be able to help me control the auger bit and everything, I could drill 20 foot back here in the back. I could drill 20 foot because I'm already 10 foot down. So, another 10 foot with my drilling apparatus and fleshing and everything. But I need somebody else to help me with it. Uh, I can have some really good clean water with no clay in it. But anyway, you too. I've seen a lot of people do it. And one thing that I would say, if you're going to do that kind of thing, allow no joints under the floor. They use that black polypropylene, and we used a piece of that black polypropylene, 3/4 inch black pipe, um, and put it in a coil in a frame with plastic over it, and put it on top of a shed. All right, and piped water through it. It was, under pressure, but you piped water through it. And that water would be so hot sometimes in the summertime, you had to just wait a minute, you know. But we had an outside shower over at Serge's place. And, you had to be careful. I was over there at times taking a shower, and other people, we would know and say, I'm going outside to take a shower. And they go, okay. And they would be respectful and, to not run, make you embarrassed kind of thing. But we're way out in the middle of the country, way out. But then you would never know. Somebody would drive up and somebody would be in the shower. It might be Miss Patricia. It might be Serge. It might be me if I was over there because I was over there a lot and working and stuff. And so it's like we always got a big kick out of somebody driving up. We'd come out of the shower with a towel around us, like, "Hi, neighbors, what you all up to?" Naked as a jaybird, of course, but besides the towel. But I had a rig like that on my shed for a while, and I want to kind of go back to that because it was just so nice when you're outside in the summertime to just, pair of shorts or not, uh, and you just go out and stand under the shower for a minute and just get wet all over, and take the towel and dry off, and it's not about a big soap and water kind of thing. You just get in there and rinse off. It's really refreshing. But there again, the power of water. So, and it's amazing what one piece of pipe did, but it was one continuous piece of pipe. There were no joints. So in the floors, it has to be one continuous piece of pipe. Can't be any joints in there. I would not have that. Nope. But a single piece of pipe, okay. But here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. And one reason why I have all this concrete and why I'm sticking with concrete, it's because of the thermal mass. Okay. Think castle. Okay. Them castles are cold and dark and dank. Well, I don't like the dark and dank part because that's why I got solar windows. A lot of light, a lot of air movement. But at the same time, there's a lot of solar mass with all of this. Thermal mass with all this concrete. So Mother Earth at a 2 foot depth will stay at a constant 65 degrees. That's why people used to have, still do, have root cellars. Okay. So their refrigerators were under the ground. Mother Earth was the refrigerator. Okay. So at a certain depth, that's why in ground homes. But here's the thing. You have to think about, so if you're on the ground and in the ground, which I am, then I'm the temperature that the ground is inside the house. So now outside, it might be 100 degrees in the summertime, but it ain't that in here. So Mother Earth has a tendency to have a residual. So the house stays cooler just because the floor is on the ground, okay? Because of the temperature of Mother Earth. Now you get above it, you stop using it, water or no water. So in the summertime, the people walk in my house and go, dang, your house is really cool. You don't use an air conditioner? No, I have thermal mass. I have concrete, you know. Um, so my grandma's house in Florida was made out of a big old concrete block back in the day. And there were places in her house where she just had a fan. There was no air conditioner. But even in the dead of summer, there were places in Granny's house, and towards the inside of the house, concrete floor, concrete walls, block, and it was cool in her house. So small, and but Granny knew how to poke a hole in that concrete block and put a piece of wood in it and hang a picture in a heartbeat. Let me tell you. So I grew up with concrete and concrete around me and understood. I brought that with me when I moved up here, but I used to work for the Department of Energy way back in the day in the weatherization program. And early on when Jimmy Carter was around, and back and then was when I was in it when it first started. And I still think it's a good program for folks to go out and help elderly people fix up their houses and help keep it cool. We did a lot of good work for people that really needed it. And um, in that, we learned about thermal mass. We built some, if every project we cheated, let me just say that. We wanted to build a greenhouse for somebody, but we couldn't come up with the money for it, for the materials. We had the labor, but we couldn't come up with the money for the materials. So every job, they'd add a 2x4 or a 2x6 that they didn't use, and it went into this pile. And after a while, with all the jobs that we were doing 2 or 3 houses a week, easy. And so for every house had an extra 2x4 or 2x6, that pile got really good to where all of a sudden, then we had enough material to build the frame of the greenhouse. It was sort of like a porch greenhouse thing. In a way, kind of what I was doing, but we were just covering it with plastic and some windows on the outside. But anyway, but so some people might say, well, that's cheating. Yeah, but it was for a really good cause. We were learning about thermal heat. We were, buying concrete block, and for inside, we were showing people, that had a lot of windows in the house or something. We built solar heaters that fit into a window that work on their own. As soon as it heats up, a flap opens up in the house and the warm air comes in. There's not even any movement. Well, there are moving parts, but nothing that you have to plug into the wall. It's all controlled by heat and flaps and things and stuff. And anyway, and so we were building these things, but we didn't have the material to build them. So we cheated a little bit, and when one job was really easy, we added a couple of 2x4s. But then when we got to a house that needed one of these things, we had raw materials. We could build one of these solar heaters for them and help heat their house and reduce their bill and all that kind of good stuff. So anyway, but from that, I learned all about this before I built my house. That was before I got this piece of property. It wasn't. I was working for the weatherization program when my house burned down out there in Berlin. So then I got to the point where then I found this piece of property and I brought all the knowledge of working with the weatherization program and all the knowledge that I brought from reading Mother Earth and from all the knowledge that I'd acquired up to that time, all the farmers and everybody, and then I got this piece of land and I've been here ever since. Are we counting down again? Am I still here yapping my damn mouth off? I sure am. I should be sued for yapping about this stuff. But I've helped people dig wells. I've seen people witch for water. I've helped people on farms do this, that, and the other thing. People from other countries. I mean, I've had a really nice, wonderful. As I look back on my life, it has not been dull. And sometimes I kind of wished it had been, but not so much. But here's the thing. There are certain things that I just know. Okay. There's certain things I know about water because I've worked with it. I've built ponds. I've built this. There are certain things I know about wildlife because I worked with a wildlife rehabilitation center for like almost 20 years, 15 years. And I worked with this and I worked with that. So where some people might question, well, you don't really know what you're talking about, Hawkeye. In a lot of ways I do. Am I the smartest guy? No, that's not what I mean. But there are a lot of things that I know about that I have studied, have been a part of, have worked part-time with. I worked for a company that I learned about how to process flour and how to sift it and how to save the flour underneath, by the way, without it blowing up. That was interesting because we have Flowers Bakery in Thomasville as one of the main houses. The Flowers is folks that they millions of dollars here in the community. But I got to say, they've been pretty nice to the community. I've known a couple of the Flowers folks, and they were genuinely nice people, even though they were worth millions of dollars. But good people can sit around and have a beer with and feel comfortable. Good people. Not all of them, but some of them. So they had millions of dollars, but didn't drive around in brand new cars. Their house was nice and kind of large, but older but not so much fancy and blah 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 and lots of bling. No, but a nice little estate with a pond and fishing and a swimming pool, but nothing fancy. No manicured lawns, but a lawnskeeper that some really nice property on the hill, and right on the outskirts of Thomasville. But there were the mansions that were worth $3 or $4 million that her family had. So when you compared her to the rest of the family, she was the poor one of the group, and liked to hang out with us theater folk. And they donate literally thousands of dollars to the theater program for many different things. So, hats off to them folks on a local level, even though they're Flowers Bakery from all over the place. The fact that locally some of them are really nice people. A lady that I worked for that I worked with the horses for several years on her horse place there. She was married to one of the Flowerses, and he bought her this place in the divorce. And it was a huge 150-acre spread with horse barns and horses and you name it. And Gilda's a sweet lady, and I got to work for her for several years. And there was all this money and this, that, and the other thing. But when it come right down to it, she just liked to have a beer on the back porch too. Maybe smoke a doobie with you once in a while. But for all the money and all the property and all that kind of stuff, it didn't mean anything. She was just a nice person. So then there are the assholes, with money. And then there are the assholes who think they have money and try to be that. And then there are really nice, genuine people who have they have a lot of resources, but they just try to lead a normal life. They don't really want to make it complicated. Their house is nice and this and that, and they can buy a new toy if they want to, but they're basically, just living on a horse farm, taking care of the horses and fixing the fences and keeping the barns up and not any kind of grandiose balls and thises and that's and fancy clothes and nah, not a bit. So I have to say, in the realm of people that I've met over the years, even the ritzy ones, there are some nice ones, I ran out. I'm loading back up. Have a beautiful morning. Yeah, I'm fixing to get out of here too. I had no idea it was like 3:30 in the morning almost. And when I started out with this thing of water, I didn't know where it was going to end up. But lots of the things that I've talked about tonight, though, this morning, are all related to water one way or the other. And I got off on a tangent with my well and everything, but maybe there's someone out there. You might get into a situation you just don't know. But always look for alternatives. Whether you need them or not right now, always look for alternatives. Always keep an eye out. Always be aware of your situation. In the city, in the country, be aware of your situation. If for some reason I lost my water and I'm here, where's my next place for me to go? That's I've got lots of different choices, but it depends on how bad the situation is. Do I go to Meg's and drive 6 miles but nobody's got power and there's no water? Or do I try to find somebody that's more local? Or do I really, really, do I get out a bucket, which is one reason why I have a well, or do I get out a bucket and drop it in the well and that's my resource? You know what I mean? Has it gotten to that point? So, but having lived this in my lifetime, it's so easy for me to just, pumps out. Well, this, okay, well, I got this. Well, everybody's power's out. Okay, well, then I can make do with this and this and that. Or how much water do I have over here? And what do I got over there? And are my batteries charged? And where I got into the issue with the hurricane was I didn't have the right batteries. Even though I had a charger, I didn't have the right batteries. I've fixed that. But anyway, so if there are things that you can do, that you can set up a really simple and you can move it, a 12-volt battery, $100. And I don't know what this. I think the solar panel that I got was about $100. And the charger and the thingy maybe $30. So, but for $250, we'll just say, now not everybody has that, but for the $250 that I have invested with the battery, with the 12 volt, with my charger, and with the you gotta have one of those regulators. So, and there's cheaper ones and there are more expensive ones, but to the point though, you will always have some kind of power. If you've got 12 volt, then you can recharge your phone because you've probably got something you can plug in that plugs, that will convert they've got them now where you can plug into your thing and it converts it from 12 volt to the 3 point whatever for a USB port, right? So you can plug your phones in and stuff and everybody can charge it the same so it don't burn something up, where 12 volts is too much. So, but anyway, they've already got all the little chips and everything built into them. So if you can plug into a cigarette lighter, you can plug in a 12-volt battery. You can plug into the solar, So, and you say, well, that doesn't count much. But if you lose power and you need a something and you little this and you got to that, it gives you confidence that you're kind of not like just stuck. It gives you a certain amount of confidence that says, well, everybody else's stuff can go out, but as long as the sun comes up a little bit, even on a cloudy day, it will charge things. So for me, it gives me confidence, but I'm down here in the woods. But regardless of where you are, to have that kind of confidence to be able to, and they've got different kinds that roll out and they've got batteries and stuff, and that might be for you. But I'm just saying for me, it was about this much. And that was, I got a big die-hard battery that I can also put in my truck. So I have a backup there. I can also use it for my trolling motor. So it's going to serve, but it can also run any kind of, 12 volt or less devices here in the house if the lights go out. So, thank you. And for me, it's worth the confidence that if I have to buy a new battery once a year for the house, it's $100 a year for safety. And that don't mean my battery is going to go out. I'm just saying if it lasts 1 year, if you get a battery. So if I have to spend that $100 a year for the comfort of being able to have 12 volts, of course, I'm going to use it in my canoe, but but along with the water and along with the power, the connection to both is good. So Julianne, thank you for all of your gifts. Deborah, for what it's worth, it is what it is, and there are just things in the future that I was kind of sort of going to talk about earlier, and I'll mention again here at the end, that it just seems like it's going to be shaky. And I don't want to terrify anybody, but it's been damn shaky up to this point with hurricanes and tornadoes and weather and floods and that's just that's just everyday weather that happens around here. So if it gets any worse or we just have some of the same again, I remember one year, I don't know, it's been 15 years ago now probably, we had 3 or 4 low pressure systems that came in off the Gulf, one right behind the other. And for 2.5 months, it rained. I mean, it clear out and for a day and you go, thank you, Jesus. And then another low would come in. Some minor hurricanes, I don't know, Isaac or whatever, they kept coming in and we'd end up with them around Tallahassee and down here in South Georgia. Just snockered in with clouds, and it's been quite a few years ago, but I remember it every time we turned around, because there were things we wanted to do, and that we'd end up in a hurricane again, or by the time it got to us, it was at least really, really nasty weather, and of course tornadoes and downwinds and all that come with them things this far inland. But for 2 months it rained. Low pressure, low pressure, low pressure. I'm looking at the Gulf of Mexico this year and I'm thinking, it looks like it may be one of them low pressure years. Not so much hurricanes, but just enough low pressure to be in the Gulf of Mexico. And they've been coming in along from Texas and Louisiana, Mobile, and they've been coming right across there and snaking across. And some of it comes up our way a little. At Tallahassee gets some, and then sometimes it's a little lower. Been watching it all this spring. So the conditions in the Gulf of Mexico, because the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf Stream itself within the Gulf has slowed, and it ain't working the same way. So depending on how everything else is going on globally, now think about this: if the mouth of the where the Gulf of Mexico and where Florida Keys and the end of Florida, Cuba, and all that, so the water comes in kind of sort of around South America and up the coast this way, and then comes kind of sort of back around this way. I think I got that right. So it's got to go through the Keys. Well, here's the thing. Because it joins with the Atlantic Ocean, and the Atlantic Ocean has slowed. The Sargasso Sea is clogged. It has slowed the Gulf Stream on the East Coast, okay, which has affected weather. So, but imagine this, the way water works. So if we have tilted over and these large masses of currents are affected by the position of the earth in a wobble, would it be easier or harder for the water to get out of the Gulf of Mexico? Because it's damn near closed if you really look at it, you know. So it's a big pool, you know. But because of the Gulf oil spill, it has really changed the speed of the water. And I've talked about this before, but the Corexit that they sprayed all over the Gulf of Mexico did not disperse the oil. It allowed the oil to sink. Okay. My friend Serge, I've talked about, we used to do this all the time as a science project in front of kids when we'd go do puppet shows at elementary schools and places. We'd show them how here's this nasty water and you add this stuff at the top and it would precipitate down to the bottom. So when they sprayed all that Corexit, they dropped all that oil down to a different thermocline in the Gulf of Mexico. And the Gulf is still having issues getting rid of all that stuff. And it's further down. And it's big and gooey and ooky and doesn't flow like water does. And it has slowed the Gulf of Mexico, the inside the Gulf of Mexico, that flow, not the Gulf Stream, but that has also affected the Gulf Stream because the output isn't the same as what it used to be. It's sluggish. So with this information, you know, there are a lot of things that because of these conditions, you got to ask yourself, this was set up years ago. And whatever is going on now is partially a result of what happened with the Gulf oil spill, the things that they did afterwards, the effect that the Gulf is just it's been showing this for years. Before Serge died, we talked about it. He goes, you know, at some point the current's going to change. The oil's too heavy, and when it sinks to a certain depth, it's going to affect everything, you know. And we would sit there and talk about it, and he would be in tears saying, you know, it's going to kill the Gulf, you know, and thank God he didn't live. I mean, I'm sorry that he's gone, but thank God he didn't live to see it really die, you know, because it really would have broke his heart. And he lived right down on the Gulf in the panhandle there, so on the edge of the swamp. But anyway, so he stayed connected with the water, another thing. But in this understanding of it and watching the currents and seeing the oceans and doing the this and the storms and all that, you know. But if you understand more about what they did with the oil all them years ago and what the overall effect is still having on the ocean, we have to bring that into consideration along with the other earth changes going on. Okay. Whether it's an earthquake or not or whatever, but that was a man-made catastrophe, and that but I don't know if I'll be able to live to see the Gulf recover. You know, knock on wood, I'm not planning on going anywhere, but the idea though that there was so much damage, and because of the circulation and other things, um, you know, the outflow, you know, we've got a lot of water coming in from down the Mississippi. I mean, you know, from up here and down through the Ocklawaha and the Apalachicola River, a lot of water from Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and through Florida. And there are a lot of springs in North Florida too, that are part of the underground aquifers that come out of Alabama. A lot of fresh water that ends up in the Gulf of Mexico. And so it mixes with the brine and everything. So we've got a lot of good fresh water to like offset it. But if it's not, if it's sluggish in turning, then the oil wants to go towards the center always. So the outside might be doing fair to middling, okay, because of all this fresh water from Texas and Mississippi and all the way around, all this good water coming to the edges. But it's so sluggish in the middle. It's only the outside edges that are moving. All the coagulant and all the oil and everything has moved more towards the center. And where the whole ocean used to turn, now it's only around the edges, if that makes any sense. It's still turning the middle, but it's at a slower rate than the outside rate because there's more flowing in to create it. Okay. But anyway, so it's a really different effect on the Gulf of Mexico. And how long it'll take, who knows? Will it ever recover? I don't know. Now, from what Dante said, for those of you who've been with me all this time, that when they drilled down there, there was a very nasty entity who was connected, who the entity was Coronis, and that they had locked her deep in the earth. They couldn't kill her. So they locked her deep in the earth and her essence. And when they drilled that spot down in the Gulf of Mexico, which was stupid to begin with, so many people in the drilling industry, which Serge was one of those people that helped with drilling and so forth. And I'd work with drillers and folks and, who were in the, who lived here, but would go out to the oil fields or go out to the platforms. And then they'd go out for 2 weeks and come home for 2 weeks. But anyway, but this entity, when they drilled down there and let out the pressure, many of you possibly heard about, I can't think of his name now, but he's German, I think, or Austrian or something. Anyway, he's talked about the black goo. There's a lot of information about the black goo. Back in the Falklands, they found something. Why did Reagan send people down to this tiny little island? It was because they found a black goo. Now we'll see if I get hit with any energy talking about this. But the black goo that was down in the Falklands, which is on, north of Antarctica, right, down towards the end of South America, that they found some natural black goo. And they tested it. Harold Katzvella is his name, if I'm pronouncing his last name correctly, but close enough, Harold. So way back when he first started talking about it and the experiments they did and watching it move and react and stuff. Okay. So you have to consider that this nasty entity that is connected to coronavirus through the name, and also when they drilled there and it busted loose, they busted loose like a black goo of her essence that they had trapped a long time ago, going, we don't know what we do with her, but we can't kill her, but we got to trap her. And the bad guys went in there and drilled a hole and let her out. Even Pope Francis, I hate to say that Francis, but the fake Pope has mentioned her, the demon that was there, and that we will all bow down to her. So she, if you want to call it the pits of hell, it's not Lucifer, but it's a really nasty, nasty beyond a lot of our beliefs. But the virus is named after her. So several other people have mentioned this entity in their speeches. Okay. And that there is a bowing down to her. There is a, anyway. So that's supposedly what they let out in the Gulf of Mexico. And that all of this is led up to after all these years of the quote accident. Was it an accident? There were some people there that left suddenly and nobody knows who the F they were. What? Yeah, they over it was all, that was really fishy, right? So if this is true that they let the essence of this entity out, it's, the Gulf of Mexico is just full of it and everything around it. Now, the only thing that to me is saving the coastline is the rain that comes down all the rivers to the Gulf of Mexico. Okay. But now, when these storms whip up and they come out of the Gulf, what are they bringing with them and drop them on the ground? I'm just saying. I used to be able to grow things here in my yard, in the garden and things, and I had the occasional issue of a thing or two. But since the Gulf oil spill, hurricanes coming out of the Gulf, stuff that I would normally grow really easy in my garden refused to grow at all. What's that from? The water, whatever it absorbed, whatever was caught up in the storms and dumped all over down here. I know other people that have planted gardens and they just down here. Now, I know it's not everywhere, but there are some people who go, I just can't grow anything in my garden every year anymore. I just gave up. And we used to grow stuff all the time and share the vegetables. Now, what's happened? Well, since the Gulf oil spill, we've had all these storms. And if this is true about this entity and the tie to an unnatural black goo, that's essence is scattered over all these thousands of miles of Gulf of Mexico, get brought up into a storm any and every time it comes in from the Gulf and sprays down upon us like a plague. So the solution, we get better potting soil. We take care of things. So like my garden right now is not necessarily dead, but the things that are growing naturally here are the things that I need to increase. So my garden, I'm getting water. I got this and that, but at the same time, though, that's a good idea. I just had this really weird thought. If I'm drinking rainwater and the rains come from out of the Gulf, am I drinking the black entity? That's something to stop and consider. That's interesting. But anyway, one of the things that Dr. Miller, the crazy guy, I love him, has said was that, there's so much radiation that has fallen on the planet from the nuclear testing back in the day that has floated over towards the east. And down upwind from me, west of me, almost straight west of me, is a nuclear power plant about 70 miles away. It's on the Apalachicola River on the Alabama side of Georgia. And it's like, I have no idea, but it has times when I've looked at it. I used to look at it. Now I don't want to know. But where they've had to release, whatever nuclear stuff and do a vent to the atmosphere. Well, I moved out of Florida in Crystal River because of that UJAS plant down there. And I moved up here. There was no nuclear plant over there. So I lived here first before they built the plant, but son of a bitch if I ain't downwind of one, within 70 miles, I'm on the 60-ish mile range. So if they send a plume up into the air, it's a nice windy day from that direction, I'm getting irradiated. And I got no flipping choice over this, except if I move indoors and control my atmosphere. And that's what Doc was trying to teach us all years ago, was we need to be better at what we're growing. We need to control it and get it out of the atmosphere, because some of this radiation has been hanging up there, right? And some of it's already hit the ground, but the accumulation of rads and what it is, and that if it hasn't affected our DNA, it eventually will. And it's already been done, but it's already here. And it's still collecting, it's still being known. So But how many people know about that? You know, he's that crazy old man that talks about this stuff, but as many folks would like to not believe, he's right about a lot of it because I've researched it myself and went, he's right. I'd be listening to him and he'd be talking like on Kerry Cassidy or somebody, and they'll say something and I go, he's right. You know, talking to myself, blah, 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 blah. But he's right. You know, growing in pasta, he's right. You know, but anyway, um, Deborah says, I had a vision of Washington State splitting and water flooding the canyon that was left. It started from a volcano, though. Just better to be prepared for anything. Yeah. And there are places up there that used to be flooded way back in the day from different places. So, also had a dream where everyone had a boat on the roof. I didn't see a flood, but the whole neighborhood was prepared for it. Well, all the protocol we've been taught for C-19 is also radiation protocol. Yep, that's true. And, you know, there are a lot of people who don't really consider the Fukushima thing. But there are a lot of people who keep talking about it, and it keeps coming up in the news. And with the amount of radiation that's been pouring out of that thing into the Pacific, um, and how the ocean currents and everything are, and air currents, you know, and if people on the West Coast, if you don't think that you're not getting, and the rest of us too, but the farther west and the closer to that, it's going to drop out of the atmosphere quicker. But it's in the ocean. It's going to affect the plankton. It already has. You know, it's a, you know, what do we say? Now, here's one thing though that I have heard, and that I've kind of like had my own little version of a vision, if you will. It was more of an understanding. It's like, you know, they can do their best to poison the oceans, but some of the entities that have, from what I understand, jumped into the fight quite a few years back when it happened, kind of thing, said, no, we're not going to allow the whales and the oceans and the planet go like that. So, yes, there's radiation, but there are beings who have already helped us out in that if the true radiation that has been leaked had actually reached Alaska and around there would be dead people everywhere, kind of thing. That they've already stepped in and reduced the radiation, but they haven't cleaned it all out because there's so much and it gets spread out. But they've reduced it to um, um, levels that are a lot more tolerant than what they originally are. So there are those people who have been trying to. There's a guy on Dana Dumford or something on YouTube, and I sneak in and listen to him once in a while, but he's always watching it. He's a wildlife person up in the Northwest, I believe, and he's been watching the birds and eggs and flight paths. You know how the birds are reacting along the coast and things. You know, like I watched down here because of all the chicken factories, you know, all the loss of wildlife and all the microcosms of things and bugs and frogs and all the stuff I talk about. He's been doing that same thing up there with a sailboat, and he goes sailing through the sounds and checking the wildlife and counting birds and stuff, and are they healthy or not, you know. And people call him crazy, and I go, no, I understand where he's coming from, and if I lived up there, I probably would be doing the same thing, versus I'm down here in the south, and you know. But the idea that there are those of us who feel and want to help take care of the earth and are talking about it and keeping it up. So I'm hoping that there is an ET out there who has the equipment to clean up the oceans simply for the whales and the, you know, and the stuff out there. You know, if there's some kind of alien exposure, and they all come out and high and everything. One of my first things are going to go. Can you go clean up the Gulf? Can you go clean up the Pacific Ocean? We'll work. Everything else seems to be fair to middling, but can you go clean them two things up, which should help clean up the Atlantic and My brother back in the day was stationed on the USS Lexington and out of Pensacola, and they would frequently go out down the Gulf of Mexico and through the Straits and out into the Atlantic. And he told me years ago, I mean, that was back in the 70s and 80s when he was in the Navy. And he said, when you reach where the Gulf hits and he said, when you go through there with a ship, he said, there's all kinds of garbage and everything floating through there. Now that's been 30 years ago, and he said there were garbage piles 30 years ago, and it's just only increased, right, with population and stuff. And I said, what? And he goes, yeah, we'd go through there, we'd see great big, float islands of garbage and stuff floating out into the Atlantic. And, what? Yeah, that was all the way back then. So tying this into water, our situation with water, as far as the pollution of it, is a lot worse than people understand. So however we collect it, however we get next to it, we just need to say thank you to the water and, be respectful. That's all. And I know I know that I piss people off about talking about the distilled water, but I'm not going to, they're not going to be convinced otherwise. And that's okay. I've said my piece about it. The reminder is, though, that just why would you, I'm going to say this, I'm sorry. Hey, Jeff, if you have good, clean mineral water that you can get with natural minerals already in it, or go get distilled water and add your own minerals. The second does not make sense to me. I would seek a natural mineral content, a good mineral source from wherever, and there are lots of places. But to go with distilled water and then try to get from what distilled water does to the body, it can leach things out that we don't want leached out. And, my friend Serge, who's passed, he would just get so distraught like I do, when people think they know what they're talking about. And I worry for these people because they may be draining their system and they want to know what's wrong. But quit doing what you're doing and just try what I'm asking. Find good mineral water. That's all. But anyway, and the thing is that, like, for me, I have mineral water, but I also add mineral salts like Himalayan salt. And if I'm making eggs or potatoes or pasta or something, I'm going to, instead of using just white salt, I'm going to use Himalayan salt if I can, or certain things, for taste, making a stew. Yeah. And, so this idea, though, of taking distilled water and then adding minerals, and then I knew a young lady who who was a dancer at the theater, who believed this stuff over and over and over again. And she was always complaining about cramps and always doing it. And it was like Serge would say, stop drinking that distilled water and drink some mineral water, drink some well water. I will bring you water from the farm, from the deep well. Stop, And the poor dear, she's a lovely lady. I love her to death. Good gams. and she liked to show off her gams, let me tell you. But cramped all the time, and she was a young lady compared to us. So we looked at each other and we don't quite dance and run like you do, but we don't get cramps like you do either. Well, I'm drinking all this distilled water. I'm drinking all this stuff. And anyway, so for those people who believe what they do, I wish the best for everybody. But I have to be that person who's got to be the muckety muck in the group and go, I'm still worried about you. I love you. And I ain't saying this is one of them times that somebody's going to be listening to me and go, well, Dave's full of bullshit. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. You know, all right. But then I've had people that come back to me later and I go, I wish the hell I'd have listened to you, and go, you have to learn on your own. How many times are you going to stick your hand in the fire before you know you're going to get burnt? Everybody's got to learn on their own. The best thing you can do is provide the information and hope that people will trust you enough to at least give it a shot, But anyway, so enough said about that. But water is very important on so many ways. It's important in the fog. Now, when I was out on the California coast and up in the redwoods, and we camped right on a cliff. I mean, we were like 100 yards from the cliff on the Pacific Ocean up there, just south of the Oregon border. State park up there, beautiful. And the mist, the fog that comes in off the Pacific, it may not rain, but the rainforest, I never understood quite exactly what rainforest meant until I saw the amount of fog that came in off the Pacific and got everything wet. And I was like, oh, it doesn't have to rain, because they get this big fog bank that moves into the trees, and the trees drink it up, and the ground drinks up enough. A lot of it don't. And some of the areas, I don't even think any water reaches the ground sometimes unless it does rain. But the trees are always getting fed with the water in the air. And it's like, well, now, wow, now that's what makes a rainforest. Up in the Northwest, the way I was experiencing it. Now, the other people might have a different opinion because they live there, and I'm okay with that because I only visited. But I've known people from the Tlingit tribe, and we talked about it, and they were like, yeah, if it wasn't for the fogs, things wouldn't just, sometimes the fog's so heavy, it drips from the roof and it comes down the streams and all this, and it keeps the rivers going. I'm like, I hadn't thought about it. So there is this constant moisture in the air, and having been there and experienced it only for a few days, but I was like, oh, I get this a whole lot different. I understand this a whole lot better. Having been here, felt the fog, been in the fog. We were up on Mount Rainier on July the 4th, and we're having snowball fights. Had never experienced that. So all of the water, sometimes it's ice, sometimes it's in rain, sometimes it's in fog. And but it's the amazing properties of water, regardless of what state it's in. That's one of the interesting things. Right, Deborah. One of the things that scientists use distilled water for is because there's nothing in it, but everything will react quickly with distilled water. It draws things out. So people who drink now, if you want to do a distilled water thing once a month or something for a day or two, I don't see anything wrong with that. But this constantly putting distilled water in us is leaching certain vitamins and minerals out of people, and they are unaware of it. And it shows up in the muscles a lot of times. Yeah, it's much better to find somebody with some good deep well water somewhere. And even if you have to pay a few bucks for a 5-gallon bucket or something, get a container that'll hold water. And, if you need some drinking water, some honest to God, good drinking water, then, do yourself a favor. And there are other places and stuff, but It means you have to go a little further. But there's been so much disinformation about this distilled water thing. And it has been a subject of me and my friend Serge for many years when people started doing it. He cautioned people until he died. You know, the regular basis thing is just no matter what you think you're doing to it, just please stop and just go with mineral water. So, but anyway, you can only put the message out there. And I know I hurt some people's feelings when I talk about it, but I have to because there is a lot of misinformation out there. And from a guy who was in the water business for 40 years, who knew how to, drinking water and drilled wells in the Bahamas, and I mean, was all over the world with things, literally all over the world. He worked with reverse osmosis and a lot of other different things. And so um, when he taught me about the distilled water thing, I was like, son of a bitch. And he said, but that's why you should use distilled water only in a battery because there's nothing in it. And I was like, oh. And I'd just been using regular water to put in the batteries. And he goes, nah, keep some distilled water around for your batteries. If you got batteries, keep some distilled water around in case they get low, but only use distilled water if you can, because it won't take away the electrolytes. Where if you use regular water, like I got a lot of mineral water, then that water, those minerals will collect on the inside of the battery and won't allow the battery to charge right. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. So, and I had not paid any attention to that, for all the years that I'd worked on automobiles until he explained to me about distilled water. I was like, so now I have distilled water around just for the batteries. But anyway, so my friends, 4:04, can I hang out for 15 more minutes and we'll make it an honest 4:20? And then we'll call it quits for the night and the morning. But anyway, I don't mean to be on any kind of downer on that because I'm worried about people's health and their well-being. So I say these things because I'm worried about people's health and well-being. But anyway, and where some things like the thing about the black goo in the Gulf of Mexico, I find that to be a very intriguing. If you've listened to Dante over the years, or the cause, or however you want, whatever, when he talked about that, I went, oh my God. For me, where they drilled, how it broke, the whole thing, whether there was really a black goo down there is black goo, the oil, the nastiness. And whether or not they let out an entity, there is evidence that they did. And so it's like, and if they did, and she's really like Black Plague nasty, kill billions of people, then we're in for a treat, you know? And how it unfolds over these next couple of years as to whether or not this goo, this essence, this entity, you can call it evil, whatever you want it to. It's not the devil, but it make the devil ashamed. I mean, that's how nasty. For them to lock it and hide it down way deep in the earth because it was so powerful, they didn't know what else to do with it. That right there is some shit. Some very, very creepy black goo, but not the same as the black goo that Harold Katzvella and them found, and the Russians and Germans and what they found. I always wondered why Falkland Island was so important. And then there was the sentient sort of earthly black goo that they found on the Falkland Islands. And that's why Reagan sent troops down there and the whole lot. It was all about the college students, right? If you remember that. But in thinking about this black goo, isn't oil really a type of black goo? I mean, let's just stop here a second. Isn't oil a black goo of types, and we refine it? And so in every vehicle that drives around, pollution or not pollution, we have been spreading the fumes of the black goo through our exhaust over the years. And now that part is true. Now, whether it's a sentient, nasty black goo, whatever, the fact that we have been driving across this nation for the last 100 years, burning gasoline and oil products and things, we have been spreading molecules and particles and things all across our nation, up and down, back and forth, boats on the ocean. I mean, we've been spreading it all over the place. Now, again, whether or not it is sentient or has any, but we have been actually using oil, the black goo, and doing that. So, right, Jeff, I have thought about this before, and it's it's early in the morning, and the end of the topic kind of thing, but the idea though, these are some of the things that I have kept to myself in that, but there are things that I've understood about this for ever since it happened, and have been watching it, watching the Gulf, how the oyster beds have gone, and Florida wanted to blame it on Georgia for stealing all the water before it got to the Gulf, when actually it's the condition of the Gulf is the reason that the oyster beds and so forth and the oyster business isn't like it used to be. It has nothing to do with the amount of water coming down the Apalachicola. It's the value of the water that comes down the Apalachicola River, and also the Ochlockonee River. So all this crap that's up here from all these chicken farms and everything ends up in the ocean at some point. Now, there are several places along the way, and it's a long way down there, but eventually the stuff that's up here killing off the microcosms of along the Ochlockonee where I live, it's going to end up all the way down to the bay. And Ochlockonee Bay is a big bay, and it goes right out into the oyster beds and into the flats and down there at Panacea. Soylent Green. Yeah, ain't that strange? Yeah. But ain't we finding that there's certain particulates of human tissue in certain things now and stuff? So aren't we in a way already eating kind of sort of, Um, there are some people who vegetarian kind of folks, and they were like, oh, they was on this like Jello kick, and I was like, have you really researched where Jello comes from? Gelatin? It comes from the hooves of animals. What? Oh no, And then these people started freaking out, and it's like, you should check where some of these products that you have been consuming for years, and then you realize they're made of what? And now you want to bitch about this animal and that thing and this and the other thing. But if you get rid of all the animals, now we could treat them better. I absolutely agree with that. And there are farmers around here who are doing that. They treat their pigs well. They treat the chicken farms are chicken farms, but on a personal level, there are folks that have got a herd of 15 to 20 cows, and they keep them healthy. They're proud of them cows, and if they cut one or two of them out a year and have them sent to the butcher, and their family eats well, but they still have all these other cows. And so there's some down the road here. Down here a little ways, somebody started with a couple of cows, and over a few years with one bull and a couple of cows, he's got a small herd now. And so if he sells them or not, that he's got a large enough pasture. Now I'm sure he has to sublet some of that pasture, but with hay. But in the long and the short of it, there are people who are very concerned about how their animals are raised and what they give them. There are farmers who grow hay. I've said this before, but it's true around here. There are farmers who contract that have cows, they contract with someone who has hay, and they say, I'm going to want 100 bales or 200 bales or 500 or 1,000 bales. But what kind of grass are you growing? They want to know what kind of hay the farmers is growing before they go into the contract, because they just don't want anything, and they want to know when it's going to be harvested, when he plans on planting. Now, all the farmers understand that if it doesn't rain and things, the hay might not be as good, but that's not the point. Before they ever plant the hay, or there are farmers who already want to buy it. Around here, there are farmers who say, look, are you going to plant any corn this year? And the guy said, well, I got 10 acres. I'm going to plant 10, maybe 15 acres of corn. The guy says, okay, I want to buy it from you for feed. And the guy was like, well, okay. So at the end, he plants the corn. So the guy who plants the corn has already got a buyer for however many bushels. He wants 1,000 bushels. Now, if the farmer only can grow 900 bushels, well, if the first 900 bushels goes to the farmer. But if he makes 1,500 bushels, the farmer wants only 1,000. The contracts for the 1,000, he's got 500 extra bushels to sell to another farmer for feed or whatever, right? So there are a lot of small farms down here that do that. Yeah, custom chicken coops. Yeah, I'm seriously thinking about going back to raising my chickens again. I'm going to wait until I get back from Ohio, but I think I'm going to crank up the chickens again, because I went to the store today and there were no eggs. And it's happened a couple of times. And this last year or so is the only time in the last bunch of years that I've not had any chickens. But now, if there's going to be a shortage of corn or feed or something like that, and I get chickens, well, they don't necessarily run around in the yard, but it may be harder to feed up some of these things. So if I get chickens, I'm also going to consider buying up a bunch of feed and storing it. So if, because like there's no dog food in the stores, what the hell? 6 minutes. Right. People always ask me, why don't you cook a chicken? And it's because then I don't have any eggs, dummy. Well, does the chicken lay all the time? No, but when it does, it's really good, and I still have the chicken, and I was friends with my chickens, and hated it when the fox got in the hen house and the possum, sons of bitches. But anyway, after all these years, I had so much trouble. But, I used to have 25 chickens at one time, 2 roosters. I was making my own eggs. I was hatching my own chickens. I mean, I had chickens out the wazoo, different breeds, some beautiful birds. But, now I just have empty pens. But also raising chickens. Oops, I started early. But also raising chickens it gives you chicken shit. It gives you fertilizer. Okay. So you're not only getting the fresh eggs, but you're all, and you know what you're feeding them. Now, for those of you who may do chickens or whatever, if you're buying scratch feed and that kind of thing, I want you to go to the local farm and tractor farm supply thingy. Go in there and look at how much some things are. Now, they carry a certain brand of horse feed. Okay. And you go, what do you mean horse feed? Okay, but it's $9 for a 50-pound bag. Right across the aisle is a 25-pound bag, 25, half as much now, chicken feed, okay, for $1 more than the 50-pound bag of horse feed. And you go, well, what the hell? Well, I started looking at the ingredients. Well, there's all kinds of extra stuff in the horse feed, and my chickens always laid the best eggs, and it was cheaper, easier to get. And I mean, if I can buy 50 pounds of feed that has actually more nutrients in it and trace minerals than the actual chicken feed, I'm going with the horse feed, you know? So some of those, the chicken feeds were like $14.99 a bag. And that, even if it was a 50-pound bag, it's 14.90, 15 bucks versus $9. So I was saving $6. So the money that I saved buying the horse feed, I could buy another bag. I could get 100 pounds for 16 bucks. Or 9 and 9 is 18. Sorry, for 18 bucks, I could get 100 pounds. Whereas I was going to only get 50 pounds for, you know, 15 bucks. Nah, I'm paying the extra $3 for the, you know what I mean? But when I looked at the nutrients, they have a little card on them, you know. So you look at the nutrients, and I was like, wow, there's more stuff in the horse feed. Of course, horses need more. So why not give the extra, especially for the price, right? So, but anyway, consider that. Well, it's chicken feed. Yeah, but does it necessarily mean it's really the best? You know, there's some, if it's horse feed, it's got to be good. Just stop and think about that. I went through a period I couldn't get, I could only get to the local store. Oh, that was a good one. 2 more minutes. Couldn't get to the store, but I could buy large bags of dog food. So I fed my chickens dog food. You know, I could get a 50-pound bag for, 12 bucks, 15 bucks. And it was about the same for, chicken feed. Well, if I couldn't get to Moultrie, but I could get to the local store 7 miles away versus, 15 or 20. Well, and, it cost me $1 or $2 more, but them chickens loved the dog food. It filled them up because it's these great big chunks, I didn't get the big chunks, but, like for puppy kind of middle dog kind of thing. Anyway, and the cats like that, but there's none. But anyway, so I substituted that. And people say, you're feeding your chickens dog food? And I said, yeah. If it's good enough for a dog, ain't it good enough for a chicken? And if I come into the chicken pen and I had some of that dog, some of them hens would literally jump up into my hands to get some of it, I mean, that's how much they liked it. Well, but the thing is that, here's another tip, okay, as we go into the 420. It is 420, okay. Here's to you all around the world. It's actually 420 here. I like to give Duggar treats. Ooh, that was a good one. Salute, let me tell you. So anyway, they are super intelligent. What? Anyway, 620. That's right, Gaza. You're in the evening though, rather than the morning, right, Gaza? But anyway, so I want to get Duggar treats, right? So I'm going through the cat dog section, right? And I'm looking at the thingies, and I bought 1 or 2 of these to try it. He just didn't want them, right? So now for myself, I was in the dollar store a couple of weeks last time, and then I was there again today. But they've got this package of different flavors of, I'll think of it in a minute. It's like beef jerky, but they're these little sausages, right? And they've got there's mild, medium, and a super duper hot. So I looked at them and I was like, wow. So for $3.95, okay, so $4, I could get these nice little sausages, right? And they taste like beef jerky. And they're in a Ziploc bag. I can eat them. He can eat them. He likes them, right? If the same thing in a smaller package was $8.25, and I'm like, yeah, but I ain't eating it. So for $4, I got more in the package. We can both eat it. And, it's cheaper than uh, what you would get a doggy treat for of the same kind of variety. And I'm like, and he won't eat them. So I'm like, Duggar's eating people food. Um, you're in Tulsa, living on Tulsa time, living on Tulsa time. I can't remember the word. Well, get you, but live. I've been to Tulsa actually for a convention there many years ago. But anyway, yeah, living on Tulsa time. Uh, yeah, I used to sing that song back in the day along with some of the other ones. But anyway, after 5 hours and 4 minutes and 4:23 on the Eastern Daylight Time on May the 17th, 2021, I think I'm going to call it quits before the sun comes up this time on this Monday morning. And Deborah, good to see you. Jeff, always Gaza. It's always nice to share with whoever has lasted this long or who might listen in at, it's 5 hours long for God's sake. So, but um, there are words and wisdom of the things that I've said tonight. But to wrap up the thing about the water, if we just keep it, just remember, and it's not a big thing. We don't have to say a bunch of prayers and stuff. We just remember and honor the water and how much it means to us. I know how much it means to me, but I mean, just how much it means to us. Every time we turn on the tap, every time something, every drink we drink is water based at some point. Be it a beer or wine or a soda or anything is based with the water. So we just want to thank the universe for the water that we have. They're a strange combination of fear and trust. Yep. And their eyesight is very different because they don't really necessarily see in front like we do. They do like this, so they kind of get a they get a bird's eye view. That was just sitting there waiting to be. I had a rooster, and I had him for several years, and he, to be quite frank, he got real cocky, and I didn't try to abuse this bird. I was always trying to be nice and everything, but he just wouldn't have it, and he'd attack me. And if he attacked me, I'd kick him to the other side of the pen. Because if you ever let a rooster think that they've got the better of you, they've got the better of you, and they will attack you every time, and it hurts. So and so I kicked him to the other side of the pen. I'm inside the pen, right? And all the other chickens are roosting and rustling and everything, and I'm like, dude, get back. So I used to take a board with me to protect me from the rooster, right? When I was in the pen. And if I could, I would lock him. I got two sides to the pen plus a yard. So if he was in the back pen, I could close him off real easy and leave him back there while I was collecting eggs or feeding up or whatever. But anyway, but if he was in the middle section where I needed to go and he wanted to give me a problem, I just had a piece of board that I just put between me and him while I was doing business. But anyway, later on, I expanded the outside fence. And before I got it up high enough, he flew over the top of my extended yard. I'd let him out for a couple hours and then put him back in where there's a top on everything. And he got over the top of that fence. So I went to try to bring him back in and he would not come. So I said, screw it. You know, the feed's in there. I'm not good. So he'd run all the way around the chicken pen, which is the perimeter is pretty good size, and trying to get in. But when I'd open the gate or trying to let him in, he wouldn't go. And I'm like, I'm not standing out here in the yard. If you want to go down there and you want to hop back over the fence, okay. So for the next couple of days, he was just a pain in the ass. I was working in the garden, and he would come from the woods and come around the side of the chicken pen. And on the third day that he did that, I was bent over, and working in this used to be an asparagus bed, and cleaning up some weeds and doing, gardening and stuff. And all of a sudden, I see out of the corner of my eye this rooster heading towards me. And I mean, he is at a full gallop, and he's not flying, he's running. And this son of a bitch is hauling ass. And now I'm bent over, I'm kneeling down, I got my hands on the ground, and he starts after me. And I'm like, he's going to hurt me because I'm at his level. And by the time I could really truly react and make the turn, he was already at me with his claws headed for my head. And I ducked him and broke him off like this. And I was like, you son of a bitch, leave me alone, and he attacked me again. And I'm trying to stand up. And I've got different pieces of plastic pipe in the garden that I've used for staking things up, holding plastic up, and I've just left them in the garden over the years. Well, the only way I could keep this SOB from, and he speared me on the arm and got me in the face, and I picked up this piece of plastic pipe and I swung it at him, and he jumped back, and I said, and I didn't mean it, but I said, if you son of a bitch, I said, if you do that again, I'll kill your ass. And he jumped up at me, and I wasn't trying to kill him, but I slung with that little piece of plastic pipe and hit him just right and broke his neck. And he flopped to the ground, and I was like, I didn't really mean to do that. I mean, but I said it. And I was like, oh, holy shit. I just wanted, but he had attacked me for, 3 or 4 minutes, and I'm trying to get him off of me. And being down on the ground, and I was not, I was having issues with getting up and down back then, which I still kind of do, but I was not expecting to be attacked by the rooster, and how venomously and how vicious he attacked me, and holy crap, and how much damage he could do in just a minute or two, and me defending myself, going, "It's just a chicken." No, it's this bloodthirsty whatever he's got against me for whatever reason that he's been pissed at me. This is the showdown. And there have been times when I sort of replay it in my mind, in that it was sort of like doodle doo 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 doo, doodle in the old western town, and around the corner of the back of the stables comes this guy, and all of a sudden he's right. Anyway, it was like, and it wasn't that far, and how many steps he took for him to get to me. I was surprised, shocked, and in the end, he almost poked my left eye out because he hit me on this side. But I did not mean to kill that rooster, but it did, So I was like, knowing I wouldn't eat him, no. So, but anyway, there have been times when I've had to do things, or certain things have happened that was not my intention, I had really wished for a better outcome, because getting rid of your rooster means that then the rooster, you can't make chickens then, you know what I mean? None of the hens will be fertile. So there went my production of making more chickens. And I didn't get another rooster. And after that attack, the chickens went down, I went down, and then all the chickens went gone, and I just said, screw it, up to this point, But I'm looking back on, I've got all the pens, everything's still there. I just need the chickens. That's all. I got all the infrastructure, everything's still here, so I just need the chickens, And so I can start with chicks. I've got small pens to put them in, and as they get bigger, I've got a larger pen that they can be in, and then opened up into the bigger one that's got the nest and everything. But and it's all covered with, so no hawks or owls or anything can fly into the pen. So it's covered, and with really nice wire and chicken wire all the way around. It's a Cadillac of chicken pens up to a point. And the fact that, critters got into my pen is just I know how they did it, and I got that shit fixed if I get chickens again. And they won't do it again. But anyway, I just didn't know that they could go through a space like that. I saw a fox squeeze itself underneath the fence that had this much space, a little bit more than the thickness of a 2x4, not the width of a 2x4, but the thickness of a 2x4. It squeezed underneath that fence, turned its head, and twisted its body and went on a chain link fence gate for the door, chain link fence, and dirt, and went under that son bitch like it was a highway. And like, what? I couldn't believe it. I believe it now, but now there will be a board at the bottom sitting like this. So when I close the chain link fence door, there'll be a 1x4 at the bottom, and the fence will close on that. There will be no gap. They will not be able to get through that. So it's an easy fix. But after all the years of being there, I didn't know anything could get under there. It's only that big, but when I saw that fox do it, I was like, holy shit. They kind of pushed a little dirt when they went, but wiggled right underneath that gate. And I was like, if I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have believed it. But I know how to fix it, but all my chickens are gone. So anyway, all right, my friends, it's been a lovely evening hanging out with y'all. Have a great week. There is much. The rooster is a siren of protection for the hens. He probably drove them crazy. Oh, he didn't start out that way, but he got nuts. And people say, well, maybe rooster don't have enough room. I used to raise chickens in 1/3 the size that they have room now. And I didn't used to have this problem. I've raised roosters before, but this one was a son of a whatever. He copped an attitude one day, and that was it. I was his enemy, and he wanted to hurt me bad, not just protect. I've had roosters that will protect me from the hens, and I'll just go, okay, all right, we got it. You just stay right there, and they'll kind of ruffle a little bit, but they'll stay there. This one was like, ain't hearing it. I'm gonna gouge your eyes out, and would literally from a standing jump and be at arm level with me standing up, So he jumped 3 feet in the air and with his claws out, and I have to beat him off. Nah, we ain't having that. And I tolerated it for a long time, but when it got out, I was like, that's it. But and I never tried to beat the critter. I always tried to go in with feed for him. I always tried to make friends, but he just after a certain point. But when he kept attacking me and trying to get me, and I tried to be nice. I said, now it's time for the kick across the pen, and you just drop kick them like a football, and just don't worry about how hard you're going to hurt them or whatever. They have to know you mean business too. That's all there is to it. It's a male thing. You got to let it with the leader of the pack. You got to let them know, okay, you got your hands and all that, but you ain't the king of me. But this guy, he had a warp something in his brain, and maybe it was because I kicked him in the head and it drove him a little sideways. But when they're attacking you with them kind of talons, with the rooster that his size, you got to do something, right? Well, I don't want to kill anything, and I didn't want to kill him that day he attacked me, but it was he wanted to hurt me. And here's the thing, he planned his attack. He waited till I got down on the ground because he was back around the fence and I could see where he was. And, I could see him out of the corner of my eyes and the way the pen was, the way I was sitting. But he could see me through the chicken fence. And he knew when I was standing, when I was stooping, and then when I got my knees on the ground. And when I got on the ground, hands and knees, that's when he came around the corner. He waited for me. He knew what he was doing. He planned it, So I hate that I had to kill him, but man, He planned this thing. Uh, and I think that's one of the things in life. I was thinking about it, and as much as I don't want things to go south with people, you know, I if some things start, I mean, not running out of dog food and running out of certain things at the grocery store and running out of this over here, the South down here in these small towns running out of gasoline. And a lot of people depend on some of these little, I don't go very far, so I'm kind of dependent on them and they're out of gas. Well, we're all the way down here in South Georgia. What's this got to do with whatever happened wherever? You know what I mean? So now all of a sudden, well, ain't nobody going crazy down here, but there are a lot of us going, what's this all about? So, I got not quite 3/4 of a tank of gas, and I don't really have any. I really want to go to the river, which will burn up a few gallons, but I do have a couple of gallons in the shed that was for the weed eater, but I could use a gallon and put it in the truck, in the hopes that I can refill that gallon if I go into town and there is gas somewhere. I can put some in my truck and refill the gallon. But anyway, but to the point that I didn't know, or how many of us knew that something like that was going to dry up all the little gas stations around here. None of us. So now what do we do? You know, well, we pay attention. We are smarter where we drive. I might not go to the river tomorrow as much as I want to because, if the gas situation is tenable for a while, then as much as I want to go to the river, maybe I should go to the river now and worry about the gas later. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I have to stop and think about it. And I go, yeah, 3 gallons of gas is 3 gallons of gas. It's not the cost, but if nobody's got any, well, that's 3 gallons of gas less you got, or from where you might be able to go. But I don't go for many places, but to go down to the river and energize back up, and I think it'd be worth 3 gallons of gas. It's not quite that, but we'll just even it out at 20. I mean, at 3 gallons. So that would put me at about a half a tank of gas, which is okay, and I got a couple of gallons here at the house, but I'm not expected to go anywhere. But if it lasts for a while, that'll get me back and forth to the local grocery stores, at least for a couple of weeks. And if I go to the grocery store every 10 days, well, I I got enough to get me a couple of months with what gas I got. So I hope it'll get better. But here's the thing, I've already sort of got a plan. Do other people? Yeah, he had way too much to prove to be a chicken. I honestly, it was almost like that damn rooster was possessed. Um, you'll be right. They will only do you for the chicken slaughter, not the chicken murder. Yeah. Who killed Cop Robin? Kind of thing. But anyway, I miss my chickens. I miss the cackling out there. I miss going out and feeding them. I miss going out and doing this and that. And I really miss the fresh eggs that I used to always have. I would have so many eggs extra all the time that I would give eggs to people, and still have plenty for myself, and the animals. One of the reasons why I went ahead and got some extra eggs was because with the kittens, especially with no dog food, I'm once every 3 or 4 or 5 days. It depends. Sometimes I forget, which I've got some more eggs, so I'm prepared. But I'll take 3 or 4 eggs and fry them up real quick, and put them in a pan and give them to the cats. So they get egg. They get different things in their diet. So I understand that. Plus, it's a cheap meal. A couple of eggs for the kittens. It's a meal to them. It's cheap. If but there's no cat food, well then here's a couple of scrambled eggs, and anything else I might be able to substitute in with it. The other day, I wanted to see how it'd go, and I'd bought up several packages of hot dogs, for Duggar, because for a treat during the day or something, he wants something to eat, and any time for supper, I like, we do our little thing, and he gets a hot dog. And I always pick the all beef ones, not just, but to the point though, for what it costs for a package of hot dogs, if there isn't any other dog food. Well, so I take a couple of hot dogs and I cut them up and I feed them to the kittens, small pieces and chunks, and add them in with a little dry food and some canned milk to kind of soften it up, and they go crazy. So, I'm learning different ways to supplement if I can't get cat food. I can. There's still a lot of hot dogs available. A little more costly, a little more of this, but I got a substitute. You know what I mean? Also, one of the things I used to do in the days was um, substitute rice in with it. Make a rice something dinner like chicken and yellow rice, or I just make yellow rice with just because I like yellow rice. And then some of the leftovers, the cats love the yellow rice. So it's like, okay, so there are lots of packages of yellow rice. I got lots of rice myself. So if things get really tough, I'll supplement their meals with some rice, to, oops, to stretch it out if I need to. And so I've been buying the chunky in the canned stuff. So there's a gravy. So if we got a little rice and some chunky and some gravy, then it looks good enough for me to eat. Let me tell you. And but anyway, I'm just in talking about this. That you know, what are other people going to do? There are folks who are going in the store going, "Where's the dog food? What am I going to do for my dog?" And I'm like, I'm glad I thought ahead. I'm not out, and do you have a plan? Oh, well, now what am I going to do? I don't know, but that's a good question. So, and if it's happening here, we're out of gas, we're doing, and there are other things that are out of other stuff. Um, what else is gonna get not on the shelf? There's some real odd items at certain places in the store that just was vacant, like what? You know, so 10 days ago when I went to the store, plenty of dog food, overfilled, had it here and there and stacked in the aisle. 10 days later, not one. So in 10 days, whatever the supply chain happened. So, you say, well, everything's okay today. But if I'd have known that 10 days ago, I would have bought that bag I was looking at. You know what I'm saying? I'm like regretting that I didn't. I should have bought that bag, but how was I to know there wouldn't be any food? So that's just dog food. But in my thinking about the lack of food for animals, there are a lot of people with animals. How are they going to, certain people ain't going to know what to feed them. Now we're going to have pets that are, let alone people being hungry. But how many folks, I had an old hobo friend. He said, well, I said, well, so what, you don't have any dog food or nothing. He goes, oh, so what to feed your dog? And he goes, what I eat. And I said, so what you eat? And he goes, pork and beans. And he says, I get some and he gets some, He's smaller than me, but he gets as much as I do. So I know can't be too hungry, And I was like, well, that's one good hobo way of looking at it, I make dog food with rice, vegetables, meat, broth, actually better for them. Yeah, I understand. But I mean, there are some people that just don't think that way, Deborah. We're different, Uh, but anyway, so with that said, though, there are so many people out there that like assumed there would be dog food and cat. I mean, it was cleaned out. um, that you just walk in the store expecting to get something. Now, it was a Sunday afternoon after a Friday and Saturday, so I could see why, they had a heavy weekend, right? So that's understandable. And I got there late on Sunday and the shelves were cleared. But I've been there on Sundays when the shelves weren't cleared. You know, I mean, it's just like it was gone. It's freaky, you know. Never have I seen that before. Even during the hurricane and stuff, there was a shortage and certain brands were like higher or lower, but there was always some kind of cat or dog food, dried or otherwise. And I mean, the shelves were bare. Really surprising. I'm still sitting here kind of snickering, but at the same time, like, you know, but I got a lot of backup plans and I'll share my pork and beans with Duggar and the cats and I can make rice and things. We'll get by, you know, but at the same time, that's if nothing happens. That's if the shelves don't get restocked. But in this day and age, when we assume there's going to be something as simple as dog food on the shelf and that ain't there, what else can disappear that quickly that we depend on? So I just want to put that out there. You know, should we be afraid? No, but we need to really be prepared. You know, we really need to think this thing through because if things are disappearing and stopping and the flows being disrupted and whatever, we need to really pay attention for our own damn safety, you know? And whether it's prepping, that ain't it. It is, and that we're going to prepare. But in your local stores and things and stuff around you, pay attention. If something starts going missing in the store and it ain't back within a relative amount of time, and keep an eye on other things because whatever is happening to the supply chain, wherever you are now down here in the South, there are several places nearby in our area that are distribution centers. So if the distribution centers are going dry, then that means the supply chain uphill from there, something's wrong. Now, here's something, and I talked about this years ago when I told people asked me, you know, if I wanted to move to Arkansas, and I said, you know, I said I always thought if I moved to Arkansas and got on the other side of the river, and I've been across that bridge from Memphis into Arkansas several times. And I said back then, I said, if anything ever happened to this bridge, I said people would be stuck in Arkansas or, you know, or in Memphis, either way. But my point was that if I went across there and anything ever happened, thinking earthquake, movement, whatever, and the bridges went out, that, well, guess what? They closed one of the bridges across the Mississippi, the same one that I was talking about years ago. The last time I was in Arkansas, it was in rough shape, and so now they've closed it. So there's east to west traffic, west to east traffic that used to flow across there to the tune of 900 trucks a day are now not being able to go the same route. And so it's like, well, now what? Okay. And there's even talk that somehow whatever's happening with the bridge, which I don't understand why, if the bridge is, you know, if they've decided that the bridge, you know, you just shouldn't drive across it anymore. It was scary, you know, 10 years ago. Okay. It was scary 30 years ago when I went to Arkansas. It was scary, you know, it was scary back in the 30s. I mean, in the 70s when I went to Arkansas. And so the fact that they don't have two more bridges across right through there somewhere is just amazing to me. But anyway, um, but they're saying that they're not allowing barges to go through because of the bridge. Now that don't make no sense, but the barge traffic with oil and other things that are on the barges from up north down to the south are somehow being interrupted because of the bridge. Now I don't know how much of that's true, but here's my point. Somebody somewhere is screwing with the flow of things. Pipeline, shut off the pipeline up, and you know they wanted to stop that. The Bidens, that thing. What, you know, And then, now the tinkering with this pipeline. Um, and then there's this thing and that thing. And, you have to stop for a moment and say, let me ask you this question. Does it sound like there's somebody tinkering with this stuff? At the distribution centers, the lack of things in certain places and certain things, you know, there's some factory somewhere that's making this stuff. And it's very well that it's going out the door, but it ain't going nowhere. Or where it's going ain't getting to its final destination. There are lots of pinch points along the way. So if this is disrupted, trucking, railways, barges, you name it, airways, a lot of stuff travels by air. If the chain is disrupted, hang on. We just need to hang on. Will it ever come back? Are there factories that are going to stop making dog food? Or is it the fact that Dollar General, for whatever reason, and I don't think I would blame it on them, but are they having issues getting it? Is the transfer from point A to point B? Well, we were getting it here, but now we can't get it anymore. Or we were doing this, and now So yeah, But here's one of the issues that I was having. It's every brand. It's not just one brand or two brands. It's every brand of both, all feed gone. That's what's interesting. So you'd say, well, we'd get in Purina Dog Chow, and that might be on this load. And Purina Dog Chow is made some place over here, okay? And then, but this home style stuff that's made, this kind of dog food, it comes in on a different truck. I don't think all the dog food comes in from the same place. So my point is that somewhere along the line, I know it's all about dog food at the moment, but it has to do with the supply chain of things. And I've worked in the different uh, industrial ways that I've worked in. Anything that gets held up somewhere along the line affects the downhill side. So if we're supposed to get a certain amount of material in so we can make what we make and we don't get it, now we're stuck. Well, we were supposed to get this stuff in, it ain't here. Now what do? You're all ready, all your machines, all your people are ready, but you don't have the materials, whatever it is. And you go, now what do we do? So you sit and twiddle your thumbs until you get the material. How soon is it going to come? Depends on whatever's wrong. So, but in the supply chain of things, and I know just the dog food, it's surprising to me because I would understand that you wouldn't get any Purina. Just as a plant somewhere that makes Purina Dog Chow has down, or they're having issues or something, and we're out of Purina. But there, you carry 4 other brands or 3 other brands. You're out of all of them? Did all of them come from the same factory? Which is possible, but all the cat food was made at the same place, regardless of the brand, and you're all out of that too. That means that something else is broken, is what I'm trying to explain. There's a supply chain somewhere that is definitely broken. Water, air, and sunshine. Photosynthesis is the grand plan. Yep. I make dog food. Okay. But anyway, so I just want to, and it may be something else, and it was paper items for a long time. Now, I learned the last time when they stocked the shelves up, I stocked my shelves up. So I got an overabundance of paper towels. Well, not too much, but and enough toilet paper. And especially if I need to go into a mode of being careful. But now dog food's on my be careful list. I'm going to keep an eye on some other things that have been disappearing. And wherever you live, whatever you see around you and so forth, keep an eye on what's not coming back, because it may be a while for whatever the reason is. They're screwing with the supply chain on too many things. They want to interrupt stuff for whatever their game is. They want to keep folks in chaos. And here's another way to do it: interrupt the supply chains, stop whatever's going out of the store. The big distribution centers. They got a Walmart distribution center up around Douglas, Georgia. And this thing is humongous. It's as big as the downtown Douglas area, and it's one big terminal of stuff coming in and then getting into other trucks and going out. It's huge, and there are several places around. And Dollar General's got one somewhere around down here. They would have to, because of all the stores they would need to supply. They wouldn't want to drive all this stuff from somewhere up north somewhere. They would absolutely want to have another another storage unit down here to supply the South. That's just what they do. But if those stores ain't being supplied, and if they're not coming out of those stores, what's going on? We'll see. But my friends, be careful, and we should be wary. It's just weird. I'm just saying, it's really out of place. Okay, so or they're stockpiling elsewhere. Yep, but I just want to. I keep tossing this in, Deborah. Every brand. So it's come if the factories are still making the food, it's going to a unit, a distribution unit, but it ain't leaving. And it ain't just one kind of dog food, it's all of them. So there are distribution units there are truckers from the dog food company who will deliver, right? And so they've got that set up. Now, I could see one or two factories going down, but all of them. And then the distribution center should have a backlog, and they're out. So it's not coming into the stores. I mean, when I think about the supply chain in the mishaps along the way, there's a distribution center somewhere. Could they be stockpiling? Possibly. But then if they're supposed to, and I got to say, Dollar General has been really good. Their CEO and stuff, back when the COVID thing, opened up the stores for old people in the mornings. I mean, I'm really proud of the things that Dollar General has done, and the prices are low. I like the products, and I haven't been in a Walmart in years. So they lost a bunch. Walmart lost a bunch of money. But I would the people in the stores, I know they're gracious and kind. Other people that go in the stores, you bump into here and there. Everybody, So I'm happy. But for there to be a problem on a corporate level, that something would just stop, of all, all dog food on all the trucks in several towns. What? I mean, here's the thing. The store right down the street from the Dollar General, he didn't have a lick of dog food either. He's an IGA store. So it wasn't just Dollar General. He didn't have any dog food either. He had a few cans of cat food, no canned dog food whatsoever, and he used to have at least a case or so, like 24 cans at least, and then at least a couple of bags of dog food. Nothing in his store either. So it wasn't just Dollar General. There's a hiccup somewhere, and it just happens to be at the moment that I noticed dog food. Don't know where it's going, what it means. I'm just saying. That's why I think we ought to just keep an eye on stuff. If things don't keep coming, but for the IGA store to be out, and I figure if the Dollar General's out, the IGA store probably has. And I was like, he ain't got it neither. Holy shit. I know I've been talking about it for the last hour or so, right? I can't get off of it. But imagine some strange madcap scheme. Dr. Who's a Bob, his evil plan to take over the United States and bring everyone to their knees. And how would he do it? It wouldn't be to take the food away from people, but it would be to take the food away from the pets of the people. So it would drive everybody nuts, and the pets would get hungry, and people who usually feed their cats would, and it so in this really strange, obscure twist of my brain, could you imagine some nefarious plan to just what there's no dog food for 6 weeks for whatever the freaking reason, right? But for the next 6 weeks, there's no dog food. There's going to be a lot of scrambling, a lot of weirdness, a lot of animals, you know, because when's the last time we went 6 weeks without dog food? Week. So, I mean, I can't remember the shelves ever being cleared of dog food on two different kinds of stores, you know. Now, it could be the gas and the shortage, but here's the thing. Most of the trucks that deliver are doing diesel, and there's a lot of diesel still around, but no gasoline or a shortage of gasoline, but there's still diesel. So if you got a diesel vehicle, there's still, you can still fill up. So diesel trucks, the big ones, they're all diesel, so it can't be so much that there isn't any diesel fuel because there still is. So would that be the issue as to why two different kinds of stores in the same town but don't get delivery on the same kind of item? But I'm a conspiracy theorist anyway, but the idea that wouldn't that be a really bizarre twist in a story? What would you take away from the population? Would you starve them out or would you starve their pets out? You know? And I was like, well, I'll buy some more hamburger and I'll buy, which I don't normally buy, but I'll buy some hamburger and some with hamburger and rice, and we can all eat that. I'm thinking about the kitty cats, and so a little hamburger and rice and a little bit of this and that, okay, we can get by and maybe get. I'm thinking as a meat supplement for the cats. I don't like potted meat, but at the right price for a can or two of that, to chop up a Vienna sausage or two, I'm thinking of the kitty cats. I mean, I bought 2 gallons of milk for me, and a gallon of milk for the cats, and the cats are going to get about a gallon and a half of that milk. Uh, you know, but anyway, um, I like my milk and my coffee, and I like a bowl of cereal, I like shredded wheat and a couple other things, but so I like my cereal. So, but we're talking about every 10 days I go through a gallon and a half of milk, and that's not really a lot of milk. I know there are people who say, well, at your age you shouldn't drink any. Man, I don't. The hell with it. I'm going out with the milk. Like something else I was talking about the other night. It was like if you're still eating margarine, oh my God, stop. Go to real butter for crying out loud. It will actually, butter is a natural fat where margarine ain't. You know, uh, butter you can regulate where margarine is going to stick to your inside gut and your tissues. And no, please stop that. You know, but it's better than real butter. No, it ain't in a lot of ways. But anyway, that was one of the other things I stopped doing. I went back to real butter. I quit drinking water and stuff out of plastic bottles. I quit doing margarine. I have butter in the freezer when it was on sale. So I take a stick out when I need a stick and thaw it out. And, it's still butter. I had some I made fresh mashed potatoes last night with butter in it. And it tastes so good with a little dash of milk, some salt and pepper. And I ate a whole lot more than I thought I was going to eat. I put in 4 potatoes instead of 3, and they've got red potatoes on sale and the regular Idaho kind of potato. And so I love the red potatoes. So because they're small, round, and whatever, and I can kind of gauge a meal. And to me, they make some of the best mashed potatoes. And I don't peel them or nothing. I just wash them off because the red potatoes are those that you use in peas and stuff like that. And so I just boil them up, chop them up into cube it up, so it'll cook easier. And I'm mashing them suckers up with some fresh butter and all, And but this idea, since I went to butter, I use almost extensively, mostly what I cook normally. That's not the only oil, but I mostly use olive oil for eggs and frying. What little bit of frying I do is olive oil. There are some folks that talk about, well, too much garlic and this. Listen, I eat a lot of garlic, and I don't smell like garlic, but I know it's in me. And I can tell, especially now that it's summertime, if you eat enough garlic, bugs won't bother you, but you will smell like garlic. Now, for me and Duggar, there ain't nobody else around. And if I add a little extra garlic to both of our meals that for this summer and the skeeters, no big deal. But there are those folks that go, well, you can eat too much garlic. What about them Italians and folks that live up, they eat lots of garlic all the time. I know a lot of people that have been eating garlic. I would much rather have garlic, extra garlic in me than a lot of other stuff. But I'm just saying. That's personal preference. But for all these years that I've been around, a lot of garlic in my food. And the older I get, I look at the things that I have done, like, well, I quit smoking cigars and I quit, but, to me, what seems to be the important things are um, I gave up drinking out of plastics a lot. I quit, doing the margarine thing and went straight to the butter. It's more flavorful, it's better. But the things that are in margarine are some of the same things, believe it or not, people don't want to believe it, that are in the plastics, and they get stuck in your tissues and your joints and stuff. So I've changed that in my diet and a few other things. There's still a lot of garlic in there. So I haven't been sick with anything. I'm having any kind of flus or colds. I get the sniffles, but that's because all the cocaine and I ruined my sinuses, and I have allergies. So I take a little Benadryl every day to keep that from my nose from just gushing. But as far as anything else is like so, but I'll be 69 and it's like so I'm in a little bit better shape than I kind of sort of was. So how come I'm still here? Well, I eat these different things. I change these things in my diet, and I'm still kicking, you know, and I'm going to keep working on it and do and be better tomorrow. So, but am I trying to tell you what to do? I'm only giving you advice that the older you get, you should consider these things and don't get caught up in the, well, it almost tastes like butter. Don't care. It ain't butter. Go for the butter. Buy 2 pounds of it, stick some in the freezer. It's easy to put in the freezer and bring a stick out and thaw it out. It really is. And it keeps. So, um, I know there are a lot of people that have issues with dairy. So if you got a dairy issue, if you got to stick with the margarine, okay. Read the label though and get the one with the fewest things in it. That dehydrated oil and the other things that they do to make it in the process is really, it's almost like a plastic. Okay, honest to God. And not all the brands, but there are some of those brands out there that when what they mix up is almost like a plastic. I'm just saying, you know, from my chemical friends and people that I Yeah, local Wisconsin butter. Yeah, I testify to that. I eat garlic and coconut oil and vanilla. I stink to mosquitoes. Good, and I mean this politely, Pearly. Good. Deborah says local produce deliveries have been reduced. Milk, alternating dry goods. Yeah, if there's no shortage, somebody's paying them to throw shit away or divert it. Yep, it's like 10 days ago. The whole bottom section of the of the this cooler section, right, refrigerator section, was full of eggs. Now I know a lot of people who eat eggs and all that kind of stuff, but usually once a week those eggs are restocked. At the end of the week. Now it's been 10 days. But okay, but 4 dozen eggs way in the back, and the first one I opened had a cracked egg, and I got 2 dozen and felt kind of guilty, and I was like, yeah, but this is for 10 more days. And what about the next person? Well, it looks like a bunch of people got there before me, so should I take? I didn't take all the eggs, but I grabbed 2 dozen, which is what I wanted, right? So, and we have egg farms around here. So where are the eggs? I mean, it's not like we're getting them in from Louisiana or somewhere. We should be getting eggs from down here in South Georgia from the egg farms. So what's happened to the egg farms? You know, did the chickens all quit laying? Because when my chickens are laying, when they're putting out eggs, you better get them out of the thing, right? They got to go somewhere. So does and I worked for an egg farm here when I first moved up to Moultrie, Levi's Eggs, and I'm not sure, but they may still be in business. But we used to go out to the farm and buy the eggs straight out of the farm instead of going to the store. Um, we lived out that way anyway, but that was back in the 70s. Um, but everybody'd go out to Levi's place and get eggs out there at the farm. You know, there was one time they would have eggs on the big flats, right? I don't know how many. I can't remember how many eggs is on that. But they would have them stacked, and there was a mailbox next to where this egg thing was, and you lifted it up and you put your because there wasn't somebody there at the farm all the time, so you could put your money in the mailbox and get you a flat of eggs, and there was nobody there to tell where you yes or no. That's how it was in the old days. But for the fact that knowing that there are locally grown eggs, where are they? That's a short distance, like not out of town. What's And I don't think that it's sort of like the milk, the dairy for Dollar General. The dairy isn't necessarily Dollar General dairy. It's local dairies or whoever the other dairies. So they had an in between supply of uh, milk, but there were certain other things that were just missing, and I didn't want to stand there long because Duggar was in the truck and it was a little warm outside today. But I was looking at it all and going, "There's just something that there was just spaces in the cooler section that the shelf was just empty." And I was looking around. And I go, "Well, there's that and there's that." And I couldn't figure out what was in between, but there were things like cream cheese and I don't know things sort of along that line. So if you wanted to like a chip tip or something like that, it wasn't there. But anyway, so it's odd things here and there, but and I'm sure it depends on where I live, where you live, but it's just going to be interesting to see if things ever get back to a normal. Now it was looking there a couple of weeks ago. I was like, hey, things are kind of looking like normal. And then I go back to the store today and I go, whoa, something ain't normal here. Ooh, don't, trying my best to stay out of the woo woo, but something weird's going on. when it's more than one store and stuff like that. Yeah, I use butter too. I will say my city is being restored and remodeled and no shortage on anything. That's good. The shelves are always empty on Sundays, even at my stores. Not around here. There's always been a something. It might not be the brand I want. It might not be the some, but there was always some kind of dog food, some kind of cat food, and it's wiped out. So, but anyway, it's just it's just curious. Like I said, I've been to the store and there's only one kind of cat food or one kind of dog food, and everything else is sold out. But they've never been always sold out. That's the curious part. Oh my God, we're going on another 20. Well, for 3 more minutes. Man, I can't believe I stayed. And here I am, and the damn sun's coming up. But anyway, y'all are crazy to stay up with me. That's all I gotta say. But I love you. I really do. But you people are crazy. You're nuttier than I am to listen to me. To hang out with me all night long. What the hell is up with you people? Yeah, but we've got some farms around here that some of them do lettuce, some of them do cabbage. It's a little late in the season for cabbage. Check out the company to see if they had it closed. There's been a lot of pet food recalls, though. Now that's interesting. I like sesame oil. Yeah, not in everything, but yeah. I got on this kick of olive oil years ago, and not because it was olive oil. I mean, well, olive oil this and olive oil that. I'm like, yeah, okay. What got me sold on olive oil was the changes in the other oils. And what I found was that olive oil was, as far as being consistent as an oil over the years. And even though I didn't need a bottle, I bought another bottle from today. But and I don't fry a lot, but when I fry eggs or whatever, I mean, just a dab and put it in the bottom of my skillet. And I use a cast iron skillet, and it's seasoned with olive oil, and it's nice and black. I never scrub it with it in the sink, and but a little bit of oil, and you put whatever in there with it, and don't overheat it. Know how to know how to fry. There are some people who like just don't know how to freaking fry nothing. They turn it up all the way, and that's where they cook stuff. And it's like, no, not everything. Once you get a cast iron skillet hot, you turn the fire down because it will continue to get hot. So so I always get the skillet hot on high, and when the oil starts to dissipate and thin out, I turn that puppy down because it's hot. When the oil changes viscosity like that, and it don't take much to keep an eye on that, then you put your, whatever it is you're going to fry in it, unless you're deep frying. But I mean, if you're just trying to cook something in there with a little, don't overheat it, don't overcook it, you get your pan too hot. People just, I worked as a cook, okay, in the jail and as a this. So, but anyway, one of the things that people say, how come your hamburgers taste so good? And other people say, and I said, because, people want to cook them too hot, too quick. And, now if you're trying to sear a steak and you throw it on there and you sear one side and you really want a hot, but we would have hot sections on the stove or whatever. Now, but if that's what I'm up to, well, then I will make it hotter in my skillet. But for things that most of the time that get fried, people have the heat up too high. And so, having cooked in many different situations, and for myself for a bunch of years, when I go to somebody else's house and they, and there's skillets all up and there's smoke everywhere, I'm like, why? Why do you have the heat up so high? Well, I'm frying this. Well, you can fry it at a lower temperature. You don't have to have it on high. Well, that's the way my mom always did it. Well, your mama was crazy, but anyway, and she might have actually been crazy, but that's beside the point. 5:22. I missed it by 2. I was a little earlier too. Deborah, he fries everything on high like the stove has no other setting. Now, I understand, and the people down here in the South, they fry a lot of stuff, and uh, I'm like, I fry stuff, but I use like a cap full of olive oil, where they got grease everywhere and lards hanging from the cabinets, dripping down and stuff. There's smoke everywhere, and they've unplugged the smoke alarm long ago because they know it's going to go off. My wife is Taiwanese and she is an amazing cook. Her dishes, divine sesame seed is my favorite. Yeah. Hey, DQ, gifted oyster in my cast iron yesterday. Yeah, I got a lot of cast iron stuff, and I got an old steel wok too. And I was looking at it the other day, and I was like, there's my wok. Hey, Mary. I looked at the wok, and I looked at the stove, and I looked at the wok, and I looked at the stove, and I said, how come you two ain't getting together? I used to know some really great recipes, and I looked at the wok, and I looked at the stove, and I was like, I don't know, but I'm going to have to remember, because I used to whip up some I'm bragging, but my brother had traveled, the Mediterranean, was in, anyway, a lot of restaurants we went to. But there are some dishes that I could cook up here in the kitchen, in the wok. And he was like, Dave, I don't know how you do it. And simple ingredients, a little bit of ginger and a little bit of that, a little salt and pepper, nothing really special. Now, I know there are a lot of people who would use a lot more spices, uh, but I would mix in rice, and I would make a natural sauce uh, with whatever it was what I was cooking. Put some mushrooms in there, heat it around, in the wok, and stir it up. Add my vegetables, a little bit of water, add some cornstarch to thicken it up, and cook it up good. And 20 minutes later, man, you're sitting down and you're like, you got, and as fast as the rice will cook, everything else will be done. So whatever's in the wok goes on the rice, and you can just have at it. And I used to chicken and pork, whatever it is, and just slice it up. Like I got 5 steaks today for $20, and I picked out there's just enough fat on them, because when I cook it, then because that's something that Duggar gets. But the last couple of steaks I bought over there were so tender. I mean, I could literally pull it apart. 12 minutes in the toaster oven, with some teriyaki sauce. I chop up some fresh onion and put on top. I load it with garlic on top, some olive oil on it, and 12, 15 minutes in the toaster oven. And I got a really good meal at a really good price. And people say, why don't you eat? I could have hamburger, I could do this, I could do that, and why all this red meat? Well, here's the thing. For me, I really like it. That's for one. I can slice it up in different ways. Duggar gets the bone and the fat, and I get the meal in between. But also, I can slice it up. I add it with. I can have steak and eggs. I can sear it up in the skillet first, and then add scrambled eggs to it. I can slice it up and put it in a pot with some potatoes and some carrots and have stew with the steak. You know what I mean? So but the thing is, for me, I can look at it. My grandpa was a butcher. My dad was a meat cutter for 20 years, 25 years. And I've been in the meat business and have worked in this. I know a cut of meat, right? So uh, the meat that we get locally ain't what you get at Walmart. It just ain't. The cut just isn't the same. Um, and to some people, they go, "Well, that meat there's a little gray, a little brown." Yeah, it's called aged. And so the steaks that I get today won't be eaten for several days because I'll let them age in the refrigerator, which tenderizes them even more. So, but the thing is, I can slice them up and make it, turn it into with some rice, and it's not all about the meat. It's about how it mixes with everything else you're eating. Now, the last night I just ate the steak, but I did make mashed potatoes, and the juice that came off the steak was my gravy for the mashed potatoes, so it worked out for me. But anyway, it was simple and it's really good. It's delicious, and I use teriyaki sauce for some of my toppings. But I always mix it with extra garlic and onion, fresh onion when I can get it. Which is, I bought another bag of onions. I got bell pepper. Sometimes I'll chop up bell pepper and put on top of the steak and cook it, or mix it in if I slice it up. So it's sort of a stir fry with fresh um, garlic and because I'm in a rural area and we don't have a lot of fresh vegetables, fresh onion and bell pepper and fried in with some steak and some, a can of mushroom pieces and stir fried together is yummy, and do it in a skillet, but it's a quick meal for me and to put over potatoes or rice. And I love brown rice. I'm sorry, yellow rice. I like brown rice too, but the yellow rice with the saffron in it, I think, or whatever. Uh, I grew up in Tampa, and there was always Spanish rice somewhere at one of those places. And so, once or twice a month, I'm going to have some yellow rice. But if you make some stir fry with some steak and fresh pepper and that and a little bit of mushroom, you can't beat that for a cheap meal. And for me, by myself, and I'm still sharing with the dog and the cats, whatever's left over, they get some. But some people seem to think that it's too hard to make a decent meal, like they have to order it. And I'm like, for the $20, I bought 5 steaks and I can cook them any damn way I want to, any day I want to. And my choice of vegetables or whatever side dishes, or I might want asparagus one day, or maybe I want a can of this, or maybe I got something in the freezer, or maybe I got some shrimp in the freezer, and so maybe I'm going to do a surf and turf and have a steak and cook up a couple of these shrimpies, with a little bit of sauce on the side, and maybe some rice or something to go with it. Um, but for some of these people that I've seen over the years, it's like they have developed no sense of taste or cuisine over simple things that taste really good and are simple to prepare, and you don't have to spend all this money and all this stuff, and I'm like, that, this, and that. And people sit down and go, wow, that's really good. Yeah, it ain't that hard. But anyway, boy, did I get off on a tangent. I got off on food. It's because I haven't really had supper tonight. And I'm thinking, Jesus God Almighty, I really want to get my walk down. There are so many recipes I have forgotten. And I'm just sitting here drooling, going, oh my God, I gotta get the walk down. Now, see, on my gas stove, they make a ring that goes around a wok that you can put the wok on because it's got 2 handles and sits on the stove, right? So, but on my stove, if I take the grate off, this wok sits right on the top of where the gas comes out. And as long as you're careful and don't put too much weight on it, you can fry right there on top with so the gas it ain't there's no space between the wok and the gas, the heat. It's right there. Like a lot of the places actually do cook. So when you do that, and if you have a gas stove, take the grate off and put your wok right on it, um, and you'll find that, oh my God, it cooks so differently. Be careful because it's hotter than hell. Add your sesame oil, a little bit of this oil, some olive oil. Uh, uh, and I use olive oil, and I'll say this again because it's been the most consistent oil. A lot of other, I've tried corn oils and peanut oil. It's just too expensive, and peanut oil just ain't for everything. I mean, I'd much rather have olive oil with my scrambled eggs than peanut oil. But if I'm going to deep fry something like some sweet potatoes, I want peanut oil, not olive oil. So anyway, depends on the food, right? But corn oils and some of these vegetable oils and things like that, they have changed. That I've spoke about this before, but please do a little homework. Depending on the type of oil you're using, you may not really want to use that oil anymore. And I can't remember the name of the oil every time. Hey, Mary Wins. Uh, yeah, they are amazing for cooking. And I haven't been now. See, I'm really good at my cast iron stuff. So I looked at the wok on the wall and I was like, I used to make some really good meals with this thing. Yeah, I got several sizes of cast irons, frying pans, and I've got cast iron Dutch oven, and I've got a cast iron kind of sort of a. I don't eat bacon very little, very 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 little. Um, but it's like for frying bacon, it's cast iron, but it's got ridges in it. It's a griddle. You can cook hamburgers on it too. It's really good for that. And it's like cooking outside on a grill. And it's good for going camping if you're going to cook hamburgers out on the grill. You can just put it right over the fire and put your stuff right on it, add a little oil to it. But anyway, man, I am making myself hungry. I'm gonna have to go in the kitchen when I get done with y'all. Um, but yeah, I want to get the walk down. I ate healthy with it. I mean, I really did. Me and my brother stayed full all the time, and he was, you know, he's lost some weight, but he was always overweight, and I almost got as big as him one time. I got to 250 pounds, and I realized that I was matching him mouth for mouthful for whatever reason because it was fun and it tasted good, and between us we could make some really good food. He took cooking classes and I worked with the chefs in in at the county jail, and one of the things that I learned, we made standard meals for the inmates. They got fed really well, let me tell you. But the sergeant in the kitchen, he was a chef in the Navy, and there were people in the kitchen who were chefs. One was a chef for the Hilton, and he was in for doing something blah 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 and was in for a couple of months. So while we were in the kitchen and had all these ingredients, we made stuff for each other in the kitchen where nobody else got any. And some of the stuff that I was showed and how they taught me how to cook, how to steam certain things, and oh my God, that difference that it made with the food. And so, well, the year I was in prison, I had several cooks. One was a Cajun cook, and he flavored things like this. And this other guy, um, he was more black, kind of Cuban-ish, not so much Cajun, but Cuban black. And then this other guy who was this skinny little white dude did more of a French kind of thing. He worked for the Hilton and blah blah blah. Anyway, so I had three different style. Well, plus the sergeant with four different styles of cooks in the kitchen. And each one, I was there for a year, so that we was always experimenting with something. Or Castleberry would walk out of the kitchen going, "Hey, you guys, let's make some such and such." I'm in the mood. No, go get me some blah blah blah. I'd go in the freezer or the cooler or whatever and get whatever he wanted, And for eight, six, eight, 10 of us maybe, depending on how many was in the how many cooks were in the kitchen at the time. Um, you know, we'd cook up something, and when we got done cooking everybody and everybody else was fed, we'd cook up something for us, that would be just outlandish. We did these pork chops. There were a lot of times when we did pork chops that there were ends and stuff that just we couldn't give them to the prisoners because they weren't big enough. Everything had to be at least a certain size. And the smaller pork chops, they were told that two small pork chops versus one of the bigger chops. Okay, but anyway, and that's where I cut my almost cut my finger off with the was cutting pork chops, pork loins on a meat saw. But there will be ends and pieces and stuff because there was a lot of pork chops we had cut. So we had all these extra pieces that we couldn't give to to the population, but we could cook them up there in the kitchen. And oh man, we had fresh lemons and we tried this and we did it with this thing. And oh my God, I know not everybody likes pork, but back in the days, back in the 70s, we're cooking these things. And I was like, I had never tasted anything like that before. But so anyway, I'm having been in strange situations. I've learned from some cooks and as some old black women that knew about this and that and could bake a sweet tater pie that just make your mouth fall off. It'd be so good. And so as I get older, I look back over my life and I just thank all these people that gave what they did for me. And I understand what it means to give like they did, because you got to pass this information on to somebody. And, because at some point you might be able to pass it on to somebody and go, I heard about this recipe or I heard about this thing, or there's this old crazy guy that I listened to on YouTube one time. He talked about doing such and such, such and such. And somebody might go, you know what? I'm, I might try that, and who knows, maybe, or I got, or that gives me an idea whether they follow or do whatever I suggest. But I'm hoping it would prompt their own idea from my experience. But anyway, Richard, how are you? You can't handle bread anymore? It's good to see you, Richard. Canola. Thank you, Deborah. That's the one you cannot trust. Canola. Oh my God. Thank you so much. I sent that message out on, but I didn't read it. I haven't been keeping up with the chat because I didn't have my glasses on. But you hit it right on the nail head thingy there, Miss Deborah. Canola oil. Do not trust canola oil anymore. Stop using it. There's rapeseed oil. They use cottonseed oil in it. No, stop using canola oil. It used to be at one point very good. But it as far as oils go for consistency, also if you get the light or just the regular olive oil, but it's always olive oil. It's not something else. It's always olive oil. And if you pick Bertolli's or something like that, um, it's it's always olive oil. I've tried other brands and other types of oil, and one time it'd be like, "Well, this is pretty good." Not a different kind of oil, not brand. And you go, but then the next time you buy it, is go, "Oh, what the hell is this? It burns real different, and the smell while you're cooking." I'm like, "What the? Who? What they do to my oil?" But I can always count on olive oil despite the brand. Now I know there's a bunch of brands, but between the store brand kind of thing and Bertolli's, I've never had any bad oil. Anything I've ever cooked in it, anything that I've because I know how to cook. You don't overheat the olive oil. But as far as health wise, over all these years that I've quit using other oils, other than peanut oil, I'm still healthier. I'm still here. Let me put it simply, I'm still alive. So, but these are the things that I've changed. I'm using butter, stopped using margarine, did certain things, went back to certain things, stopped using, plastic bottles. I've been through the drill, but, I keep thinking, but I'm still here and some of my friends aren't. So just, I guess I'm doing okay. I know I'm not going to go back to plastic bottles. I'm not going back to margarine. I'm not going back to certain other things. I'm going to stick with it. But so, Richard, here's I don't want to get in your business, but I'm 165-ish pounds, maybe 170, but yeah. And I was 250, okay, and heading up. So what I did was you have to first look at what you're eating. And people say, well, I know very good friends of mine who are overweight and they lie to themselves all the time. Well, I only have this little snack. Look at the calories. And you only had that, okay. But you sat in your chair all day and didn't do anything. So everything that you ate went right in, and you have a tendency to accumulate fat. So, and you're counting, well, I only did, not saying this is you, but here's the thing. It's like one of the first things I did was I said, okay, I'm whatever cookies or sweets. Okay. I said, all right, that's it. I'm going to just, sugar, right? I was also eating 2 helpings every time we went out to eat and having dessert, mind you. So I chose to only, I don't know if has anything to do with you, but to the point though, I cut my portions in half, which is way over. I was eating way too much. Anyway, I mean, 2 huge plates at at the smorgasbord place, the all you can eat diner kind of thing, and loading it up, buddy, and eating, just chowing down, and bread and butter and, all that kind, probably margarine. But anyway, so then I said, nah, now. So I stopped eating the second plate. I would only select, I would allow myself a dessert, but only like a little ice cream and maybe a piece of pie or something. I tried to stay away from big whipped things and lots of, sweets or whatever. But because I like dessert. Um, but I also looked at what I was eating on the first plate. So I was like, okay, so I'm going to get a smaller piece of meat instead of 2 pieces of fried chicken and some Salisbury steak. Now I'm going to get 1 piece of meat and not a big one. I'm going to scale it down. I'm going to make sure that if I have potatoes, it ain't the only thing on my plate. And there's going to be vegetables, there's going to be this, and it's going to be balanced. And I'm not going to overdo it. So when I started cutting down portions, I cut out the sweet part. And then I started looking at what am I drinking? Now, for anybody who is drinking a diet drink, stop it. They are killing you. Stop it. Sugarless? Maybe. The next thing I did was I started making my own tea unsweetened. I made my own brew, made my own tea, and if I used anything as a sweetener, it was honey. And I as much as I wanted to put 2 scoops of sugar. No, that's not true. A teaspoon of sugar in tea was like enough. But I learned to make tea in such a way that I could drink it, and learned how to drink it uh, either with no sweetener or just honey, and just enough to just give it a little bit of something, not a whole daub kind of thing. although I'm guilty of that. But if you're going to have a sweetener, we used to take a teaspoon of honey before we raced when I was running track, and it would give you extra boost and energy. And it'll make you sick on an empty stomach too if you're not careful. But in that though, if you're going to use a sweetener, and don't get the honey syrup, but get the honey, spend the extra money, but the honey will help you with your immune system. It gives you certain things that sugar won't give you. Stay away from all the little pink packages of diet stuff. Do not stop taking them. If you're taking them, don't. If you know somebody that's taking saccharin or sweetener or whatever, or any kind of diet drink, tell them to get the hell off of it. There are so many people that I know, family wise and otherwise. Well, I'm drinking these diet drinks, and they're trying, and they're gaining weight drinking diet drinks. No, I stopped drinking the diet drinks because I don't like them, but I just stopped drinking as many drinks and switched to something else, which was I made my own tea, or I made my coffee, and I could use just a little bit of sugar and a little extra milk uh, in my coffee, that kept me from going to the sweet side of something. You know what I mean? Where I used to use 2 or 3 teaspoons of sugar in a large cup of coffee, like this, I now just use one level. So I've cut my sugar level by 2/3, but it's through training. And if I want to get it now, there are times where I bump it a little bit, but then when I go back to get some more coffee, I won't add any sugar. So I balance it out. But there are certain things that if you're still drinking out of plastic, you got to stop it because it will retain fat cells. There are certain things you're just going to have quit using margarine and go to butter. And where you might have used a really thick layer on your pancakes, get used to a thinner layer. That's all. It's not that you can't use it. You just go, well, I used to cut off a piece of butter like this thick and put on each layer of my pancakes. Just cut the patty a little thinner. That's all. And spread it out. It don't mean you can't have it. But so in a lot of that was one of the things because I love butter, right? Man, there's 4 pancakes, man. There's like half a stick of butter in them pancakes, and so. But anyway, but the idea though that I had to quit that, and it's not. I tried to give it all up, like, well, I can't do butter, but I'll just use it. No, 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 no. The whole lesson in this life is to learn the balance. Yes, you can use butter, just don't overdo it. One of my dear friends, we'd go out and eat, and she'd go like, extra butter, please. And I'm like, you don't need any extra butter. I didn't say a word. Pancakes, I'd use 1 tub. She's been through 3 on the same amount of food, but she likes butter. I ain't saying a word. I ain't saying a word. But for people who are trying to lose weight, you can't be doing that. And you have to be honest about it. And it was like, well, that's not really that much butter. It's a half a stick. Come on, that's enough, you know, but in your head, you have to make the decision that this much is enough. I don't require more. That's one of the mindsets. So, but when you get in that mindset and you go, well, this little bit of butter, I'm good with that. Because when I learned that in prison, a little bit goes a long way. You'd rather have some than none at all, let me tell you, right? But anyway, so in losing weight and being a diet and all this stuff, um, I'm not saying you should give up fried foods, but cut back depending on what you're frying with. Use a different kind of oil, and but if you really want to lose weight, then the other part of that is you got to walk. That's the other thing. I made all these, and to many people, to not drink out of plastic is a really big deal because you got to make concessions. But if you make your own tea and you have it available for yourself, I used to carry it around. They used to have a jug of it that I carried around. And, so I always had my own tea, and that it was good at room temperature because there wasn't anything sweet in it that would go sour. So where people will say, well, I can't drink this tea because it got warm. Well, my tea was still okay because there wasn't any sugar in it. Now, like I said, I could always add a little bit of honey, and I've had these little packets and stuff, but I got used to making a good tea, and I got used to drinking it without any kind of sweetener. And so it was healthier for me. I got my flavored water, if you will, or whatever, and I was doing green teas and Chinese teas and stuff like that. So, and the key with tea is bring the water to a boil and then shut it off. As soon as you see bubbles, shut the water off. If you ever overboil your tea, that's one of the things. There's so many people that boil their tea. Don't you dare. When you bring it up and you see the edges, or when you first start seeing them bubbles come up, turn the water off and wait till the bubbles around the edges stop, and then put your tea in. Much different. Much different. So, how you might have the right tea bags and you go, well, I just can't drink it without anything. Okay, but you might be brewing it wrong. So, and one of the things, because I was doing this, I was overheating the tea and I was scorching the leaves. And so the tea didn't quite taste right. But when I learned how to heat the water, and then don't put the bags in, turn it off and walk away for a few minutes, and then go put the tea bags in. It was plenty hot enough, and it took out the natural flavors out of the tea leaves without scorching the tea leaves. And I was like, wow, a different flavor, more robust kind of, so, but anyway, some of these things I just talked about. You're right. Gluten is in a lot of things. Instant gravy uh, makes me ill too. Yeah. I don't know about the gluten thing. Now, see, we've got a local Flowers Bakery. And so I get Flowers Bakery whole wheat bread. Now, there's once in a while I'll splurge on some other things, and if I was eating out somewhere, I love them kind of hot cross buns at some of these places. But anyway, so, people say, well, you got to give up this and you got to give up that. And I go, everything in moderation, my friend. I'm not giving up bread. I'm sorry, I am not giving up grilled cheese sandwiches. But I'm not going to eat grilled cheese sandwiches every day with wrong kind of oil. I'm going to use butter. I'm going to heat my pan just right, and I'm going to make my grilled cheese sandwiches. But other people, they cook things differently, and how they cook them. And I don't eat out. I just don't. So I was talking with some friends of mine the other day. They were talking about, well, I usually eat at home. And then so they were talking about, remember the other night when we ate at this restaurant? Yeah. And then we went out and got some chicken wings. And yeah. So in saying that they usually eat at the house, within 10 minutes of having this chit chat among them, they'd been out to eat 5 times in the last week to 10 days between them, together, you know, not counting individually and stopping. Well, we stopped over at McDonald's and got us something. I'm like, and then y'all wonder why you feel the way you do and have some things and your aches and pains. And I control what I cook and what I eat. Well, yeah, you're eating beef. Yeah, but I choose it. And it's beef, it's not ground up. I don't know what, you know. I can ground up that steak I got and turn it into ground beef, you know. But I can't take ground beef and turn it back into a steak. I want to be able to see that cut of meat. I've worked around, I've been in meat cutting and all the kind of it, for people who have not done that, I'm okay. Could I kill them? No. Once you kill them and skin them, then that's when I got them, to cut them up and turn them into steaks and things. So we used to take whole sides of beef when I worked at the at the jail, and we'd get these sides of beef in and have to cut them up in a couple of days because we had to we didn't have the space, so we had to freeze it, cut it, chop it, so there'd be 3 or 4 days of literally one, some frenzied meat cutter, sawing. Anyway, but in that, I learned about filet mignon. I learned about this and that. I learned, this cut, that cut, this slice, that slice, and so you can look at the grain of the beef, and like I said, the steaks I had this last week, and I just got 5 more, were so tender. Oh my God. And just like, oh man, I've paid good money for a steak at a restaurant that didn't taste as good as my little homemade thing that I did in under 15 minutes, and oh my God, the tender. And, so these folks where they're getting their cuts of meat are more local than, worldwide. And for that reason, it's like, yep. Now, if it ever got nasty or changed or something like that, well, I would reconsider. But over the many years that I've been buying my meat from there, at the moment, I'm going to stick with it. And like I've told some other people, like, they say, well, McDonald's or Burger King or something. I go, nope, Arby's. And they go, why? And they said, because when I get a roast beef sandwich, they slice it. Okay. It's a piece of beef, and you can watch them slice it and put it on your sandwich. When you get a hamburger, you don't know shit about what's in that stuff. So if you still want to eat out and you still want to get something that's going to be consistent with you, I have never gotten sick off of anything that I've had from Arby's. I've been to other places and eaten at a lot of other places, and of all the meals that I've had at Arby's, I've never gotten sick. Never had any kind of bad reaction. So, but anyway, that's my 10 cents on that too. And I'm at it for another freaking hour, damn near. Why don't you people tell me to shut up and go to bed? Potato breads, yeah. And it depends also. Uh, it depends on the type of bread, the style of bread, who bakes the bread. I mean, there's a lot. It ain't. I know people who have said, "Well, I can't eat bread," and I'm like, now I've been with these people, and I know the kind of breads that they ate, and I would agree you need to cut down, but that doesn't mean that you can't have a sandwich with some fresh whole wheat bread. That's all. I mean, just you know, oh, I can't have no, you can't have all that other shit you've been eating. No, 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 no. But I'm well, because I did the same thing when I started. It was more of the white dough and the biscuits and the stuff when I was eating out at the restaurants. Oh my God, you know, I love them, and I will sit there and eat 2 or 3 before I ever eat dinner. Um, especially this one restaurant I used to go to. But anyway, I would go there just for the damn buns. Uh, and their homemade uh, um, macaroni and cheese. I mean, it was real stuff. They baked it in the oven. Oh my God, this stuff was great. But anyway, um, people who, and Richard, I don't know how you are with this, but in my diet thing, all these other people doing all these other kind of diets, all these people doing this and measuring their food and stuff. I just went in there and said, I can do better about this. And I can cut down on them biscuits, and I can quit doing that, and I can cut down on that, but I can still have a ham and Swiss cheese sandwich, or I can still have a grilled cheese sandwich with a couple pieces of bread. I don't usually eat toast in the morning, so that wasn't an issue, but I was eating a lot of bagels with cream cheese and stuff. So I said, well, I don't want to quit it, but I'm going to cut back, instead of 2 or 3 a day, I'm going to only have one. So that's my breakfast. I'm going to toast a bagel with a little cream cheese. Okay. So versus two of them and some side and a side of eggs. So I really cut down. Um, that so it's the type of bread, and but this I ain't talking about you there, Mr. Richard, but other people that I've known. No, I can't have any bread. Oh, it's this bread. No, you know everything in moderation. I eat a loaf of bread about once a week, and I've got hamburgers. There are certain kind of hamburgers. Yes, I do have hamburgers once in a while. One of my nemesis in life is sausage. Okay, there are certain smoked sausages. I just me and Doug are both love them, but it reminds me of my pop. But you know, I don't do bacon and I don't do a lot of other things, but I love a good smoked sausage, a good kielbasa or something. Anyway, so 2 or 3 times, usually 2 times a week, I'll have, I'll heat up a sausage, and sometimes I'll kind of sort of fry it in a pan with some onion and a little garlic on it, and then I'll some cheese and relish and whatever on one piece of bread, and eat that there piece of sausage. And then there are times when I take that sausage and chop it up and put it in with some scrambled egg, you know. But I still love, so, and once or twice a week, I'll have one of them hamburgers. Add 2 pieces of bread with cheese and all my fixings and everything, some mayo and mustards and stuff, or fresh onion, and make my own homemade hamburger. But if somebody, am I eating something out of, McDonald's and the white bread and all that stuff? And no, I'm choosing what I put on my sandwich, local lettuce, that I added some lettuce to the sandwich or something. The cheese that I buy, there's provolone or Swiss or, sharp cheddar. And so I can see what I'm buying. I can tell whether or not something is good or bad before it goes on my sandwich. I'm the person who makes the sandwich. So if you're buying something from somewhere, somebody else had to make it. So for people who want to, it's too hard to do, it really isn't. One thing that I had to overcome was, well, it's so easy to go out and eat out and all that. Yeah, and it was so easy to overeat, and it was so easy to eat the wrong stuff. But when I just made the commitment and said, no, I'm 75 pounds overweight. I'm too big, too heavy. I can't walk. I can't sit. I'm a gross, fat some bitch. I don't want to be this. So I just chose to moderate. And you got to be serious. There's too many people lie. People say, well, Dave, how many pounds did you lose in this last week? I said, 6. You lost 6 pounds? Yeah, what'd you do? Well, I quit having soda, I quit having them, I quit doing this and I quit that, just like I was talking about. I quit out sugar things. I quit out certain breads. I stopped eating that second plate and dessert and moderated, And I used to walk around the plant a lot. So I would walk around the plant 1 or 2 more times just to have a little extra exercise, which was what everybody else was doing. So I lost 6 pounds 1 week. I lost another 5 pounds the next week. So at the end of the month, I'd lost like 20 pounds. And everybody's like, well, what kind of diet are you on? And I said, moderation. That's all, moderation. So I'd make something here at home, and then I would take me a bowl of it in to eat the next day. So there were lots of things I could do if I took a little bit of time and planned it ahead versus give in to go out to dinner or go out to get a sandwich or to go get fried chicken, which is all the things that I used to do. There was a local place that did chili dogs and slaw dogs. One of the few places you could still get a slaw dog was this drive-in kind of. They didn't. You had to go up and get it, but it was an old drive-in restaurant with a overhang. but you had to go to the counter to get it, order and get it. But anyway, slaw dogs, oh my God. And they had the best slaw, and it was just hot dogs. I don't know if they were any particular special kind of hot dogs, but they were theirs, and they were consistent with the hot dogs. So you always knew what you was going to get, but once or twice a week, I just had to go get me a slaw dog, with some onion and, South Georgia homemade slaw, wow. But anyway, but I had to cut down that because I was eating too many of them and not eating correctly. It wasn't that it was the slaw dog, it was how many times and how many, and instead of choosing to eat something else. So when you start really taking control of what you're eating, then, I knew better before I hit 250. I mean, I really knew better about my dieting and eating because I've always been, 160 pounds kind of thing, 155, 160 pounds, and to gain 100 pounds or, 50, yeah, 250, right? So that's 100 pounds. To gain 100 pounds, I was like, it was insanity. So I knew how not to be 250. And I got down to about 210, and it was, I dropped the first 35 pounds. For me was really easy within like a couple of months. I was already changing pant sizes and stuff, and and people were going, "Damn, man, what you doing?" And I just, I was just eating too much. So, but no diet drinks. If you think diet drinks are saving your life, you're kissing your ass goodbye. You are putting death needles in you every time you drink a diet soda. Stop it. Drink the real damn thing. Enjoy it, unless you got diabetes, but enjoy it. Just don't drink as much. Don't get the great big giant one and drink it all. Get one that will quench your thirst and be done with it. And don't go with this big thing. Well, for another 50 cents, I can get the big one. Stop it. That's what I did. Just go with the regular, And there are a lot of times I'll take my own drink. I won't even buy a soda out. I'll take my own drink. And once you get used to it, you'll realize, wow, I've saved money at this too. And not only that, but I feel better too. Wow, ain't that a switch? So, anyway, for anybody that goes through it, I'm just saying, I used to be 75 to 100 pounds overweight. I get it. And for me, it wasn't hard. I just made it. Hey, Witch Moon. It was just one of them things. I use olive oil, butter, coconut oil, and sesame oil. Those are all really good. They really are. Yeah, and the sun's coming up. It's getting light outside. I'm fixing this. I can't believe I'm pushing 7 hours this time. No wonder I'm hoarse in the morning. And Duggar looks at me and he goes, "Oh, you did it again last night." While he's snoozing over there in the chair. But anyway, but yeah, for all these things that we've discussed, which have been quite a lot of them have to do with water in some way. But anyway, the weight and the kicking and all that. There were some people too that thought that if they drank more water, that they would lose more weight, and that's a fallacy. Drink when you're thirsty. Do not force any liquids upon yourself. But if like for me, I've only had 1 cup of coffee since I've sat down here for the last 6 and almost 7 hours now. So you aren't going to die if you don't have something to drink every hour. So what I learned, and I learned this in prison because you don't get, the water and you just don't get sodas and stuff. If you get something, then you sip it. You don't gulp it, you sip it. So I've had this cup. There's one tiny little sip down here at the bottom. But it's just enough to wet my whistle and wet my lips. So 1 cup of coffee in the last 7 hours. Nothing else to drink. But my point is that there are people who have had 2 or 3 cups during this time, or in an hour. So how much fluids are you drinking? What kind of fluids are you drinking? you may be drinking too much fluids, period, you know, which will add to the bloatedness kind of thing. And I know, it could be the glutens, it could be this, it could be that. You could be drinking too much fluids and your body can't get rid of it quick enough, which you kidneys have to work, you have to sweat it. And if you've got things that are kind of clogging stuff up, that it's slowing down the works, then it will make you feel bloated. You can lose 2 pounds of water if you're careful. You know, you can lose 2 pounds of weight from water. I was just thinking the same thing as a record that he just broke. I broke my own record. Yeah, Gaza. Another record. Yeah, y'all gonna one of these days y'all gonna give up on me. I've discovered new raw kombucha. Okay, I've not heard of that. At least not yet, anyway. But yeah, it's 3:10 a.m. Yeah, it's 6:12 a.m. here. 6:12. Put on your spray. Oh, something else that has disappeared or has not reappeared on the shelves is ant spray. Any kind of ant spray from any company. There's no ant spray. Now, anytime I see ant spray, I always get a couple of cans because the fire ants are bad about always trying to get in the house and in places. And so I spray around the door a little bit, always keep a can near the door. So depending on how bad the ants are, I might go through 1 can a month. So last time I saw it, I bought 3 or 4 cans, and there hasn't been any ant spray of any kind on any of the shelves in either of the stores. Because I was just looking out of curiosity. I'm not out, but I was like, there hasn't been any now for a month. No ant spray. From Raid or Black Flag or none of them, there's no ant spray. Now that's just strange. But see, like I was talking about, Ian, how are you? God, y'all get on here, and I'm here at 6:30, 6:20 in the morning a.m. time here on Old Hippie Radio, and down south, down here in South Georgia, on the edge of the swamp, with sunlight coming up over the cool temperatures of South Georgia. We love y'all out there. Now, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, we love you anyway. If you're in Timbuktu, I'm in Timbuk3. Golly, 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 ain't we having fun in the morning time? Yeah, anyway. So, man, I'm coming up on do I have enough in my bowl for one more? I said the last 2 times I was going to get off here at the 20, and here I am 2 hours later. There's a song about little things that we do. Da 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 da. Anyway, there's a song there I barely remember about that. But I'm getting sleepy, and I do want something to drink, but I'll hang out for 5 more minutes. I said that 2 hours ago. Break my record. It's 7 hours. Can you believe it? Yeah. And somebody said a couple of nights ago, wait, let's see if we can get him to do 8. Well, I made it to 7, but, I need to get up and walk around the studio, get something to drink, go tinkle, get something to eat. Oh, goodness gracious. And stretch. I've been sitting at the console too long. I used to do 12-hour shifts at the radio station on the weekends back in the day, Saturdays and Sundays. I'd go in at 12 o'clock noon and sign off at 12 o'clock that night. Every Saturday and Sunday, because nobody else wanted to do it, And so in a way, I have been doing similar things over the years. I stay tuned in the smoke room. I just listen when I'm up and down, never get tired. I've been during the day when I'm just sitting outside. I'm the best radio. Thank you. Because, like I've said before, and I'll say it again, in that old radio style from the old days, in that, this is what I feel like I was born to do, is to late night radio, and carry people from the midnight hour to the until the sunshine, until the sun comes up, where back in the day I used to sit up and listen in the middle of the night to old truckers radio station, and and they play all different kinds of music, and people would call in from all two truckers would call in from all over the United States and places, and take requests and stuff. And there are a couple of places that was out of Alabama. I'm sorry, Louisiana, uh, Shreveport, I think one of them was. But anyway, used to literally like go outside in my car, and because I could tune it in on the AM station on the car, but I couldn't pick it up here in the house, even with an AM station. Something about the antenna, I don't know. It's probably the tin on the house. But yeah, I got to sign up too. You didn't listen to the Creaking Door radio? Yeah, I used to listen to them folks too. And now here I am doing it, Yeah, have a good one, guys. So for you all down unders, Barry, I can't believe you're still hanging with me on this. I can't believe any of y'all are hanging with me on this, but some of you just come in sooner than others of us. But anyway, I really am getting tired. And goodness knows, 7 hours ought to be a decent amount of time. And boy, have I covered topics tonight. If any of you go back to my little tirade about I'm laughing about it now. My tirades about the water thing, about distilled water. Please understand, if it goes against your grain, I love you, I do, and I only want the best for you. So that's that. But anyway, so minute and a half. I'm on Oz time nowadays. Listen, Barry, you called me earlier and we got started, and I was like, well, I kind of had this thing about the water thing tonight. I wanted to discuss various things about it. And, well, here we are 7 hours later. Now, we ain't talking so much about water, but we've been through cooking and walks and, the care and of how to cook with a cast iron skillet and if there's anything that I would absolutely admit wholeheartedly is that there's never a dull moment. You never know what subject's going to come up next, 6:19 at 7:01 or 7 hours and 1 minute and 20 seconds. It is 6:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'm still on Central Time, by the way, for those of you. But Witch Moon, it's good to see you. Thank you for your comments and from other folks like that. I thank you so much. I'm hoping I've got some other subjects, and I've got a lot of Native American books, and I'm being pulled in certain directions to talk about certain subjects. And I may have kind of touched on them before, but it's sort of like a different twist, like shadow walking, and shadow beings, and what does that mean? Um, would have a discussion that was mixed up in Witch Moon. You might want to go back a couple of hours. I talked about some ooze and goo and the Gulf of Mexico. There's some interesting information in there a couple hours ago. But anyway, after 7 hours. But there was a lot of information, and I squeezed in a couple of hours in this tonight. Good morning. That some people might not actually, a lot of stations and a lot of people aren't talking about some of the things I'm talking about. And I don't mean to be, oh, look at me. It ain't about that. It's just I don't know if they have the same kind of information that I've had with people who live on the coast down there. and with people who fish down there, and people who live down there, and people who worked on, and so some of the people that knew about it and talked about it, they quit talking about it. Some of them are dead because they tried to talk about it. But that it just didn't do any good to talk about it. Nobody really wanted to pay any attention. But when Dante and some of these other folks brought out some other information about the Gulf oil spill, it brought a whole other things to light for me. And I went, oh. So in the things that we should consider that, COVID, just COVID. From an ancient nasty goddess, Covina, who was locked in a prison deep in the earth. Woo, that was a new pack there. Yeah, Princess Corona. I think you're right, Richard. But anyway, yeah, BP let Cthulhu out. Whoever it is, it's out. That's my point. And it's not to scare everybody, because I've been watching the Gulf Stream and the Gulf, and and it's like now, like I said, the interesting thing is that there is still a good amount of water coming down out of Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Louisiana. There's still good water coming down into the Panhandle and into the Gulf. So you can even kind of tell in a way on Google Earth when you look down at the Gulf, from offshore, it's got this blue to it. That's the fresh water mixing with the Gulf water. But when you go out further, it gets really dark quick. It ain't blue no more, where it used to be. But anyway, it's not to be scary, but what it's going to do as it's changing and morphing still in the Gulf of Mexico, the residuals and everything, it will, and the wobbling of the earth is going to change the hurricane patterns out of the Gulf of Mexico. My prediction is that we're going to have a lot of low pressure systems form and do this roll up and into the south. They're not necessarily going to be hurricanes. Well, I talked about this a couple hours ago, but in that I think this is going to be one of those seasons where we're going to have a lot of tropical storms that come along the coast and will sometimes bring a lot of rain and issues or whatever. We'll see. But I've been watching this trend coming across the things forming in the Gulf and going from west to east, and they're same line, and that hasn't happened in a while. We usually get, no, I'm it, and that usually shows a trend in the west to east flow of the storms. Has to do with the flow of the Gulf of Mexico in its clockwise circulation. So if it's slowed down, then the storms have a tendency to move a little slower and pick up more water. If it's spinning quicker, they'll just develop and kind of flitter off. So, but we'll see. That's my prediction. Okay. Yeah, Princess Corona. Yep. So, but anyway, before I knew about Princess Corona, me and some other folks had a feeling that it wasn't just the oil, but that something really bad happened during the Gulf oil thing. That we all looked at each other back when it happened. And like I said, my friend Serge, he worked with, saltwater desalination. He worked with reverse osmosis. He worked with Davis Water and Waste for 15 years and helped the Chrysler plant down in Mexico. He built their wastewater treatment plant down there, multi-million-dollar setup. And when it happened, he looked at me and I looked at him because we've known each other for 20 years at that point almost, and I knew because I've seen him work with oils and how I'd worked with him doing tests, and we developed puppet shows with oils and things and experiments that we did in front of kids, and went to schools and stuff. And we loved doing that. He was Mr. Professor and would dress up in his white lab coat, which he really was, and I would do the puppets and the narration and stuff, and we would perform these little experiments in front of the kids. But anyway, so what I knew about the oil and the Corexit, and when we both saw how bad it was, we just knew something else had happened. We couldn't put our finger on. We said, yeah, but it's oil. Yeah, they're going to cap. Yeah, but look how many gallons. And yeah, but there's something else about. And he kept saying to me, he goes, I've been on oil rigs and I've worked with the DuPont family and I've done drilling. He goes, why in the fuck did they drill it there? And it was like they drilled it in a really stupid place for some reason. And when I saw where they drilled it on those fracture lines out there in the Gulf, I went, they planned that for what, not knowing about Princess Corona or anything else. But when they drilled in that crack, they knew it was going to break. They knew there was going to be havoc. They knew it was really deep. They knew it was going to be hard to fix. They knew all of that before they ever went to that spot. They picked it and then went and did it. And people can say what they want, but if you look at where they drilled, it's no. Anyway, there was a Texan that used to carry a bullet on a chain containing a crystal. People would call him a water healer. Can't remember his name, nor can I find info. He was working on healing the Gulf. A lot of people working on healing the Gulf, but here's one of those weird things that some of the essence that was put into the Gulf, crystal ain't going to heal. We're gonna need, we're gonna need a really big army of crystals for what got released out of that hole. And there's just way too much evidence that, too many other sources have said. But before I ever knew about Princess Corona, we knew something evil had been done in that spot. Now, we didn't know, none of us knew where they were drilling until it broke and did its thing, right? There were a few people in the drilling industry and blah, 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 but until it got broke and went and did its thing, nobody knew they were drilling in one of the dumbest places in the Gulf of Mexico. So, but with that said, you know, I know people who are geologists, went to school, university, and graduated. At least some of them mostly have BAs. But my good friend Tom, he was a geologist, and we sat down and looked at all the information. And he was like, what was wrong with these people? Did they not pick a licensed geologist that knew what the fuck they were doing to drill in that location the way they did? What? And it was like, yeah. So, I know people down at Florida State University, and through theater and different things. But anyway, a lot of folks who have went to school. My friend Tom also worked at the Mag Lab for many years down there at the university. And so we've talked about different things. We were machinists together. In fact, I still have one of his cars in my yard. And I hope Tommy's still alive. We've been dear friends for a lot of years. But he's in Tallahassee and I'm up here. It's hard for either one of us to get, but anyway. So where some people is like, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, I know some people that are college graduates and, not maybe not professors, but they've worked in the field and I know them personally. And, and what I know, because I wanted to be a geologist type person, and studying of gems and going to the mountains and things. And so it's always been mine. And so, it was stupid to me, and I'm not a geologist. And then when I talked with geologists, they go, it was even more stupid. So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of planning went in to what they did to make a mistake that they made. Okay. And the people who did it knew the consequences. So we should be afraid of them people. You know what I mean? Yep. Release the Kraken. That's absolutely right. So, oh, yeah, you can double it easily, Richard. Absolutely double it. But here's the thing, it's not the total square, it's how many cubic feet of stuff. It's not square miles, okay? Because that suggests surface area. But if you think in cubic feet of contaminated crap, oh my God. So, it covered all this area. Yeah. And the Corexit sank it to where it dropped to a thermocline and hung there and hang there. So there's this level of goo in the Gulf of Mexico that is the oil and the Corexit and the thingy, and and nobody can see it, but they only calculate what a thin layer of it is over 70,000 miles. Go 70,000 miles and a foot thick. Now that changes things, don't it? So they don't tell you that part. And then in places it could be thicker. And because of the spin of the Gulf of Mexico, and it probably is, it's because that's how things work, things will have a tendency, the thicker, heavier things will have a tendency to go towards the center and collect. So in the center of the Gulf of Mexico, there's even yuckier stuff, right? The center of the whatever that vortex is, so that's also what's slowing the Gulf Stream down in the Gulf. And but I talked about this earlier, but I'm catching up with Richard and Ian and Witch Moon. Um, so when they tell us certain things, we have to go, yeah, but how thick was it? Well, it was 70,000 square miles. Okay. How thick? Well, it was 70,000 square miles. How thick was it? Was it a half an inch thick? Was it just a top layer? Was it an inch? Was it 6 inches? Oh, what? It was a foot? Oh, well. I remember seeing those oil slicks and how heavy it was. And my friend Serge, I know I keep referring to it, but he was the dude. We did similar. If you put this much oil in he had certain test tubes, and he had already worked out what they call a flocculant and the right type and so forth. So he'd worked out the ratio, but so you could calculate 1 inch of oil on top of just regular water, and then drop in the flocculant and watch it drop. So the oil didn't dissipate; it just dropped. The specific weight around it changed to where it was no longer buoyant. And the chemical, the flocculant, the stuff they did on top, was not to dissipate it, it was to sink it. And so for every time you saw it bubbling up, and however thick it looked on floating on top of the ocean, so they sunk it all down till it reached a level where it was too cold for it to sink anymore, and it created its own thermocline. So wow, you know. But anyway, I talked about this earlier on, but for those folks who just joined, it that does bear repeating, in that, for folks who really don't, scientists ain't talking about it. But I know people in the weather business, and I've known people over the years. We studied patterns and geologists, and just naturalists. People who observe stuff. And then watching what some scientists are saying in certain areas, and I go, well, the Gulf of Mexico, the rotation's slowing down. Then they don't talk about it, but they don't ever say that it's fed back up. You know what I mean? They just don't talk about it no more, or it's just an article here or something there, or you know, scientists have speculation that the Gulf Stream might be slowing down. Oh, okay, but it ain't on any national news. Doesn't mean it ain't happening. So, but it has happened all because of the Gulf oil event. Now, that's our catastrophe that's still cooking in our neighborhood of the world. Now, I know there are a lot of folks y'all over down under and stuff, and y'all got your own whatever it is to contend with down there too, or wherever you are. Man, God bless you. That wherever we are, they have been messing with stuff. Okay, let's just call it like it is. So, but here's the thing. I do believe that a lot of us will learn to work around it somehow, that we're going to figure it out. And it might not be easy. It might be a pain in the butt, but we're going to figure it out. And I just said, and here's the thing. Lord, I pray that it does not get as bad as some of the dreams I've had, and they're horrible. And I do not want these things to come true. So I don't even speak about it. But in my realm, if this is really true, I don't even want to talk about it. I'm going to tell people be prepared, but I don't. If I told some of the things that I've seen, it to some of you, it might terrify you because it terrifies me. You know, but I know that I have to be strong and have faith that there's time between now and then, and things happen, sometimes really nasty and sometimes to the good. So, but there's time between now and whenever that then is, for it to get better or to get worse. I mean, it, I won't say that it's 50-50, but some of the dumb stuff that's being seen and shown and weird stuff, that's not on the shelves, and just strange things, um, just haven't seen them before, even during the hurricane and stuff. I mean, just haven't seen this pattern. I've been around a long time. I haven't seen this pattern. So, am I scared? No, but I'm very leery. I'm really going like, I've always paid attention. I've always had a little extra stuff around, probably too much stuff in certain things, but if for whatever happens, I'm ready, found a whole stuff of band-aids and tape and sterile pads, and I could get all cut up and everything. I got stuff to sew myself up with. I got bedding. I mean, I'm like, I'm prepared. But I used to be very accident prone. So, but at the same point, it doesn't hurt to have it. It's stored. It's still sterile. So, but I hope I never have to use it. But Lord knows if I have to, I've got sterile gauze and pads and things and stuff that, if I need to, if it's me or somebody else, if I ever have to, do anything, I'm prepared. I've held a man who's, below his knee was missing. So uh, I don't want to, but if I have to, I'm ready, you know, and Lord knows, I hope none of it gets like that. Um, but there are certain factions. The reason why there's such oddities going on. What are these crazy people up to? What's up with the dog food? I'm just saying, what a strange way. I'm going back to the dog food because what a strange way to get at a people to take away their Purina. Now, people might be getting it online or whatever and delivered to the door, but folks are just used to going to the grocery store and getting a bag of dog food or cat food while they're there. It's not there. Uh, I mean, what you know me, I'm the conspiracy theorist, but is could that be Dr. Evil's? I'm thinking of um I've been watching Danger Mouse. The folks who write Danger Mouse, I just love it. The older ones, the newer ones are pretty good too, but the old standard Danger Mouse from the old days, the writing and the script, you know, I just love listening like an old radio program, you know. Ding doo doo doo, ding doo doo doo, dun da da. You know, that's part of the theme song. But anyway, um, but it's almost like something Doctor Evil would do. Would be to take away the dog food or to take away the pet food. We'll just call it pet food, you know. Oh, golly gee, you know, Danger Mouse, we've got to, you know, with the old chief with his mustache. Oh, Danger Mouse, we've got a shortage of, you know, of puppy chow. You know, the queen is monstrously mad. We don't know. It's Dr. Evil. It must be one of Dr. Evil's plans to take away the food from the pets of you know, so I can hear this whole Dr. Evil thing in my head when I think about this, but so, you know, I've got the theme song of Danger Mouse in the back of my head while I'm telling you this, you know, like dee 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 dee, you know, Danger Mouse, blah blah blah. What? I think it's going to make it 8 hours. I was really disliking stepping on oil turds on the beach. Yes, that's why I find you some. What you have to say? There's all. Thank you, Witch Moon. My uncle was best friends with Terry Scott, who was Penfold and Danger Mouse. No shit. No, now don't lie to me. I mean, if that's true, oh my god. I was just sitting there trying to think of what Danger Mouse is. Come on, Penfold, and then, you know, let's uh yeah, you know, I might get off of here and watch an episode or two of Danger Mouse just for the hell of it. But I've seen some of them, I don't know, 20 times, you know. Now, I didn't get to see Danger Mouse all that much in the old days, but now that I've got, you know, Roku and it's on several different channels and I can watch the very first episode ever and go through it, you know, I'll sometimes just, you know, replay, just go back to the same one and watch it over again because there were things in it and part of the script that I wanted to hear over again. Some of those guys were great. Also, the voices, and because I've done my own voice acting and recording with the puppets and so forth, and on stage, I really appreciate a good story and a good voice that goes with it. You know, and it doesn't have to be a special voice; it just has to be consistent. And that's what I find with some of those old cartoons. It's not all about the zippity zap and the jazzy stuff, but it's the consistency of the voice of the character between the different shows. And you know, uh, having been cursed with this, being able to hear this in different things, um, Danger Mouse is one of those that I really like to listen to, and because the character voices are so great, you know. Uncle was, yeah, Terry Scott. His name was Owen. Yeah, Baron von Greenback. Yeah, I mean, I've been watching the old cartoons lately, um, simply because I want something to kind of like stimulate my brain, and I used to do puppets and stories, and you know, so I'm going to watch something sad, and everything I've been looking at, you know, somebody killed or something, and shoot here and killed them, and sniper this, and you know, ex CIA, FBI, MI7 person got something twisted, and they got, oh my god. So it's like I've been going to the old cartoons, you know, and there's been a couple of remakes. Like the newer Danger Mouse is pretty good. It's pretty snappy and I'm not sure. I'm not sure who does the voices in the newer version of Danger Mouse, but it's snappy, and they stayed with the same motif as the original. So I'm like, there are different versions of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and there are some of them that are, the consistency between the voices and the storyline are great. And then there's a couple of other versions, and they just suck. I mean, the interpretation of the voices, and I'm like, man, I just, whatever this season is of these guys, nah, let me take me back to one of the older versions of the, Teenage Mutant, or not just that cartoon, but just something else. Because some of these new remakes, just some of them don't cut it for me. Let me go back to the old. My uncle lived in St. Albans in UK, and Terry lived in Watford, which is the next town they drank in pubs. Yeah, I bet you he was a very talented man. I mean, very, very funny. Not only talented man, but um, I've known some people that were not necessarily famous, but they were famous around here for local theater and different functions and things because of the different, little acting gigs we'd do. We'd go into the local parades, and we just did stuff. Um, And some of these people were absolutely hilarious. My friend Ron Shank, he would get into one of his things, and if you and I would have to play him a really serious part, and he was playing this smiling and trying to make me giggle. And man, I was like, I'm digging my nails into my palms of my hand, uh, trying not to laugh at this guy who's that I'm working with on live stage in front of a bunch of people, and you can't, you're not supposed to laugh. I'm actually supposedly getting angry with him, and I'm trying not to laugh. So, but very few people ever cracked me up on stage. I mean, they got me close, but Ron Shanks blew me out of the water. I just like couldn't stand it. And where other times I was able to kind of pass it off as and then get angry. But the time he got me on stage with one time when we were doing a play called The Foreigner by Shu. What's his first name? Anyway, he died in a plane crash. Larry Shu is his name. Anyway, one of the funniest plays out there, especially if it's done right. And I was in the play twice as two separate characters. But in the first time I played it, I actually played a Reverend David Marshall Lee. And had my parents married, I would have been David Wayne Lee, not no. So having them not being married, I retained my mother's maiden name. So I got to play myself in this play in a way, and a reverend at that, which is funny now as I look back. But so it was really stiff. But I was an underhanded, sneaky SOB of a preacher. I was anyway. I was the 700 Club. I'm sorry, that was just funny to me. No, that was just funny to me. I was with the 700 Club. Anyway, uh, he sang and told rude jokes too. Yeah, I sing and tell rude jokes too, and some rude songs too. But anyway, yeah, when you're around people that aren't offended by it and can just like, yeah, that's a rude tune, and we know, but if you try to push it on somebody or anyway, there's like one time I was at an event and I was waiting for this group to get off stage right before I did puppets. And it was around a Christmas time of all things. And so these guys are playing, and all of a sudden I say, a Scotsman went in town one evening fair. He drank more than his share. Before his eyes, the Scotsman song to a bunch of kids. And the parents were like, what's he singing about? So, and then two lovely laddies came back passing by, and one said to the other with a twinkle in her eye, let's lift young Scotsman's kilt to see what, and I'm like, and the ladies and the people in the audience are going, what are these guys singing about? And when the guys got done, I asked them, I said, do you have any idea what you were just singing about? And they were like, well, he got drunk and he lifted up his coat for his dingaling, you dummy. You know, oh my God, I never thought about it that way. And I'm like, how long have you guys been playing together? And you sang this in front of this crowd. So, but anyway, there are just people who, there were those of us who laughed because of the song, and there were some of us were absolutely mortified because there's these little children and going there, Mommy, what's a kilt? And what's the prize under under his kilt? Well, I don't know where you've been, but I see you won first prize. Mommy, when did he win? And little kids of all places in a library up in Americus, Georgia. So, but anyway, ooh, that's different. The light was bugging me. Scotsman in the house, yeah. But anyway, so I hope you're having a good time. I'm not going to stay to eight hours. I can't. I gotta pee. I'm thirsty. I'm out of everything right here, and it's been 7.5 hours for crying out loud. And the sun really is coming up, and I want to lay down and get some rest because it's Monday and I got things I want to do. So thanks for hanging out as always. And I'm your new crazy radio person. I'm not going to do this every night, please, Jesus. But let me tell you, I've had some interesting thoughts in that. I remember my old days of radio, and I was like, this isn't really radio, but it kind of sort of is. And if y'all are having fun, then I'm having fun. I did an ancestry DNA, 34% Scots and Norwegian. Wow. Thank you, Barry, Ian, but I don't have a kilt. Hey, just wrap a towel around you and fake it. Tie a rope, get a towel, tie a rope around your waist to hold it up, and pretend, Uh, oh, let me tell you, whoa. I told you the other day. Some of you may or may. Um, the woodpeckers that I've seen, and I saw a pair of them, and I think one of them just flew in over this way between the house and the tree, a woodpecker. And I don't think that they're the pileated. They absolutely, I've been looking at the pictures online and looking at how they're gliding sideways, and the pileated has more black on one area than another. There's more white under them than on the top. Anyway, what I'm looking at is not a pileated woodpecker. And I'm like, if these woodpeckers that are flying around my house really are, uh, ivory billed, oh my God, they're supposed to be extinct, almost 100 years ago now. And I've been making claims. I know Delaney, if she's still in the house, I'm seriously need to get a trail cam because I'm literally seeing them fly across my yard down from up on the hill down into the woods. And and I'm getting really good looks at them. Now it's hard to like hold a camera and there they go. I don't know about a picture, but if they ever land anywhere, if I can find out where they're going back here, I'm going to set up I'll have to buy one, but I'm going to set up a trail cam because I want to know. They do not look like the pileated, and if they're the ivory billed, oh my God, thank you, Jesus. I've got all these elderberries, and now in my backyard, I possibly have an endangered species woodpecker living in the backyard. How just freaking cool is that? I've had a good day. So they said the Wolf was too. I've seen him. Now, last year they found bones and scat from them. Wait. Thank you, Richard. I'm always humbled when I get done doing a video. I always sit with and cry for a minute because I'm so thankful for the universe to know you all, to be here, to have the capacity, capability, whatever the ability to do 8 hours of this stuff with y'all hanging out with me, you know. I'm like, I was telling my friend yet the other day. I said, I've done this. I've done 4 hour stints, 3 hour stints, but not five, six, and now eight as I'm sitting here yakking. But um, the idea that because, like I've said, I always felt like in my old age I would be some old, late night radio jock, and we'd talk and play music and stuff like that. And I said, and here I am with a YouTube channel with 500 plus uh, subscribers and people who will hang out with me all night long just to hang out. And because of all the different things I talk about and chat about, and I said, it I feel fulfilled in that I'm doing what I thought I was going to do years ago, and the radio thing didn't turn out. So, but now I can get on in the middle of the night and do a radio show on YouTube, live and in color, and however we do it and whatever we talk about, with a main sort of theme, in particular. But me. But I will stay. I've tried to stay on track for the first hour or so. So if anybody like really wants to hear the sort of the good stuff, not that there ain't good stuff later that I throw in there. I know there's been several topics and things I've talked about. There's really some good information in the really weird shit I've talked about. Not bragging, but I'm just saying there's a lot of years of experience from other people that there's some decent information in there. But anyway, thermal mass. Highland St. Cloud. What a small world. Yes, my ancestor. Oh, the Hebrides. Yeah. Fairy Coast. Yeah. I knew about where you all are talking about on certain locations and stuff. Um, I've always wanted to go to England, Ireland, Wales. I mean, I wanted to go all around. I wanted to see the countryside. I wanted to walk it, not just Stonehenge, but some of the old henges and places and little spots off to the side. Go all the way north, go all the way. I would love to just be able to go across the aisles and just experience it. There's something along that draws me there. I had a period of my life to where, and a lot of other people were like, there was actually some people who actually asked me if I would sort of not. It wouldn't be like a priest, but sort of a drummer, folk person, someone for a Celtic group many years ago, and I almost took them up on it because they were close to the earth. They were pagans of the type where they weren't into any kind of spells or stuff. They pagan being in basically that they were sort of like Native American white people, but they have to use the word pagan, and most of them were just following a lot of Native American traditions. There wasn't any kind of quote pagan stuff in there or Druidism or whatever. Um, some of them tried to make a certain couple of things, some things a little dramatic, but yeah, that was just flair. But the bottom line for most people, they were just close to the earth, and that's what they wanted to be. So, all right, Barry, I really don't want to do this. I really want to get up. Okay. I'm in Fife, homeland of the Picts. Ah, Ian, I swear to goodness, if I don't have to have $1 million, but If I got a couple of grand, I actually need someone to travel with me. I could not travel by myself. I could get along, but I'm old enough to know that I would need somebody to travel with me. So um, so it's not just me for a trip, but somebody would have to damn near, I won't say carry me, but at least be my partner and help me not get lost. And, um, yeah, because I want to take a ferry across the Mersey. Did you get that one, Ian, by any chance? Um, Ferry across the Mersey is a land that I love. And anyway, people around every corner, they seem to smile and say, "We don't care what your name is, boy. We'll never turn you away." So I'll continue to say, here in my own special way, 'cause ferry cross the Mersey, 'cause of the place I love, and here I'll stay. Anybody remember that song? I swear to God, there's something moving around outside, and it's not a bird. There's something. Wow, there's some interesting spirits running around. They must have stayed up with us all night long. Liverpool City, Jerry and the Pacemakers. You got it, Richard. I would not have been able to say that, but when you wrote it, I was like, that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's them. Yeah. Do the Freddy. Yeah, I went to see the castle. My grandfather was offered to take a free trip to England, but declined the offer. Yeah, you would never walk alone is the motto. See, now one of the things that I learned going through the Lee family history was the Lee family were from France, came across to help King Arthur, and supposedly there is a Lee family crest in the wherever they have those things in England. And then the Lee family became landed gentries in England. So from England, then they made whatever riches and whatever. Then one guy was a something. Anyway, one of the lead guys was a scallywag, they say. But anyway, ended up over in the colonies. And then Robert E. Lee was born, and there him. And then supposedly through the trace up to Virginia in Kentucky, that's where I came from. But if it really does go back to that, then there's something about England and that I just like is in my bones. There's something about England, and I know about sword fighting and different things. I've talked about this before, and nobody ever showed me how to do that shit, but I know how to do it, and the way the swordsman talked about from South at FSU, he said that probably would have been a damn good swordsman if because we talked about it. And I've mentioned this before. I told him, he said, anybody ever teach you how to do that? And I go, no. I said, not in this life that I know of. And he laughed and he winked and he knew what I was talking about. He said, but you got some natural moves these other guys they're never going to get. They got better, but he was like, you already know how to do this. You don't even need any practice. And I was like, oh yeah, I do, because I got to practice for these guys. What I could do in this and the third and up and down, and there's a pattern in how you do this up, down, and then you come back down, especially when you're doing it in theater. Now in real life, I could see where there was a lot of mix up to where I could have killed somebody easy, and if I was faster than them and these were the good guys, I could see where I could have made a mess of things with the other guys. But and there's something about sword and fighting that's in me that I just cannot explain, and it ain't from this life. So, but I would love to go over there and just check it out and just kind of feel my way around it. If I went somewhere and I go, this place just seems familiar, then it probably would be. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any preconceptions. I don't think, well, if it's true through my lineage that the Lee family had some kind of, they were landed gentries in England. Well, then there might be some kind of castle or house or something that could be date back to that. That could be if I were a reincarnation of one of them that would seem familiar to me. But anyway, that's just all hearsay. But the idea of the swords and stuff and something about England. It ain't about movies. I've seen movies about all kinds of stuff, but there's certain, something about England and there and the wars and things. I just feel like I've been there. 12 minutes, right? I know. I wasn't going to do it, Barry. I swear to God. But you're sitting here hanging out with me, and I'm like, and the rest of you too. My second name is from Norman English, and it's from a bow maker. Guess what? I have a natural skill at archery, and you're really good at it. Good, Richard. That see now, I don't know if you were on when I've talked about this before, but I've got there's a bow right back over here, and some arrows right there. And if certain critters were in the yard and I needed to get rid of them, I could stand outside and take aim and know just exactly what the aim and the pitch and everything is without standing there and trying to hold it and do this. No, I just look, point the arrow, and I pull the thing back, and I hit a fox on the run with an arrow in the hind quarter, and I'm like, and I did it twice, maybe not to the same fox. And I'm not an archer. I bought a 35-pound bow kind of thing, recurve thingy, and just regular arrows. But to the point, as far as I don't go out and practice all the time, but I have some kind of inside ability to where I can, I can, it just figures it out. My head calculates the angle and how. Now, I have missed a few shots, but I've been more, I have hit more than I have missed, especially when I'm just like, there's something running across the yard, get the bow, let me get it. And bam, smack on. If I stand in the yard and try to hit a target, I'll be a little high, I'll be a little low, but I'll still be on target. I don't know. I've watched archery. I've done archery when I was a kid, but now, yeah, past life skills. Yeah, I'm something about it. Yeah. I'm too good at it for not having had much practice. Y'all hold that thought. I can't hold it anymore. Must be a record. 8 hours without peeing. Oh, that's a record. Okay. 7:52, 7:11. I just had to pee. Hello, good night. 8 hours without a pee break. Yeah. Inherit honey. Yep. Deborah, adios, and everybody. I'm only staying on here because it's so close to 8 hours now. By golly, I'm going to make it. But it's really tough. you know. But what I was thinking about earlier was that The other day when I did, the 6 hour one or 5 hour one or whatever, and I keep getting longer, and I swear to God, 8 hours is enough for me, for any shift for doing this. But I thought, I've hung out with some friends, and it seemed like we've all had a good time. And um, if I were on a radio station, I'd be yakking and talking about stuff. I'd be playing some music in between, but uh, sometimes we do and sometimes we don't. But the idea that this is an odd thing to say, but I felt fulfilled in that I'm doing my old radio program like I used to do on the radio, and and I used to feel good when I did radio back then and entertained folks and played music and did late night radio, and here I am kind of sort of doing it, and it feels good, you know, and to hang out with you and all that kind of thing. But it was just that I sit here so much of the time and just look out the window and go like, well, But to have a night's worth of radio and to have been, the all nighter for because I used to listen to folks all the time too in the old days, and I had my favorites. I didn't give a shit what they talked about. I just wanted to listen, and maybe like me, but and in some ways, yes. But anyway, they would have guest on or call ins, and I haven't done that yet, um, but I do watch the chat and listen to you. Just keep whistling when you're in there. Hello, good night. You say goodbye, and I say hello. Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. You say yes. I say no. You say bye, and I say go, go, go. Oh, oh no. You say goodbye, and I say hello. But anyway, me and my old, Beatles music and all the other old music I did. But from South Georgia, we're coming up on 7:55 in the AM time here. Well, no, I'm sorry, 7:20 on the AM time. It's 7:15 in the morning time. Daylight time down here in South Georgia, next to the edge of the swamp and the Ochlockonee River. And just want to say it's been 7 hours and 55 minutes. This is my record going back to the days of my old DJ days on the radio at late night and so forth. So, 4 minutes, Barry. We hung out the whole time. You stuck with me. God bless you, son. I know you're crazier than I am, to put up with this. God bless y'all. And if nothing else, it's just been fun doing 8 hours, just for the hell of it. I go, well, wow, I can't believe I did 8 hours of that shit, but I had fun. We talked about stuff, and, hopefully I know I'm going to sort of apologize again for those folks I offend about the distilled water, but anyway, I still pray for you and want the best for you. So, but there are times I'm going to discuss things that ain't going to be real good for everybody. They're going, it's going to ruffle their feathers. And I know talking about the goo from the Gulf of Mexico and some of that stuff that's some really heavy stuff. But there's way too much indication that something really nasty did happen and is still happening and will continue to happen because of what got started down there. So, what does that mean in the long run? Things are going to have to change. And there are folks who could come down and help us out. We have to quit bickering and fighting between each other. We have to make sure that we keep, I see so many of you come in here and it's like, oh, Richard's here. Oh, Deborah's here. Oh, Mary Windsor's here. And y'all just get along. Y'all just come in here and it's like we have been doing this hangout thing for so long, and we just come in here, we share our energies and our thoughts and our synchronicities, and we smile and laugh in whatever ways we do, in whatever part of the world we do. And in my humble opinion, that's one hell of a thing. And I'm so proud of all of you because otherwise it'd just be me, you know, which is okay. You know, I'm not crazy, but I wouldn't be here for 8 hours because, you know, uh, uh, Witch Moon, you showed up, and Elderberry, you hang in there. Ian, you showed up. Uh, Channeling his inner cozy. Yeah, just for the hell of it, you know. I hope I never be boring. You know, if I there are people who go, man, I don't know what I do. I'm like, listen, you know, I guess I'm just too crazy in the head that I'm just not bored. And you all have been with me for 8 hours, and have I been boring? I've repeated a few things a couple of times over this due to the subject, but you know, I'm always looking for a different angle. Y'all are real troopers. You damn right. They are. You know, I don't need any awards. Here's one of the things that in having this discussion with myself, you all are the rewards. You know, your comments, you're hanging out, and I can tell in different ways that I think I hear some of y'all laughing. You know, I mean, I can tell, you know, you do. Ian just put one of the little smiley things, and y'all do the crying with the eye and the tears. But I can hear, it's almost like I can literally hear y'all up here in the spirit realm. I can hear y'all laughing, and I just get a good, I get a big kick out of it. Let me, it's fun. It's nice to know if you're out there somewhere laughing along with me and having a good time. You know, it's like, okay, and then it's worth 8 hours. You know, it's worth doing this. You know, it's not just me blabbing just for because I can, uh, but we're having fun at it. So, you know, all right, that's thumbs up. Cheers, everybody. 7:18. We got one more minute. Whoop, hang on, hang on. It's almost 8 hours. And I am gonna I used to do puppet shows and ad lib for 4 or 5 hours doing shows and stories. Now I would follow certain stories and have certain 8 hours. There you go. So and it's 7:18, almost 7:19. So it's almost a 20 somewhere. So I am gonna log out with this one though. And one thing I can say, at least for the moment, is I ain't dead yet. That was way too big a hit. I'm not dead yet. So what does that mean? It means there's more fun and surprises coming in the future. God knows what I'm gonna come up with next, but I got a lot of stuff I still haven't talked about after all these years, or maybe a new twist on an old, you know, Richard. I would rather the uncomfortable truth than the comforting lies. Yep. No toast, just respect each other for this community. I'm grateful too, Richard. And there are those odd ones every once in a while, but regardless of the subject matter and some of the, you know, religious abuse, when I talk about religions and, you know, how false some Christianity really is. And, but anyway, you know, that I haven't taken more hits than I have. In fact, if anything, I've picked up more subscribers, which is an odd thing in that, you know, I am promoting something, and that's spirituality for each person to find on their own through whatever means they can find. So I'm here to just be a person to help that out in whatever that is. I've had some people say, man, you just like a damn preacher. In a way, I am, but I don't want to be a preacher. I just want to be a discussion. I want to be, as somebody said, and I can't remember who it was, I've realized that because I'm getting old, I really have become an elder. And not just Native American kind of elder, but an elder in that. And I realize so many things as I talk about them for 8 hours in a row hey, Terry B, I'm fixing to get out of here. I'm tired. Uh, Thank you, Witch Moon. But I think it was you that talked about something about being an elder. And I realized that my study for the last 20 plus years has been to, it's actually been more like 30 years, to study what the elders said, what they've talked about, their point of view. In fact, I've got a book sitting over here. This is a book that I've got out that I want to get into. And the name of this book is called Of Earth and Elders. Okay. And there's stories and things and stuff in here, different Native Americans. And anyway, I want to get into this and see what's there to share with you. Um, but I also have a third book that are Native American legends that are Chickasaw, Biloxi, Caddo, Natchez, and other southern, southwest, eastern legends. And then I got some another book with more southwestern legends. So, but in each one of these readings of something that they end up showing me, they go, here, open the book, and there's a reading. I realize there is an elder's message in reading the old stories and telling the old stories. And it's good for myself to hear them over. And some of them I've not heard. Um, so it's important for me to hear them and to think about all the other stories I've heard and go, wow, that's really interesting. Um, so at the same time, though, um, I'm not professing to be any Native American tribe. I studied Native American lore, heritage, as far as I know. I have three matriarchal uh, grandmother, great grandmother, and great great grandmother Cherokee. And so I'm going with the word of mouth through my family who have documented that, and say, okie dokie. So that's something that the family knows about and is part of the family. Now, I don't know about the Knoll side, but that's the Lee side of the family, and I would come from Virginia and Kentucky. It just so happens in the same area, I'm plotting a place to come back from Ohio down to see my niece in Tennessee. Uh, Drive right through the area where basically our family, kind of grew up and traveled through way back in the day. But anyway, um, so does any of this really make any difference in the long scheme of things? Well, if any of it's true, then at least I understand that my lineage is of a native. So it's not like to the native people say, well, yeah, but it here this is their comment. Yeah, but it ain't enough to make you an Indian. Well, how much do you need to be an Indian? I think being Indian's in your heart, but well, you keep talking about Cherokee, you want to be Cherokee. I know I don't qualify. I ain't trying to be, but I would like to learn about what my grandmothers knew. I would like, they were my grandmothers, they were Cherokee. So can I get some information about what my grandmothers knew, And there's some really closed-minded Cherokee. Well, who was your grandmother? Where's your lineage? And what tribe was she in? I'm like, I don't know. It's just the family knows that grandma was half Cherokee, and her pictures and she looks half Cherokee, I mean, and great grandma was oh, but no, if she ain't got no papers from a tribe or any Indian documents, then it's just hearsay. So I go, okay, so didn't want to be an Indian anyway. So, but it never stopped me from learning about those native ways and the old ways and the ways of the elders and the wisdom from the elders. And I'm still searching. So I'm glad you all are still with me because I'm still on the journey. Terry, good to see you. Thank you, Ian, as always, and Richard. Terry, I've been on for 8:08 hours, and I need something to drink, and I need to walk around, and I'm hungry. I haven't really had any supper, so you know. But anyway, thank you all, and I honestly hope that everyone stays well. And you know, many of us are still praying hard that some of this craziness won't get too crazy. There's a lot of us in that prayer mode that as we look at the strangeness, I know I do, and some other folks, that we don't want to we don't want to scare people, but we want to warn them to watch what's going on around them. But at the same time, it's like, but we'll figure this out. Most of us can figure, a second plan, like the dog food thing, and people making their own and stuff. We'll figure this out. But isn't it weird that some people may not, and that so it's odd that we take a look at these things because there are gonna be some things, and I have no idea what they are, but it's gonna even get a little odder, you know, weirder. And many of us on the spiritual level, I can just feel it when I'm like, okay, guys, what do you want me to know? And they go, just keep praying and have faith and believe and believe and believe and believe that there are many of us working on this, and that we all want peace, and we want these bad guys not to win, and so I have to just stick with that. That's the basic plan. I may not be out there fighting the fight literally with swords and things, but I'm here spiritually sending out prayers for those people who really are on the front line and who are battling out, tooth to tooth and nail to nail, and to save our scrawny ass down here on this planet. And we should be grateful to these folks that are doing it. The spiritual beings and the physical beings. There's so much going on, and we just have to continue to give them our faith that we believe that they're working for us. Now, I know we've talked about this. Not all aliens are good, but the good guys, if they hear us when we tell them thank you, and especially when we mean it. So, what is our job during all of this when we may feel, you know, a little out of kilter? And what can I do in the middle of the war? We're doing it. We're gathering together. We're staying connected with each other. I'm discussing really crazy things and odd things, but in that we're communicating with each other across the planet in different places. The UK, down under, British Columbia, Barry's in Missouri, and show me Barry. But anyway, but the idea though that there's so many of us that just share this platform, and that we're some, you know, I'm not going to say that we're different. We just live in different locations, but that we can all meet here and share this energy. When I first started this channel, I was like, I'll never get 10 people, and there's 12 people now at 7:30 in the morning, after an 8-hour shift, and but the idea though that we are making a difference. I've seen the change where I was very skeptical a couple of years ago, and now where I thought was hopeless, I go, I have not given up. In fact, I'm encouraged how you folks act, how we interact, how we share information, how we just have flipping fun together. It's like that's important. And if we can't meet physically, we meet here and hang out and have all. I won't say drunken brawls, but we have, we all get a little high and have a little chat. But the idea, though, that it's the camaraderie that we share, and they can't take that away from us. I mean, they could shut down the channel, but I mean, it's already happened. So the thing that we've already shared, they can't take that away from us. And I guarantee you, I'll come up with some other crazy shit and we'll hang out for a couple more hours. Give me a day or so. Let me recoup from this. But, I'll hang out with y'all some more. But then I'll try to come up with something that'll like make it more fun and it's a little strange. Maybe like a skit or a story that I used to do or something, in character. But anyway, something to spice it up and kick it up a notch for my own sake, for me, just to play crazy again. And but so with that though, in the universe, if you think that well, I don't know if I'm really making a difference. Yes, you are. Please don't give that thought up. Yes, you are. You're making a difference. It doesn't matter if you feel like you are. Keep the faith that you are. And for each one of us, just staying in a positive attitude. I know that life is crazy, but I'm going to smile anyway. Well, yeah, but going to smile. But blah 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 yada yada. Gonna smile. Can't find dog food anywhere. Gonna smile because we choose to change. We choose to be that way, and that energy is conducted into the universe. And the more of us connect and keep connected and keep smiling, there's energy and power in that. And them folks are hearing it. And I've been thinking about this, and they've been saying they're kind. They up there are kind of using me like an antenna. And I'm like, well, gee, thanks. Did I sign on for this? Is that in my contract? But in that we can all kind of get together and whatever crazy shit I'm talking about, we can all, we're just here sharing, regardless of the conversation. Not that I would rather talk about something that anyway. Uh, but it's the meeting and the sharing that is being heard in the universe. And my spirit guides have been like going, yeah, buddy, you know, 5 years ago and further back, back when Brian and I started several years back. And, and here I am now, and I'm like, I'm still here now. Wow. And we're still here and we're still sharing and we're still growing and learning. And I think, I mean, I know there, I got more to learn. And I think every one of you out there would say, there's still stuff I got to learn. And not that I'm like the know it all. No, because I know there's still stuff I need to learn. So we're learning together, and I'm trying to do the best I can to share the knowledge because as my mission and whether it's anybody else's, it's my mission to do this. Plus I like I said, I'm fulfilling the dream of the all night radio DJ. So what the hell, right? I'm 68 pushing 69. What else have I got to lose in all of this? 420 cheers. Yeah. Thank you, Mary. Elderberry, thank you much. Richard, it's always happening, but it's happening. People don't always see it or understand it. Thank you, Richard. Yes. And one of the things, too, that came to me one day, and I was sitting here talking to myself in the spirits, and I was saying there was a subject that they wanted me to talk about or something. I was like, but I've really kind of covered that. And and they were like, well, there's another angle to this or something. I was like, but I can't remember what the topic was. But I was like, but I've really covered that topic before. And I kind of throw it in here and there. And yeah, and what the answer was back from my spirit guides? It was just because you said it, don't mean they heard it. And just because they may have heard it, they may not have listened. What? I'll repeat that. They may have heard you, but did they hear you and did they listen? So there's hearing, like in, background noise kind of thing, or are they, on particular subjects, are they listening? Just because they heard you don't mean they were listening. And when they were listening, it doesn't mean that they heard you from what the certain thing that I'm trying to like drill in. There are times when I know I get a little, like that, like pay attention to this. Um, but there are so many people that are lost and kind of floundered around. It's like grab a hold of this and just hang on to this for a while. And if you have faith and trust in it, you might find out that it's something steady you can bank on, without having to go to a bunch of other stuff or places. But if you just grab a hold of this right here and just have faith and believe, so many people want to give up so quick, and it's like you can never give up. But anyway, Esty, oh my God, look at everybody else that's here. Thank you. Ian, don't know how you managed it, Hawkeye. I've only been here for the last 90 minutes and I've already had 3 coffees and 2 toilet breaks. Um, I'm in DJ mode. There's back when I did theater and stuff. It's sort of like dogs can do if they know they're going to be in a truck or a car or something. Uh, they'll make themselves not have to pee or something. Or like Duggar, he'll eat supper, but if it's raining outside and I know he's got to go poo, he will hold that mess in until it quits raining, unless it gets really bad, and then he'll okay, let me out. Uh, but anyway, hot steaming feces. Anyway, but the idea though that um, and I'm crazy. The older I get, I'm just getting crazy. Actually, I'm practicing not drinking. So I was talking to my sister on the phone about our trip to Ohio, and I said, God knows, I said, I might have to ask you every 45 minutes to pull over somewhere. And it might just mean pull over. She goes, yeah, your brother's like that. Our brother's like that, Danny. Sometimes he says, Lynn, pull over now, and can't even barely get out the door. And I'm like, I'm getting there. And it's a really bad feeling, to where it just comes out all by itself and you don't have no control. It sucks. And for people who've had these conditions for years, I'm just getting to that point, but it sucks already. It sucks. But anyway, but my dear friends, it's been 8 hours and 20 minutes and I've been here talking here on this here TV, television, YouTube stuff, radio thing. I'm so gracious. I honestly mean it every time. For all of you and for your participation. It's just fun. I get a kick out of it. So, I'll plan some crazy stuff here today or two. Who knows? I used to do a bunch of crazy stuff in theater and the puppet shows, and I'm trying to bring that part of my brain back alive again. So if I can come on here and do some crazy antics and it helps my brain, what the hell, right? It don't cost you nothing. And I never ask you to like or share. But I just like hanging out with y'all. But thank you. So from South Georgia, as I always say, I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and many blessings from the universe. And every time I put my feet on the floor, and I mean it, I talk to the spirits all the time, and I say, thank you. And I pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept, receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, that honest to God is important to me, I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn to accept and receive and to share the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. We can all get along. We don't have to like everything that the other guy does. We don't have to, but we can get along and understand our differences, because in the really big picture, that's the lesson on this earth for us spiritually. We go into another spirit realm and there's all these other critters and we can't get along in this little 3D reality, and we can't get along here spiritually. What are we here for? So we learn how to get along. Why are we here on this earth? To learn how to get along. What's your purpose in this life? To learn how to get along with all beings. Period. Yeah, but what about this? Yeah, it doesn't matter what you choose to do in life or anything. But why are we here? To learn to get along. And if ET comes, well, he's already been here, but to the point though, we learn to get along. If we don't belong on this earth and we but we're all mad and don't understand and won't accept anything, then how are we going to be able to accept the next realm or next dimension or next reality if we can't accept this one or get along? But anyway, that's why we're here. Those are my famous, you're welcome, Ian. Those are my famous closing words for this morning. So until next time, and it might be a couple of days because I'm going to have to rest up after this one. This is like a freaking marathon. I feel like Jerry Lewis in the telethon. No, you don't have to send me money. But Barry, thank you for the cards. And I forgot to give Teresa my address, but it's like in the phone book. Anyway, thank you all. Have a good morning. Have a good week. This being Monday and all. Be safe, really, and just keep an eye on the weird stuff. Okay, I I do not want to be right. I really don't. But it's more of do you see weird things happening in your neighborhood? And let's just compare notes. So until next time, give it a couple of days and we'll see what's happening. But I love you all and be safe. So cheers, everyone. Cosmic hugs always. And until next time, TTFN from South Georgia. Hawkeye Two Feathers at Old Hippie Dippy Radio signing off here at 7:43 Eastern Daylight Time. Blessings all. Bye.